Chapter 551 Reputation Gain, the World's Instinctive Change. From the perspective of reputation, the biggest winner of this fantasy beast conference is still Orochimaru. Especially the legend created by the strongest god slayer at the end. This legend can continuously bring a lot of reputation to Orochimaru. For things related to their own interests, people's desires will always rise. And desires will affect each other. Just like the former One Piece, it has almost become the subconscious pursuit of pirates going out to sea. Everyone is pursuing it, so he has to pursue it too. Under this chain reaction, Orochimaru will be able to obtain a steady stream of reputation in the future, as long as this hope has not disappeared. It's just that in addition to this new channel for gaining reputation, during the live broadcast, Orochimaru gained less reputation than Madara and Aizen. After all, he rarely shows up, and he is a god, so people have a higher appreciation for him. This time, Madara gained more than 4.6 million reputation points, and the reputation points from this newspaper are still growing. When this incident is over, Madara's gains from the Fantasy Beast Conference will probably be close to or exceed 6 million reputation points. It is really a typical wave of fat. The same is true for Aizen, who gained a little more, with a reputation point of over 5 million during the Fantasy Beast Conference. With this newspaper, it is easy to exceed 6 million reputation points. Although Madara and Aizen are shining at the Fantasy Beast Conference, they are not the only ones who are leading the way. There are many other strong people who attract everyone's attention. Even so, he gained so many reputation points. This is not just because they are simply strong, but also because it is easier to gain reputation points in this world than 2 years ago. There are roughly 4 factors: number of people, strength, new races, and the audience of the new system. The number of people means that the world is developing, and the number of islands with live broadcast images is increasing. This is one aspect, but the effect of this aspect is not very significant. Because more discovered through observation of the system and the trend of world reputation acquisition. The number of people is not the only factor that determines the reputation value. The initial number of viewers does have a great impact, but it has little effect when it reaches a certain number. Another aspect that affects the reputation value is strength. Due to the great martial arts era, people on the sea are generally stronger than before. Although limited by age, personality, and resources, potential, environment and other conditions. In fact, most people have not changed much. But there are still a few people who have changed. It is only relative to the overall situation. If it corresponds to the huge population base of the sea, then this number is very large. It is actually no problem to say that the entire sea has undergone tremendous changes due to the great martial arts era. Such changes have definitely increased the reputation value obtained from each event. However, this method still has a ceiling. This is a bit like an exponential function, with reputation as the horizontal line and strength as the vertical line. As the reputation value rises, the extent to which strength needs to be improved is exponential growth. In this way, when it rises to a certain level, the effect of strength on reputation will be greatly reduced. The third is a new race. To be precise, it is a new race born by this world itself. How to understand it? Specifically, it is the difference between the Fear Demon clan of the Fear Island and other pure demon species. Many Fear Demon clan are born on the Fear Island today. It was born through the ability of the demon apostle Tianlong and the authority granted to him by Ryomen Sukuna. The Fear Demons born in this way cannot provide reputation points. The reason is very simple. The apostles were directly created by Ryomen Sukuna, so they are naturally not closely connected with this world. And other fear demons created by the apostle Tianlong. The connection between the demons born in this way and this world is also not close enough. If the connection is not close enough, the system cannot use the connection to extract the power of the world to gain reputation points. This is a very simple truth. Unless the world itself creates a demon that can create demons. However, it is probably more troublesome to create such a demon. Well, it is not troublesome if there is a world to help. This world is changing with the power of the clones radiating in the world. The root of the change is the instinct of the world. As the instinct of the world begins to have spirituality and even intelligence, it will give birth to its minions in the system radiating in the world. The clones are afraid that they will have to fight with it. After all, in its eyes, each clone is like a black hole funnel, sucking its blood continuously. How can it bear it? As for the culprit, Mel, it may be ignored by it. It is said to be a god-level clone system. The clones are sucking blood, what does it have to do with him? He is just a pitiful and helpless behind-the-scenes manipulator. The world should thank him. After all, he has silently saved sentient beings many times, and divided Huangchuan into 4 realms. Speaking of it, the birth of Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, Hades, and New Huangchuan. The changes in these soul realms. To a certain extent, they are one of the main forces that promote the instinctive changes in the world. Originally, it was to open up a new audience of reputation values. Unexpectedly, by mistake. Let the world take advantage of it. Even now that it has begun to spiritualize, it has already made a move in Hueco Mundo, a place where evolution is chaotic and disordered. Therefore, the great merit of Mel is still a favorite in the eyes of the world. He is a good man with great merits who needs its favor. This time, Mel is ready to join the world camp with great pain. It is not bad to be an undercover agent behind the scenes, and the target is the world, and it is also quite interesting for him. He is not afraid that the world will see through him. After all, when he noticed that the world's instinct was changing in 4.6, Mel began to add ingredients to its nutrients. Although it is not to the point of calling a deer a horse, it is still not a problem to confuse it. As for wanting to see through him logically, it needs to have a higher spirituality. If that time comes, Mel also has a new way. The topic has gone a bit far. The 4th influence of reputation value is the new system. The new system will gradually attract the attention of the world, and thus fundamentally obtain open source. Among them, the death god of Soul Society is like this. Eisen also gained reputation there before. And compared with the number of souls and their strength, it is actually over the standard. To a certain extent, it proves the impact of the new system on reputation. In this regard, the current magic rune users are also the same. Chapter 552, Eisen's Attributes. Madara feels that he is good after cheating. With the increase in the efficiency of reputation acquisition. In less than 2 years, the 2 leading reputations are Sukuna Ryomen and King. It will take them less than a few months to accumulate 100 million reputation. Then upgrade their most important and strongest abilities to SSS level. As of now, the world will transformed by the instinct of the world, although it has the support of the entire pirate universe. But the new spirituality cannot control too much power. It cannot go down directly. So, in the short term, don't say it threatens Sukuna Ryomen and others. Even facing the second batch of clones of Eisen, it is hard to predict the outcome. This is still based on the situation where Mel guides the direction for it. The world will rely on the rapid and disorderly evolution of Hueco Mundo, and wants to achieve the strongest attack in a short period of time. Hand. And Mel has provided it with an excellent weapon. That weapon can effectively improve the strength of the fighters with the will of the world. In this process, the weapon will become more and more perfect. As long as Eisen can obtain it, his ability of breaking jade will be improved to a higher level at the S level. 29WHE and the breaking jade ability is upgraded to the SS level, it will be even more powerful. At present, Eisen's reputation value plus the reputation value accumulated before has reached more than 9 million reputation values. His attributes are also very luxurious. Avatar, Eisen and Yi. Strength, SS. Constitution, SS. Agility, SS. Spirit, SS. Abilities, Hogyaku, S level, Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijutsu, SS level, Kidu, S level, Senin, S level, Shunpo, S level. Skills, Conqueror Haki, SS level, Observation Haki, SS level, Armament Haki, S level, Swordsmanship, S level, White Fighting, S level. Reputation, 9.12 million. Note, D. Current world ordinary people attributes. Except for Hogyaku ability, Moer upgraded him to S level. Other abilities were not upgraded. Eisen relied on the S level Hogyaku to evolve multiple times, and directly upgraded various abilities. Since the evolution mechanism of Hogyaku is based on the transition and growth of Zanpakuto's spiritual power, so the level of Zanpakuto also increased in this process. It is considered to be the initial entry into the SS level. Even the Conqueror Haki and Observation Haki are closely related to the spiritual realm. During the process of Eisen's Hogyaku evolution, his level was also upgraded to SS level. As for the attributes and other abilities, it is clear at a glance at Eisen's attribute table. Just the ability of Hogyaku, Eisen saved a huge amount of reputation value. It can only be said that the cost-effectiveness of evolutionary abilities is indeed high. However, Aizen's Hujieku ability can be even stronger, as long as he can get the gift prepared by Moer for him in Hueco Mundo. In this way, the evolutionary law of Hujieku can be increased a lot at S level. So, before getting that gift, even if Aizen reaches 10 million reputation points before that, Moer is not going to upgrade him to SS level. Using the system's reputation value to upgrade, it saves a lot of effort. The more legal abilities can be obtained based on this. When Aizen improves his abilities and upgrades them again, his combat power will be improved faster. But these are things for the future. Now Moer is full and starts to pay attention to Uchiha Madara's problem. He was going to cheat Madara. To be honest, currently Madara's strongest ability, the Sharingan, really needs to be upgraded to the Samsara Eye. Based on Mel's understanding of the chakra system and the system's nature, he would probably give Madara a life form with all the Yang attributes. However, even if Madara really achieved the level of the 6 paths, he would have to flee in panic when facing the Sun Crow on the Fantasy Beast Island. That would be too ugly. As death, Xiao Lai, Iora Yagami and others had all been cheated by Mel. It was to avoid this embarrassing situation. Of course, it was also for him to become stronger. After all, the strength of the clone was also related to Mel's strength. At this time, Mel said hello to Yin and the others and disappeared. They couldn't follow him to the place he was going next. In a space with countless light particles floating and sinking, Mel's figure appeared quietly. In this dreamy space, above his eyes, a galaxy structure of a celestial body model is suspended, with a colorful sphere of light several meters in size as the center. Many spheres of light are slowly rotating around this colorful sphere of light. These are exactly the locations of the center of his soul space. The celestial body model in front of him is an illusion of the connection between the clones. Now Mel wants to cheat Madara, and coming here is the most convenient way. At this time, Mel floats down the sphere of light representing Madara's connection. Looking at the basketball-sized sphere of light suspended in front of him, blue, red, cyan and other colors are flowing. The size of the basketball does not mean anything, just like ordinary solar system models are not strictly made according to the real proportion. The same is true for the celestial body model in front of him, as long as you can know which one is bigger. He did not make it according to the real gap at all. After all, if you do it that way, the new clone will be too small when it comes out, and it will not be very coordinated and beautiful. Buzz. Mare's consciousness began to immerse himself in the sphere of light in front of him. The consciousness followed the connection to Madara. On a small island in the new world of the Grand Line, Madara was leaning against a tree. It seemed that he was resting. Suddenly, his slightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Then, in just a moment, his originally tense body relaxed again. Without words, he did not move, but his eternal Mangekyo was already turned on and slowly rotated. I don't know how long it took. Madara's eyes suddenly opened wide. The eternal Mangekyo also turned up, and there were 9 Megatama hidden deep in his eyes. After a while, Madara closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, it was still the eternal Mangekyo, but now his senses were completely different. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. Suddenly, Madara used a fire style to attack the jungle in front of him. A huge flame surged out, submerging the forest within a range of dozens of meters in front of him. In an instant, the crows and birds were everywhere, flying horizontally. Looking at the disaster in front of him, Madara stretched out one hand. The next moment, the disaster turned into a phantom, and everything seemed to return to its original state. Even the animals that were burned to death and charred by the sudden flames miraculously recovered. They looked terrified. Such power, such power! Madara looked at his hands and murmured. After a while, Madara covered his eyes with one hand, and his wild laughter broke out in the forest. Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! It took an unknown amount of time for Madara to end his wild laughter. The corners of his mouth rose. That man really gave me a great gift. To repay him, I'll wait until I'm familiar with this power. Then, give him defeat. The rain stopped and the sky cleared, and Madara felt that he was fine again. Although he knew that the chances were slim, under the same conditions. With such power, he would never lose anyway. It should be. Probably. Chapter 553 The Reality and Facts Fattened by Madara, A Sleepless Night. On the other side, Mare's consciousness also returned from Madara. In this soul center, the strange particles that had been pouring into the light sphere due to the cheating of Madara by Mare began to stop pouring in. The sight was cast on the light sphere in front of him. Watching the color of the light sphere begin to lean towards a brighter red, Mare nodded with satisfaction. He also had his own way of cheating for the clone. First of all, it must be based on the potential ability of the clone itself, and it cannot be directly given a powerful ability. It's not that it can't be done, but the ability that can be improved by the reputation value must be based on the ability that the clone obtains from the system. In a straightforward understanding, the ability that is not from the system cannot be improved through the reputation value. This is because the entire clone is anchored by the system's reputation value system. External abilities are not in its improvement zone at all. As for why the domineering, physical skills, and swordsmanship that the clone spontaneously obtains can be improved, it is because the original body of the clone has such potential. Their physical potential actually belongs to the category of system ability. That's right. Mare's cheats for the clones are based on their existing abilities. In addition to this, he cheats for the clones even if one powerful ability is enough. The reputation value is limited, in the later stage. Upgrading one or two abilities is the most cost-effective. The higher the ability level, the greater the improvement it can bring to the whole. Generally speaking, the stronger the ability, the more corresponding legal principles. The higher the level of the system, the closer it is to legal principles. One is breadth and the other is depth. The higher the level, the closer to the essence, and the closer to the essence, the greater the improvement for the life form. Focus on reputation value to quickly climb the level. When you can truly control the legal principles, that's when you are truly powerful. This time, Mare's cheat for Madara is focused on the two forbidden techniques of the Sharingan itself. The Sharingan itself is somewhat special. It has special forbidden techniques of Izanagi and Izanami. Their abilities are rooted in the shadows of reality and illusion. What Mel did was to complete this possibility. It enables Madara to strengthen Izanagi and Izanami. It can turn illusion into reality and reality into illusion. At the next level of his ability, he will probably get a pair of 9 Magadama Samsara eyes. It will be easy to get the real and virtual skills of Aim Nomiya and Infinite Tsukuyomi. Or, when Madara is closer to the essence of reality, he will be much stronger than the original version when using these two skills. By then, the enhancement of Madara's ability level can also bring him more powerful legal principles. As for reality and illusion, Mel plans to let Madara help him grow fat, so that he can spare energy to do other things. After finishing Madara's affairs, it was evening, and after having dinner with Jin, Mel fulfilled his promise and came to Miss Hill's bedroom. Yin stayed at the door and did not follow him in, but waited. Now that she is also a woman, she knows it well. When doing this kind of thing, the woman must also want to monopolize the master alone. Unless the master wants to communicate with multiple people, Yin is unwilling to disturb at this time. Just as she and the master do this kind of thing and do not want other women to disturb them. As for her going in after the matter is over, it is another matter. After all, she has also endured it very hard, and the master should compensate her. The night is long. Time passes. The next morning, a figure with the appearance of a goddess appeared at the door of Mesher's bedroom. It was Norn who had an appointment with Mel. After a while, the door opened and Mel walked out. "You came so early. Little Norn. My master, do you dislike me disturbing your good thing?" Norn's fragrant body fell into Mel's arms. Her face was close to Mel's ear, and then she licked his earlobe slightly and blew gently. "I can also let the master do the same thing. Now I am more before. It should be mature, master, please don't let me bear it too long." While saying such straightforward words, Norn's cheeks were slightly rosy, like peach cheeks. If you pull open the ribbon covering her, you can find that her eyes are hazy. However, this time Norn is going to risk it. She must win this date. She feels that her figure is mature, and such a beautiful figure with curves and curves cannot be immature. Although she also understands what he means by mature. But Norn thinks that his heart will not change. In the changing fate, stick to the only constant, the master can see this heart. At this time, for Norn's confession-like words, Mare also hugged the warm and soft body in his arms. He leaned his head on her beautiful neck and took a few deep breaths of her body fragrance. He could see that the brilliance of little Norn's will was ethereal, profound, and firm. Little Norn is much bolder now. When you were born, you were very shy. When we held hands and walked, you kept looking down at your toes. If I didn't speak, you wouldn't speak. Do you dare to say such things now? Feeling the tight embrace of Mel, Norn's cheeks became more rosy. Especially when he heard his words, he felt even more ashamed. She didn't refute the shyness but saw another angle. At that time, I was still young and could see my toes. Now I can't see my toes at all when I look down. If you don't believe me, my master, you can feel it yourself. Feeling the soft touch of two places against his chest, she hugged him tighter and tighter, as if this would allow him to feel the amazing curves of the two places. Little Norn, I find that you look very intelligent on the surface. But sometimes you are unexpectedly cute. My dear master, you don't think I can't find it and you say I'm stupid. No, you are very smart, but sometimes you do some confusing things. Then tell me, master, do you feel it? I do feel it, so you are very smart, very smart. Hearing Mel's serious words, Norn accepted the praise. Thank you for the compliment, master, as long as the master admits it. So, am I mature? Seeing Norn paying so much attention to this question, Mel loosened the hug. The slender fingers slid across her cheek. Then he stroked and tidied her pure white hair. Finally, he and her hands interlocked. Let's go. My cute and mature little Norn. Hearing Mel's words, Norn's face was slightly startled. Then he showed a breathtaking and beautiful smile. Tonight, another sleepless night. Chapter 554 The Demon Hunting Ceremony announced to the public, the new clone. Time passed, and several weeks passed. During this period, all kinds of news were reported. What pirates became famous, and what pirates clashed with each other. Which hunter made a big splash, and which magic pattern envoys conquered powerful monsters. Which big forces made new moves, etc. During this process, the orb of the strongest god-killing tool in the sea of the Fantasy Beast Conference did not completely dissipate. Many ordinary people went to sea because of Morgan's words. Afterwards, Morgan said in the newspaper that the era of the fantasy demon has arrived, and everyone be brave to chase your inner dream. Although he has mentioned many great eras. The era of gods, the great era of religion, the era of hunters, the era of magic patterns, etc. But every time he said that, people really got excited when reading his newspaper. They always felt like they had taken the ride of the times and witnessed the changes of the times. So, many people really rushed to the sea screaming. However, some people were attracted by other big news when they were excited. For example, the world government used the Magic Pattern Association to officially target the magic machine, the first magic pattern of the pass. This guild, which is openly named after the magic pattern, joined other anti-demon organizations to announce that it will hold a demon hunting ceremony. The location is Alabasta, the first half of the Grand Line, and the ceremony will be broadcast live. This news immediately caused people to discuss it heatedly. Because the magic pattern users are usually rare and mysterious, people still have a stereotyped impression of magic pattern users. They are not very clear about other situations. They only know that this is a very rich profession. It is rumored that a magic pattern user's monthly expenses can easily be reaching tens of millions of Baileys. This is just for ordinary magic pattern users. Ordinary people dare not even think about the upper limit. Even if the world economy is booming now. Ordinary people who go out with the sea hunting ships to hunt sea kings. The sailors on these sea hunting ships have become the first choice for many ordinary people to make money in the new era. As long as you are not afraid of the time of hunting sea kings and have a strong body and good swimming skills, you can do it. 200,000 Baileys a month. This is already the high tech that many ordinary people desire. But this salary is not even enough for the daily expenses of magic pattern users. So, the public is also full of curiosity about this mysterious group. This is the charm of money. Now, the official Demon Mark Association organized the demon hunting ceremony with the demon mark against the demon organization. It just attracted the attention of the public. Although many demon mark guilds have shown up in the Fantasy Beast Conference. However, due to the current weak overall strength of the demon mark masters, in the later period of the Fantasy Beast Conference, they basically had no sense of existence. Now this kind of ceremony held for the regular demon mark masters, they are very happy and look forward to it. There is still nearly half a month away from the demon hunting ceremony. All forces are on the way. They are mainly those regular demon mark guilds, individual or group scattered demon mark masters. Even some illegal dark demon mark guilds are also going. At the same time, some demon mark masters of some pirate groups are also going. After all, the statement of this event never said that illegal demon mark masters and pirate demon mark masters were prohibited from participating. As the host, the demon mark only declared that fighting between demon mark masters was prohibited before the ceremony began. Such an ambiguous attitude can make those smart people imagine. But the public actually has little reaction. After all, whether it is the Kendo Conference or the Fantasy Beast Conference, it is actually facing everyone. This kind of tacit tradition makes people mentally prepared. However, the world government will obviously not recognize it. But it is no longer important. This event about the Magic Rune Master has attracted many Magic Rune Masters after all. The generous rewards have made many Magic Rune guilds take action. And those illegal Magic Rune guilds and the Magic Rune Masters of the pirate group, even if there is no reward, they will join in the fun. The Fantasy Beast Conference is full of gods, and many Magic Rune Masters dare not be too arrogant. It is different now. The demon hunting ceremony is a professional match. Everyone has just started, and no one is convinced by anyone. They are ready to become famous through this ceremony. Many of the regular Magic Rune guilds also have such ideas. After all, it is a serious live broadcast facing the world. Especially those countries that have developed by obtaining magic or by luck. The more miserable they were before, the more they want to show off now. They want to show the world the strength of their country in this magic pattern ceremony. However, if they want to win the first place, they have to pass the magic pattern of the world government. Since the world government has opened this ceremony, it must get a good ranking, otherwise it will lose face. And the 5 elders of the world government are more confident in the magic pattern users they have officially trained. Magic pattern users really consume a lot of resources. On the contrary, as long as there are resources, they can grow quickly. In terms of resources, the world government is not afraid at all. And many other members of the anti-magic agency think so. It depends on who is more powerful. Of course. Although this ceremony is grand on the sea. But for the real strong men of the big forces, it is not as attractive as the Fantasy Beast Conference. Although the world government has united with other members of the major anti-magic agencies. Through the exchange of interests, generous rewards were arranged for the first demon hunting ceremony. Especially, the first place winner also has the mining rights of an intermediate demon mine. It can be regarded as a big loss. Unfortunately, such a hand is obviously a small matter compared to the Fantasy Beast Conference not long ago. For those top powerhouses, it is a low-end game, a small fight. The major forces only regard it as a conference for the exchange of magic pattern users. Many powerhouses don't plan to go at all. After all, it's better to watch the live broadcast at home. Do you have to go to the scene to watch the rookies fight each other? In addition, even the slightly reliable combat forces are very busy. All kinds of demon mines need to be guarded, and the country also needs to be guarded. Important institutions also need to be guarded, and there are also guards against demons and other major forces. After a lot of things are counted, not many powerhouses will go to the scene to watch the battle of magic pattern users. Most of them are watching at home. The response of high-level combat forces is mediocre, but the public responds enthusiastically. Under such circumstances, the time of the demon hunting ceremony is advancing. There is still some time before the ceremony, but this day is an important time for Mel. Because the new clone is about to be born. Chapter 555, The Good and Evil Wish of the Four Souls Jade, The Birth of Kikyo. The Calm Belt, Ruskana Island. In a different space in this area. A fresh forest, a small lake full of vitality. Mole's figure appeared here. He leaned casually on an ancient tree and opened the clone maul. Demon breaking power, 12,000. Onmyoji, 12,000. Observation Haki, 2,000. Four Souls Jade, 15,000. Armament Haki, -3,000. Archery, 10,000. Seeing these abilities, especially the Four Souls Jade, it is obvious who to choose. Among these abilities, Onmyoji is the most comprehensive. The ability of Yin Yang Jutsu is similar to the ability of Aptitude or Realm. In fact, it is similar to the ability of Anohanaretsu and Aizenkita. Similar power. As long as the level reaches a certain level, you can have the realm of that level. Holding such a realm, You can quickly learn or create the moves of that level according to your own needs by relying on the advantages of the realm. For example, it is Anohanaretsu's Ghost Way. Her Ghost Way has reached SS level. With this realm, she can quickly create the terrible Ghost Way that this realm can create according to her needs. The yin-yang technique in the clone mall is also similar to this ability. Through the system, Mower can sense that the direction that this ability can create covers many fields. It includes various fields such as barrier, spiritual communication, shikigami, purification, flow, etc. However, this is not good news. Because the more fields this ability covers, at the same price in the clone mall, it means that the system represented by this yin-yang technique is weaker. However, as long as there is a new system, Mower is not picky. The new system represents new possibilities. The legal principles of each world may be similar, but the systems they hold are very different. The foundation of the system means the upper limit it can reach. The amount of legal principles that the system can carry is the root of whether it is strong or not. Usually, when Mel helps the clone to cheat, it is also to fill the legal principles on the foundation of the system. The same level of the system can be likened to a kettle. The water inside is the legal principle. When Mel cheats, he just adds water to the kettle. Of course, since the upper limit of some systems is really not high, the ability has reached the limit of this level. The kettle itself is already full. If you want to add water, you need to transform the kettle. This is more troublesome and requires proficiency in system construction and reconstruction. For example, the originalist Death, her ability is like this. Mel also spent a lot of effort to recast her system. In this regard, the system is also a master of cheating. As long as there is reputation, a weak ability of a system can also rise to a height that does not belong to it. At that time, the system itself was transformed by the system. It is a diverse system. It is quite inspiring to Mower. In the clone mall, the system of the power of breaking magic is the same as yin-yang magic. This power of breaking magic is a fixed alienated spiritual power, which only has the function of breaking magic. It can remove filth and negative forces, which can be regarded as restraining these forces. Yin-yang magic itself also has the power of breaking magic. But the price of the power of breaking magic is comparable to that of yin-yang magic, so you can imagine the effect of this power. This power is already very good. If you develop moves with this power, the power will be very restrained against those negative forces, especially the filthy type of power. This ability can be supplemented by archery. In the archery in the mall, Mower can feel that it is the same power as the swordsmanship of the pirates. The swordsmanship of the pirates itself carries the rendering of the domineering system. The power of the swordsman who enters the state of breathing of all things and cuts off all things is rooted in this. When the swordsmanship reaches a certain level, it can even compete with the domineering color domineering entanglement. If the domineering color domineering entanglement is domineering crushing, then the will slash formed by the swordsmanship is a sharp cut. This kind of attack is the will to cut off everything, which is very effective against entities, and even has a certain offensiveness against the power in the spiritual realm. And the archery in the clone mall this time is the same type of power as the swordsmanship. So, archery can be combined with the power of breaking the devil. Because the power of breaking the devil has a special attack on the power of filth. But it is not so effective for ordinary materials. Archery can help penetrate all material obstacles. It is a good supplement. There are also the observation color and the armed color, which are the power of domineering. Basically, they are frequent visitors to the clone mall. Finally, there is the ability of the Four Souls Jade. This ability is still quite good. The Four Souls Jade transformed into ability is not as bad as the original one. After all, as an ability, the master of the ability can naturally control it. The Four Souls Jade, its essence has straight and crooked, like the flow of yin and yang fish. It has the law of wishes, but this law has the difference between good wishes and evil wishes. It has this ability. Using good wishes can realize your wishes to a certain extent, and using evil wishes can be used as a curse skill against the enemy. This law is quite interesting. Of course, Mel is more concerned about its system architecture. But for now, let's create her first. Time passes. After a shopping spree, a set of processes is completed quickly. A beautiful figure appeared in front of Mel. Dressed as a witch, a white top with a red kimono pants skirt. A black and shiny soft princess hairstyle, delicate and beautiful facial features. Looking at the girl in front of him, Mel still greeted her habitually. Welcome to this world, Kikyo. looking at the hand stretched out in front of her. The girl's dark pupils fluctuated. Her slender hands slowly reached out to hold my eyes. Hands in front of her, cherry lips slightly opened, and a cold voice answered. Well, please give me more advice in the future. Chapter 556 Lipstick is edible, the demon hunting ceremony will be held. A few days later. Beside a quiet lake on Ruskana Island. Mare and Kikyo took a walk here together. The two walked quietly, holding hands casually. Only Kikyo's cheeks were slightly rosy. Time passed. Until the end of the lake. The breeze blew gently, and the leaves of the forest made a rustling melody. Is the time up? Just like the wind can't stay in a certain place, the time to say goodbye has come. I heard Kikyo next to him began to be poetic. Mare's face also had a big smile. I think the wind goes wherever it wants, and you are welcome to come back anytime. Kikyo. Although he said so. But the next second, a teleportation array appeared not far from Kikyo. Looking at the teleportation array that appeared in front of her. Kiari's cheeks, which were originally a little flushed, became even redder, not because of shame, but because of anger. She only felt her blood pressure rise a little. Her dark beautiful eyes stared at Moer. So impatient. Could this guy be expecting her to leave? So that she can immerse herself in those gentle places? After a while of silence, Kiari spoke again. Moer, do you have anything else to say? Looking at the cold figure in front of her showing a little reserved and gentle smile, it felt a little forced, and at the same time a little de-copyright JVU. Moer felt that Kiari's smile was a little overlapped with Xiao Li's. How about I recite a poem? Just kidding, I don't think there's anything to say. Finally, Kiari was silent, and she walked forward with a hard-to-tell feeling. Wait. His voice made Kiari's figure pause. A force came from her hand, and she moved closer to Moer's arms. Sure enough, I always feel something is missing if I don't hug her before leaving. Moer's head slightly approached Kikyo's face, her eyes were a little evasive, and her cheeks were slightly red. Look closer, Kikyo is really beautiful today, with bright lipstick, very beautiful. It's just that Kikyo, this lipstick has a secret, I need to tell you. Kikyo's eyes were only those deep eyes. She asked back calmly, holding back her shyness. What secret? This lipstick. After emphasizing this sentence, Moer's face almost touched Kikyo. It is edible. He said and gently kissed her bright red and soft lips. Ho ho ho. The wind blew gently, and the spirits of the leaves played the rhythm again, making a rustling sound. The lake reflected the hugging figures. After a while, the picture was splashed by the leaves that fell by chance, and ripples dissipated. It was unknown how much time had passed. The two people who embraced each other slowly separated. It tastes really good, it's worthy of the lipstick I gave you, it tastes like strawberry. Gaijin, if you are greedy in the future, you can eat that lipstick, it tastes really sweet. Besides, it is all natural and has no heavy metals, which is good for your physical and mental health. Looking at the bright smiling face in front of him. The originally panting and red-faced Kikyo suddenly gave off an aura of wanting to kill someone. Who wants to eat lipstick? So, with this kiss, he concluded that the lipstick is sweet? Listening to Moer's words. At this moment, Kikyo, who looked holy, couldn't help but have the urge to kill someone. She took a deep breath to calm her inner emotions. Then she turned around and left again. She walked into the teleportation array, leaving only the last calm words. Goodbye. Watching the teleportation array dissipate, Moer smiled lightly. You ran so fast, and left before I finished talking. That's too much. Kikyo. Then he turned and left. The so-called separation was really not a problem for him. As long as he wanted, he could appear in front of Kikyo in the next second. However, Kikyo had the two Shikigami to accompany her, so she wouldn't be alone if she wanted to. There was no need to do that. Well, it was definitely not that he was enjoying a gentle place. Time passed again, like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, more than a week had passed. Alabasta ushered in a bustling moment on this day. The demon hunting ceremony held by the Demon Pattern Association will be held today. People from all walks of life will arrive one after another. They are not all demon pattern users, and a large part of them come to join in the fun. Especially with Alabasta as the center. There are many people from the surrounding islands who come here directly by following the merchant ship's service. On this island with a huge desert, there is a large demon mine unique to the demon pattern era in the depths of a desert. This large magic mine does not belong to the kingdom of Alabasta. Instead, it is under the control of the world government. There are 3 magic pattern guilds in Alabasta: Oasis, Cactus, and Wind Sand Orchid. Oasis is the most powerful one, representing the official organization of the Kingdom of Alabasta. It is also the current Alabasta. The violent protection organization that Robistan relies on the most. This magic rune guild named Oasis controls a small magic mine in Alabasta. As one of the few islands in the world with a huge desert, the island where Alabasta is located has a large amount of sand and stone magic mines. It's just that the most precious large magic mine is occupied by the world government. Even the Kingdom of Alabasta can occupy a small magic mine. It is still a compromise of the world government based on many factors. The royal family of Alabasta is at least the descendant of one of the 20 kings, and they can't be too ugly to eat, and other forces can't make trouble. Under many factors, Alabasta finally got their own high-level power. The Magic Rune Guild Oasis was born. Except for the Magic Rune Guild Oasis, Cactus is the weakest. This Magic Rune Guild is not affiliated with the official Alabasta. It is a folk organization of Alabasta, or on the side of the world government. It is labeled as an illegal Magic Rune Guild. Because, the people inside are some ambitious people who aim to resist the tyranny of the world government to occupy the precious resources of Alabasta. Therefore, the Magic Rune Guild gathered together. This guild is also secretly supported by certain forces. Among them, the Emperor faction headed by the Dark Tarot Totem code-named Emperor has invested the most secretly. The leader of the Emperor faction, the Emperor, is very happy to see the chaos of the whole world. Because in this way, he can control the power of forces in various places. It can be said that the Emperor faction has made outstanding contributions to the chaos of the world. Wherever there is resistance, there are their figures. Not to mention fanning the flames, the slogans are even shouted loudly, allowing those who resist injustice to redeem themselves. It is a well-known troublemaker in the circle. Chapter 557 Morgans hosted again, the first prize. The last Magic Rune Guild in Alabasta is Fengshalan. Fengshalan is a Magic Rune Guild supported by the world government. Its strength is not too bad among the 3 Magic Pattern Guilds in Alabasta. It has more than 100 formal members and hundreds of trainee members. Those trainee members are people who have not condensed magic patterns and only have the basic function of using magic power. Although this guild is not the strongest, but it lives the most comfortably. Because their daily life is to guard the base outside the large magic mine. There is no worry about resources. After all, guarding a large magic mine is a very profitable job. It is not like the Oasis, which is waiting for the distribution of the output of a small magic mine. It is not like the Cactus, which is scattered in the desert, waiting for aid or going to the magic mine on the side of the world government. As a subsidiary guild of the official magic pattern of the world government, Fengshalan does live a comfortable life. This time, the starting point of the demon hunting ceremony is in the base guarded by Fengshalan outside the large magic mine deep in the desert of Saint Ting Island. At this time, 02this stronghold named Shalan City welcomed a large number of people. Even though it was deep in the desert, it still couldn't stop people's enthusiasm for participating in the demon hunting ceremony. They landed at the port one after another. Then they boarded the sand boat that could sail on the sand, which was invented to facilitate communication. Sand boats move in many ways. The most common is the use of steam screws, and there are also electric power systems. There are even wind shells and wind spraying shells from Sky Island as power sources. Of course, the last one is a specialty of Sky Island. As a scarce item, it is expensive. Currently, only the royal family and those who are not short of money can afford it. In Shalan City, the originally deserted streets are now bustling with traffic. Just because of the upcoming event here. In the area near the east of the city, there is a rough building, a Roman-style Colosseum-like building built of sand and stone. This is a building that was quickly built with sand and stone by the magic pattern of Fengshalan in a short period of time according to orders. The main style is rough. It saves money and effort. However, the world government still has to have some face. They still took some beautiful decorative cloth to decorate it. Now, in this building, a large number of audiences have already taken seats in the stepped auditorium. Most of the seats are full, with nearly 100,000 people. If it weren't for the high ticket price here, the minimum is 100,000 baileys, which makes many people retreat. Otherwise, it would be crowded. Even so, many people are unwilling to go to the square in the city area to watch the free live broadcast if they can't get it for free. Compared to other places, you can see more pictures here. It is also very lively here, after all, you can get it for free. Guhahaha, dear audience, we meet again. Your Morgans, return on time again. In the video, Morgan's bird head appeared. As soon as they saw this familiar birdman, the audience's sense of substitution came out at once. If it was hosted by someone else, there might not be a sense of substitution. But as soon as Morgans came out, people felt gnashing their teeth, and the atmosphere was at its peak. At the ceremony, Morgans appeared on a yellow stone platform between the aisles of the audience. Looking at the eager eyes of the audience looking at him, Morgans smiled. Sure enough, he is a world celebrity. Who else in this world would not know him? He really enjoys the feeling of being noticed by everyone, as if he is the center of the world. Being able to have this feeling again, Morgans feels that he should thank those annoying 5 elders. If it weren't for them organizing this demon hunting ceremony, he would have to wait until the event to enjoy this feeling again. Although the 5 elders didn't welcome him at all at this ceremony. Dear audience, this is the demon hunting ceremony officially held by the Magic Pattern Association. You can see that the audience seats are packed with people, and it is almost full. You can imagine how lively it is here. Morgans held the microphone and introduced the situation on the scene with a passionate face. The screen of the Den Den Mushi also matched his introduction to various positions in the audience. While Morgans was introducing, the 5 elders far away in the Holy Land of Mary Gosa were speechless watching the live broadcast. In other conferences, Morgans would praise the organizer of the conference. Now when it comes to them, they just say official of the Magic Pattern Association. What a good sentence, official of the Magic Pattern Association. The official anti-magic agency of the Magic Pattern Association is composed of multiple magic pattern guilds. This sentence directly transferred the dominant power. Those who didn't know would think that it was a ceremony jointly initiated by multiple officials. Even so, the 5 elders didn't blame them too much. As the 5 elders who had a rift with Morgans, they didn't consider Morgans at all when choosing the host of the ceremony. But Morgans appeared on the scene as the host at this moment, and the reason was very simple. Morgans gave too much. He actually took out a medium-sized magic mine as a prize. Although the magic mine located in the magma is a 313 giant pit, it does not prevent the 5 elders from letting bygones be bygones. Anyway, it's fine as long as it can attract people. Very good, no more nonsense. The rewards for this demon hunting ceremony have been announced long ago, and I believe most people have heard about it. The Demon Pattern Guild that wins first place will obtain the mining rights of a medium-sized demon mine. It only needs to pay 20% of the income to mine at will. In addition, there are 2,000 holy light potion and 10 billion Baileys. Even if they are mentally prepared, many people are still excited when they hear this reward. Most ordinary people don't have much idea about demon mine. But they still have an idea of the 10 billion Baileys at the end. 10 billion Baileys, well, that is, the huge value of 10 billion Baileys a day with the magical beast Maniki Nico in front. Otherwise, people would scream. When Morgans introduced the rewards, located in several long dark passages in the building, the eyes of the various demon pattern envoys participating in the ceremony were also shining. Because the prizes are really attractive. They themselves came for this. However, only the top demon pattern guilds have the confidence to compete for the first place. P.S. Happy New Year, a new January is here, I'm asking for votes for next month, thank you guys. Chapter 558 selected for the elimination round, Referee Earth Rhythm Poseidon. 2000 Holy Light Potion? It sounds really good. What a pity. In a wide dark passage, Tizero, the president of the Money Worship Club of the Magic Pattern Guild, who once showed up at the Fantasy Beast conference, leaned against the wall. He looked at Morgans in the bright distance with a hint of indifference on his face. Around him, in addition to the elite guild he led, there are also members of the 8 Fantasy Alliance who once formed an alliance of interests at the Fantasy Beast conference. Eve of Fishman Island, Oasis of Alabasta and the Magic Pattern Guilds such as Frozen Tide, Rumbling, Tornado, Thunder Spear, and Nature's House. It can be said that all the 8 Fantasy Alliances appeared here. Here gathered almost the most elite teams of their guild. According to the requirements of the Magic Pattern Ceremony, the number of participants from each guild cannot exceed 12. Each team of the 8 guilds is almost full. Gathering together at the end of this passage, it still looks very intimidating. Especially when these magic pattern guilds are already famous in the magic pattern world. Members of other guilds in this passage looked at them with awe. President Tezero, is there something you want us to do? At this time, the president of Thunder Spear, the outspoken Bashan, spoke first. This time, if Tezero hadn't contacted them through Den Den Mushi, they might not have appeared in the same passage. As Bashan asked, the multi-magic pattern envoy also set his sights on Tezero. Facing the eyes of the crowd, Tezero looked indifferent. He stood up straight, and looked at everyone with a smile. This time, I contacted you so that you can get along better, communicate with each other, cultivate feelings, and improve cohesion. You are all high-level elites of the guild. Our harmony is beneficial to the existence of the 8 Fantasy Alliance. Especially for this conference, maybe we will need to cooperate at that time. Hearing what Tezo Luo said, Bashan sneered. The head of the money-worshipping club talked about feelings, it's probably a big joke. It's not surprising that he would turn against Bashan in the next second if there is no benefit. It's just that you shouldn't hit a smiling person. He is definitely not a coward. Ha ha ha, President Tejalo is right. The 8 Fantasy Alliance should support each other. Maybe we have to rely on President Tejalo for this conference. I'm so ashamed. Looking at the big guy, Bashan laughed and agreed. Tezalo also smiled back, and then let everyone do whatever they want. Others were speechless about Bashan. However, many presidents also communicated with each other. The 8 Fantasy Alliance got a Fantasy Beast contract stone together at the Fantasy Beast Conference. After that, they successfully contracted a Fantasy Beast. That's right. That Fantasy Beast became the foundation for them to continue to maintain this alliance. Being able to get close to each other and combine into a larger interest group is good for their own guild. So, everyone is not opposed. Watching the presidents start to communicate with each other, Tezero leaned against the wall again. Then he set his sights on the silent blue-clothed grey-skinned fishman. President Lei Yu, we may have a chance to cooperate in this conference. Afterwards, when this ceremony is over, you are welcome to visit the Pinnacle Island. Tezero attaches great importance to Eve of the 8 Illusionary Alliance. As a member of the anti-magic organization of the Magic Pattern Association, Eve has the convenience of her identity. Besides, Lei Yu's strength should not be underestimated. As both are A-level magic pattern users, Tezero naturally attaches more importance to her. Finally, Tezero has some good feelings for the fishman, or the fishman hero tiger. So his attitude towards the fishman is not as repulsive as others. Hearing Tezero's polite words, Lei Yu did not say anything else, but just nodded. For humans, Lei Yu is willing for fishmen and humans to live in harmony as much as possible. However, for him personally, under normal circumstances, he really doesn't have much desire to communicate. Especially the Tezero in front of him, who was under the banner of money first. While the 8 Fantasy Alliance was communicating, Morgans had already finished talking about the rewards, and then got to the point. Now, dear audience, let's start the selection elimination round of the demon hunting ceremony. This stage will be handled by a powerful 3-star gem hunter, who is. At this point, Morgans paused. Many people at the scene, including those watching the live broadcast from all over the world, were attracted. 3-star gem hunters, that is already the top under the demigod. Such strong people are very rare in the whole world. Who is it? One of the 12 holy knights of the kingdom of Korti, the country of miracles, the rhythm of the earth Poseidon. As Morgans shouted loudly, the sand area in the field began to sweep up the sand, and a sand roll was formed. A figure appeared in the center of the sand roll. After a few seconds, bang! The sand roll broke apart. The figure inside was revealed directly. A man with a watermelon head in green clothes and a double-toothed smile appeared on the stage. Not only did he appear on the stage, he kept waving his hands towards the audience. The people in the audience cheered in unison. This scene was seen by a man in a corner surrounded by giant bees, and he felt a little speechless. He is so old, but he is still like a child. It's really embarrassing for the paladin. Guhahaha, what a gorgeous appearance. Seeing everyone's cheers, it makes people sigh that they are worthy of being the paladin of the Kingdom of Miracles. They are so popular. The Kingdom of Miracles has a good reputation in the whole world, and this country can be liked by the public. It is precisely because of many outstanding contributions. Whether it is business, industry, agriculture, etc., it has a huge positive impact. Therefore, the 12 paladins of this country also have a huge reputation. The scene of Shalancheng's ceremony. The cheers gradually died down, and Morgans announced the rules again. Okay, the rules for the next elimination round are as follows. The first round will be judged by the Holy Knight Poseidon. All the magic pattern guilds participating in the ceremony. All will face the 3 earth and stone puppets created by Poseidon. Here, Morgans paused. Poseidon in the sand and gravel field below also cooperated to create 3 round earth and stone puppets. As long as you can defeat these 3 earth and stone puppets or face the earth and stone puppets for more than 5 minutes, then you can pass the level. However, I believe that all the noble magic pattern users will not be willing to delay this tactic. Morgans had a treacherous smile on his face, and he encouraged loudly with passion. Facing the 100,000 spectators in the stadium and countless spectators outside the stadium around the world. Please show your true strength to the fullest, noble magic pattern users. Chapter 559, Bashan's Appearance, The Past of the Red Hair Pirates and Poseidon. Hearing Morgans' loud words, many of the magic pattern users in the passage below cursed him in their hearts. This guy will die if he doesn't instigate people, right? Being done by him, everyone is rolling inward. It's so tiring to compete in a competition, and you will be disliked if your performance is not good enough. What a bastard! For some weak magic pattern guilds. They don't know how strong the earth and stone puppet controlled by the paladin is, but a 3-star gem hunter. No matter how you think about it, it can't be simple. At this time, for the subsequent competition, you must save your strength and survive as much as possible. But Morgans' words directly compare the performance of the level with the strength of the guild. It's hard not to try your best. The power of reputation is very important to many guilds. Guhahaha. There is no time to lose. Then, the first level of the elimination match officially begins. Please each team appear in turn according to the numbers they received and the screen displays. Morgans turned his head to face his Den Mushi. 640. Which guild can pass the level the fastest? Let's wait and see. As Morgans' words ended, on the stone wall of an audience seat, a display image began to appear. Number 1, the Magic Pattern Guild's Lightning Spear. Not only did the image appear, but the speaker also resounded with the sound recorded by Morgans. In a passage, Bashan had a heroic smile on his face. Ha ha ha, as the first guild to appear, let me show the world how powerful the Magic Pattern Master is. Hold a magic hunting ceremony, a grand event for Magic Pattern Masters. You actually let the hunter come to be the referee. Isn't this looking down on us Magic Pattern Masters? Little guys, let that guy see how powerful we are. Watching Bashan walking and moving his hard muscles, everyone was speechless. This guy must not pass the level after he goes up. If you say bad things about him here and get heard, I don't know how much the difficulty will increase. That's a 3-star gem hunter. If you add more pressure to him, he will probably cry. Although many of Bashan's subordinates also thought so, who let Bashan be the president? They could only follow him with gritted teeth. A total of 12 people in the team. Bashan is a middle-level B-level magic pattern user, and another confidant is a beginner B-level magic pattern user. 3 of the remaining 10 people are high-level C-level magic pattern users, and they are middle-level C-level magic pattern users. Each level of magic pattern users is divided into 3 levels, ordinary, elite, and elite. Of course, magic pattern users also have their own names, that is, beginner, middle, and advanced. The people who first came into contact with magic pattern users. They divided the magic pattern users of the same level into ordinary, elite, and elite. Later, this method was really used in the level division of magic pattern users, but many magic pattern users like to use the names of beginner, middle, and advanced. Now Bashan's group of subordinates are the most elite group in his guild. Compared to the previous time at the Fantasy Beast Conference, the strength of their guild has become stronger. The existence of the 8 Illusionary Alliance. It allows them to exchange some suitable magic beast materials with each other. The exchange of interests and the benefits brought by the Fantasy Beast. It makes their guild's strength grow faster than before. When Bashan's group walked out of a passage, at the edge of the top circle of the audience, a group of figures wearing hooded grey clothes were sitting here looking at the Holy Knight Poseidon on the sand in the field. Boss, look, Poseidon looks really glorious. Unlike us, hiding here, this is really sad. Tear. One of the fat figures said, and then bit the big chicken leg in his hand fiercely. That look seemed to be venting. Ha ha ha, Loki, you guys are not still holding a grudge. You really have no tolerance at all. The figure next to Loki hugged Loki's shoulders. From the smiling face under the hood, it can be identified that he is a member of the Red Hair Pirates, Jesus Bulletin. Obviously, the mysterious figures wearing hoods here are basically the Red Hair Pirates, which are quite famous in the sea. As the first magic rune users to obtain magic power, the Red Hair Pirates are naturally very interested in this event of magic rune users. However, it is actually necessary to register to participate in the ceremony here. This is difficult for them, especially when they saw that some pirate groups actually went to register and were arrested. It is directly depressing. It was agreed that no violence could be used during the ceremony. Now they fooled people here and said that illegal guilds and pirate groups are no longer included. This wave. Many pirates and illegal magic rune users who came here felt that the world government had narrowed the road. There is no pattern at all. They are unwilling to show their magical powers and wait and see. You said it nicely. At that time, he chased me to the heavens and the earth. Thinking about it now, it feels exciting. I heard Jesus Bulletin next to him saying nice things against his conscience. Lakai complained directly. His complaints made a figure wearing a white cloak next to them curious. Shanks, it seems that you have a feud with Poseidon. What's the story? It sounds like it looks very interesting. Shanks, who was under the hood beside him, also smiled when he heard it. Mr. Rayleigh, that's not something worth talking about. Oh? Now that you mention it, I'm really curious. Rayleigh looked at Shanks with interest. Originally, Rayleigh was going to go to Gemini Cape to find his former ship Doctor. But after sailing for a few days, he received a message that Saint Ting Island was going to hold a demon hunting ceremony. Such an event happened to be on the way, so how could he not go? After arriving at Saint Ting Island, he quickly contacted Shanks to come. It's a pity. The pirate group can't participate, otherwise Rayleigh would be happy to see the growth of Shanks and others. Since Mr. Rayleigh is curious, then I'll tell you. You also know that this man, Poseidon, is a rather special guy. Shanks' face showed memories. Ha ha ha, of course, I saw him doing construction in the Sabayati archipelago. Specializing in using abilities to do this kind of thing is indeed very special. Chapter 560 The red-haired pirates were chased by the prison fans. Rayleigh was also very familiar with Poseidon. Palace Poseidon, he was a paladin who spent most of his time wandering around the world. The ability to build large-scale buildings, which can be used after a little decoration. Once when the Hunter Association was founded. Using the abilities of other paladins, he quickly moved to all parts of the world. It set a terrible record of building hundreds of large-scale stronghold buildings for the Hunter Association in 3 days. This contributed a relatively important part to the development of the world economy. Since then, he has been active in construction around the world. That is Poseidon's duty and also his hobby. That man is a very honest guy. At this time, Shanks began to tell Rayleigh about the past. Except for occasional return to the Kingdom of Miracles, the Holy Knight Poseidon basically traveled back and forth around the world with a ship to build. This is information that many people know. And the Red Hair Pirates accidentally clashed with him during this process. At that time, Red Hair had already won the title of the 3 Kendo Masters at the 3rd Kendo tournament. At that time, Poseidon was only a 2-star gem level hunter. When the Red Hair Pirates went to an island for supplies, it happened that they ran into Poseidon in the town on the island. At that time, Poseidon was building, and the Red Hair Pirates followed the crowd to watch the excitement. When they saw it, they fell directly. Poseidon Dong found the Red Hair Pirates on the spot. After Yubo finished building the building, he stood in front of Red Hair very straightforwardly, saying that meeting was fate. As for what fate it was already very obvious. It was the fate of prison. The two sides broke out into a conflict. Originally, the Red Hair Pirates thought they didn't need to be timid. A 2-star gem level hunter, even if strong, they are not vegetarians. You can be surprised as soon as you fight. That guy is too strong, but it can't be said to be strong. It's that his power actually restrains their magic. As long as the power they use with magic, they will be defeated directly in front of that guy. In that battle, one group was at a disadvantage against one person. Later, Poseidon's men came. There are also capable men who can follow Poseidon. Their arrival caused the red hair pirates to retreat and run away. But their running away does not mean the end of the matter. Poseidon chased them all the way, relying on his ability and the advanced ship under his command. Neither Beckman's freezing nor Navigator Snake's gale could stop that guy from chasing. He really chased the pirate ship of the red hair pirates for hundreds of kilometers. Poseidon was so serious at that time. Shanks feels a headache when he thinks about it now. When Shanks and Rayleigh told the story of his pirate group and Poseidon, the thunder spear that appeared on the sand field was ready to start fighting. Facing Bashan and his men, Poseidon showed 2 rows of white teeth on his face, and that smile made Bashan and others have an ominous premonition. In fact, they were not wrong. From the moment he appeared on the stage, Poseidon's attention was focused on the various player channels. Although he was not close, but with his perception, he could still hear many people complaining about him. After all, a hunter who came to referee the magic pattern user was still easy to be complained about. As an upright person, even if he heard such remarks, Poseidon believed that he would not hate these people. However, not hating them does not mean that he is very tolerant. The more the opponent complained and rejected him, the more Poseidon's playfulness was aroused. So, in the first game, he took over the control of the earth and stone puppets. Originally, the earth and stone puppets were strong, probably with the strength of the initial B-level magic pattern users. But let them fight with their own intelligence. With Bashan and his lineup plus magic weapons and magic potions, it is not difficult to win. But if Poseidon took over the control, it would be hard to say if they fought like this. The battle begins. Let's have a passionate battle. I won't show mercy. Ha 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 ha. Poseidon laughed and showed his 2 big front teeth, shouting loudly. By G's front teeth almost blinded Bashan and others. But Bashan and others were no longer in the mood to complain about the other side. The chubby earth and stone doll on the opposite side, which looked like a fat man weighing hundreds of kilograms, had red light flashing in its eyes. 3 earth and stone dolls were suspended on the ground. The pair of stone arms that could run horses waved. One was sand, one was stone, and the other was swamp. Each earth and stone doll attacked. The members of the Thunder Spear only felt the mad sand sweeping and blocking their vision. The ground was sinking into the swamp. In the looming mad sand, several huge rocks several meters in size came through the air like meteors. Asshole! So insidious! Bashan's light yellow hair was almost standing up in anger. He strongly condemned Poseidon's behavior of using a big move at the slightest disagreement. Thunder Spear. He had magic patterns all over his body. Blue lightning wrapped around his whole body, forming a set of fluid armor. Bang! As the thunder burst out, the swamp that was originally wrapped around his legs and feet began to explode. Bashan stepped directly on the swamp and burst out at a terrible speed, like a blue streamer. At the same time, the magic weapon armband on his right arm began to shine, the lightning of his fist shone even brighter, and the attack power became more and more fierce. Bang bang bang! Smashed all the huge rocks that broke through the air. After the rocks were shattered and the biggest crisis was resolved, Bashan breathed a sigh of relief. While he breathed a sigh of relief, he realized that his attack was very smooth and there was a very smooth feeling. It was as if his power restrained the opponent. But why is the consumption so great? When Bashan was a little confused and shocked, Poseidon on the other side was not surprised. Long before, the paladins of the Kingdom of Miracles had already come to the conclusion, their power and magic power restrain each other. This power of the paladins is called holy power by the paladins. Just like water restrains fire. When the holy power is stronger, the holy power is water. When the magic power is stronger, the magic power is water. It is better to say that they are restrained than to cancel each other out. The powerful power cancels out the opponent's power and quickly defeats the opponent. The holy power carried by the earth and stone puppet itself is relatively weak. The controlled attack obviously does not carry much holy power. Facing the power of Bashan's magic weapon, it is easy to be defeated. However, this does not mean that Poseidon has no way out. If things generated by holy power have this shortcoming, then using holy power to control things to attack can greatly weaken this restraint relationship. And this method is exactly what Poseidon is good at. Chapter 561 Demons and Demons. Bashan was overjoyed and confused. Using holy power to manipulate rocks and generating rocks are 2 completely different consumptions. Obviously, manipulation saves more power. However, this also has a disadvantage. That is, the precision of manipulation is much worse. Of course, this disadvantage does not affect Poseidon much. After becoming a paladin, Poseidon has been busy with construction most of the time. Construction is naturally based on manipulation, otherwise the materials generated by holy power will dissipate without holy power. So, manipulating earth and stone to build buildings day after day. His control is also very exquisite. Boom! Under the sand, more than 20 meters of earth and stone rose from the ground with the command of the earth and stone puppet. It was like an island floating in the air. Even in this competition field with a diameter of more than 200 meters, it is very eye-catching. This is not just the power of rock manipulation. It also includes the manipulation of gravity. Poseidon, the rhythm of the earth, has the power to manipulate the earth. As for what scope the power of the earth actually covers, and what extent he can do it, I am afraid that only Poseidon himself knows best. As his creation, the earth and stone puppet, with his holy power, is essentially an extension of his power. Naturally, he can use his abilities, especially under his personal control. Although he did not invest more power, the plasticity range is much stronger. Asshole! Is this guy serious? At this time, Bashan's eyes turned red as he looked at the huge earth and stone that kept rising. Is this asshole unhappy with him? Why is he so disrespectful? Attack! Stop that guy! At this time, Bashan shouted to his men. At this time, everyone has worked together to use thunder to defeat the wind and sand, and at the same time break free from the mud and jump to another place. Hearing Bashan's shouts and seeing the earth and stone that kept rising, he was also terrified. We must quickly stop the puppet that controls the earth and stone not far away. Otherwise, the earth and stone will rise up and fall down like this. This is not a joke. Don't save it, use the magic potion. At this time, one of Bashan's confidants saw the emergency. He hurriedly said loudly to everyone. And everyone listened to the advice very much, in order to quickly defeat the protection of the other two earth and stone puppets. Their current strength is not enough. Naturally, whatever means are available must be used. Otherwise, it would be funny if the famous thunder spear in the magic pattern world fell in the elimination round. Gilu! Gilu! One by one, the members waved their hands and left after images. In less than a second, they opened and drank the potions of different colors on their waists. These are the magic potions. In the era of magic patterns, the research on magic has been going on. People roughly divide magic into two parts, magic type and magic attribute, referred to as magic category and magic attribute. Magic type is fear magic, greed magic, gluttony magic, etc. And magic attribute is gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, dark, etc. In this process, magic potion is also born with the research process. It uses some magic plants and magic fruits that have mutated due to magic as raw materials. To now, magic potion belonging to magic category and magic attribute. These magic potions can be divided into healing, recovery, and blessing types based on their functions. Nowadays, the magic potions used by Thunder Spear are basically blessing types. It can bless the burst of magic power to achieve magic power and other improvements. Boom! As everyone began to take drugs, their magic power burst out. Most of them were fear magic, the magic rune users of this world. Fear magic accounted for a large proportion, exceeding 60%. This made fear magic rune users also account for the majority. Let's go together. The magic rune users of Thunder Spear began to attack the two earth and stone puppets in two groups. One group was all fear magic rune users, and the other group was composed of magic rune users of different magic types. Breath of Thunder. The thunder seemed to be heading towards one of them. This was the combined force of the fear magic rune users. The other group released their special skills to cooperate with each other. Thunder Tiger, Thunder Swamp, Thunder Spear, Ground Thunder. The endless thunder attacks attacked the earth and stone puppets. While they were attacking, Bashan was also ready to go. He planned to wait until the two earth and stone puppets were restrained, and then rush to the last earth and stone puppet. Interrupt that guy's ability. Ha ha ha, everyone is so enthusiastic. On the other side, Bozado watched the many magic pattern users of Thunder Spear begin to counterattack, and his face was also full of passionate smiles. Tense, trembling, passionate, only this is a battle. however. Just like this, I almost want to pass him. Whoosh! The wild sand flow rushed up. It turned into a turbulent and endless sand wave to block the attack of the magic pattern users. Whether it was lightning, thunder tiger, thunder spear, etc., they were all cut off. The huge waves of triple sand connected one after another. The sharp edge of the thunder was submerged, and even rolled back to the magic pattern users. The strong interception and counterattack directly consumed more than half of the holy power of one of the earth and stone puppets. The eyes of the other earth and stone puppet glowed red. The huge earth and stone that rose to hundreds of meters in the sky fell down with a bang. Gravity was added to the earth and stone. The earth and stone fell vertically from the sky at an unreasonable acceleration. This speed! Bastard! Looking at the earth and stone falling rapidly towards him from the sky, Baishan's face changed drastically. Didn't he just complain a few words? Is it necessary to be like this? This madman! Is he deliberately making things difficult for them? Thunder Spear! At this time, Baishan was in full swing and had no time to drink the potion. Directly charged up and rushed towards the earth and stone that was flying at high speed. The magic power of the magic weapon arm ring on the upper arm quickly poured out. Sizzle! The lightning rushed out of Baishan's body rapidly. A huge thunder spear leaped out. This was his unique skill that he had practiced hard, and now it finally took shape. No matter how bad it was, Baishan never thought that he could not even beat a few test puppets. If even he could not beat it, how many magic pattern guilds could pass this level? 3.3 Boom! The thunder spear successfully pierced the soil and rocks that were falling at high speed, leaving a gap several meters wide. The charred gap looked daunting. Baishan looked at this scene, and his heart was excited. Just the next moment, seeing that the soil and rocks still did not explode, his face was stunned. In his eyes, there was only the soil and rocks that kept magnifying and tilting, and the slight tilt made the gap successfully miss Baishan. Pa! The soil and rocks fell, and they took Baishan's whole body to the entire venue. Boom! Dust flew back and forth, and the whole venue was shaking. The smoke and dust leaped across the sky, covered with a layer of ash. The people in the surrounding audience seats were all looking at the dust spreading on the sand with trepidation. Fortunately, a grey light shield emerged from the yellow stone protective wall at the edge of the sand. It blocked the flying sand and rocks. Otherwise, the audience seats in the front would be covered in dust. Chapter 562, Players cannot hit the referee, you wait for me. What is this? At this time, in the audience seats, Shanks did not care about the mess caused by the collapse of the earth and rocks in the venue. Instead, he cast his eyes on the grey light shield rising from the protective wall at the edge of the competition venue. To be precise, he was looking at the several groups of magic patterns that were affected by the inner area of the protective wall. Those magic rune users didn't look anything special. They each guarded a grey crystal on a stone platform. One crystal is equivalent to a node, and it seems that there are 6 nodes in total. The grey light shield is emitted by those spherical crystals. This seemingly normal place made Shank's face change slightly. Those magic rune users are members of the Light Chaser, judging from their attire. It seems that the Kingdom of Miracles has come up with something new. Looking at Shanks facing the area that emits the grey light shield, Rayleigh next to him also showed a look of realization. The Kingdom of Miracles. There is a mysterious paladin among the 12 paladins. It is rumored that many important studies on magic rune users were conquered by that paladin. So, is that the latest 06 research and development result? Shanks said with some emotion. It can actually make magic weapons use their abilities automatically. Could it be inspired by the god-destroying tool of the Fantasy Beast Conference? In the past, magic weapons were amplifiers for magic pattern users, used to amplify the power of magic pattern users. This is the first time Shanks has seen a magic weapon that uses its abilities spontaneously. Who knows? Nothing is strange in this era. Rayleigh is not surprised, but this degree is not surprising to him. After all, the development of the times is too fast. It is not enough to describe it as rampage. The endless monsters have made him extremely Buddhist. Anyway, he is a remnant of the old era, just watching the show. Shanks, let's continue talking about Poseidon. That guy looks really exaggerated now. A few puppets made such a big noise, that he can't be a black-bellied man. Hearing what Rayleigh said, Shanks was silent for a while. It shouldn't be, maybe he's just being honest. That's really interesting, honest people really don't know how to deal with things. The dust in the venue slowly settled at this moment. Morgans also laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. What a thrilling duel. As you can see, the earth and stone puppets' attacks are so powerful that they directly use meteorite-like attacks. The whole venue is shaking. Fortunately, the organizer Zugwang is well prepared to protect the safety of the audience. This is a responsible guild. Hearing Morgan's words, the 5 elders in the Holy Land of Marijoa were so angry that their beards were about to flutter. Within a few words, the organizer simply became Zugwang. The Magic Pattern Association has 6 officials against the Magic Agency. It was obviously organized by their magic pattern, but they changed people right away. However, the 5 elders were speechless. After all, the Kingdom of Miracles can come up with the latest results to protect the audience from threats. But they, the world government, can't compare with a newly established Kingdom of Miracles. This is too fucked. The problem of the 5 elders finally comes down to Vegapunk, who claims to be 500 years ahead of the world in technology. If that guy wasn't pedantic and refused to conduct human experiments, the progress of magic research is very slow. How can they be defeated by others? But the 5 elders no longer count on that guy. They plan to let the illegal Magic Pattern Guild Pure Magic Association, which is secretly supported by the world government, do some magic weapon research. The prospect of the fantasy beast god destroyer gives the 5 elders another good prospect. If they can make a pure magic god destroyer, it would be very wonderful. The competition site. The dust cleared, and there was a curved sand pit with a width of dozens of meters and a height of 1 or 2 meters on the ground. Wow! In the sand pit, Bashan spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he stood up with some effort. Bashan is still relatively lucky now, that is him. If it were any other magic pattern user, they would have been lying on the ground and unable to get up after being hit by the falling rock. The physical strength of ordinary magic pattern users is not as strong as the power of magic. If it were not for the fact that magic puts a heavy load on the body and the physical strength cannot be too low, magic pattern users would not care about the physical strength at all. However, Bashan is different from ordinary magic pattern users. He loves physical skills and likes the feeling of punching the flesh. So he often uses lightning to stimulate the body. With his unique sensitivity to the flesh, the precious cultivation knowledge obtained in the martial arts era, and a little luck, he actually figured out a set of tricks. It was named the unique skill of lightning body forging by Bashan. As long as you join his guild and gain a certain status, you can learn it according to your contribution. The effect of this skill is still quite good. At least in this practice, it still reflects the strong physical strength. Asshole! Where are my medicines? After Bashan spat out blood, his face was red. Because all the magic potions on his waist were broken. These were high-end products, each cost hundreds of thousands of Baileys, and they were gone before they were even used. Of course, these were nothing, after all, as the president of a well-known magic pattern guild. Of course, this little money was not worth it. What really hurt him was the 5 Holy Light Potion. The number of Holy Light Potions sold by the Kingdom of Miracles to the outside world every month was fixed. 637. Sometimes, you couldn't buy it even if you had a lot of money. Damn it, I'll make you pay the price. Looking at the broken Holy Light Potion, Bashan's heart felt like it was bleeding. Holy Light Potion is life for the magic pattern user. You look very angry. When Bashan was angry, Poseidon had already come to him. Looking at Bashan's look as if he was going to eat him, Poseidon was a little confused. But seeing the golden potion dripping from his waist, it was immediately clear. Holy Light Potion is life for the magic pattern user, and this is well known. As a paladin from the place where Holy Light Potion is produced, Poseidon naturally understood it. But now it's a competition, he can't possibly care about the opponent's potion. Well, you passed. 5 minutes have passed. Facing Bashan's murderous eyes, Poseidon felt that he was wrong for some reason. So he added weakly. Players cannot hit referees, otherwise they will be disqualified from the competition. After this, Bashan almost got angry. Facing the double suppression of rules and strength, Bashan was not afraid at all. He said a cruel word without hesitation. You are so cruel. You wait for me. Then he limped away without looking back. Chapter 563, Serving According to the Situation, Number 13 Magic Pattern. After Bashan took the guild members who were slightly or seriously injured by the aftermath away from the venue, Morgan's loud voice also resounded through the sky. Oh, our first game has come to an end. In the end, the Thunder Spear won by delaying enough time. What a pity. Morgan sighed at this point. If it had been longer, the Thunder Spear might have become the first demonic mark guild to lose. As soon as these words came out, Bashan, who was limping off the court, glared at Morgans in the distance. How did this birdman speak? If you can't speak, don't speak. It's obvious that the power of those puppets has fallen to the bottom, and he will never be afraid even if they really fight. How dare he belittle them like this? I will definitely deal with this birdman if I have the chance in the future. Morgans didn't feel Bashan's glare and calculations. Even if he saw it, he would have no pressure at all. He even dared to offend the 5 elders, so why would he be afraid of Bashan? Well, the first match is over, and now we're going to invite contestant number 2. The 12 Sages of the Magic Pattern Guild. A few large characters appeared on the video. 12 people in different costumes in a passage looked at each other. Finally, they set their sights on the staff at the edge of the passage. After a while, Morgans shouted again. Oh, this is a shocking surprise. Our contestant number 2 gave up. He said with a smirk. This may be because he witnessed the tragic situation of the Thunder Spear. Without further ado, let's take on contestant number 3. On the other side, the 12 Sages of the Magic Pattern Guild who gave up were relieved when they heard that Morgans on the broadcast did not make a big fuss about them. They gave up this time. The main reason they gave up was that they were frightened by the combat power of those puppets. The famous Thunder Spear almost died when he went up. Not to mention their guild, which was put together by idle magic pattern users in order to participate in the ceremony. For the sake of life, it is better not to be stubborn. Should our guild disband? At this time, after giving up the game, one of them asked. The 12 Sages is a good guild, but although the name sounds good, but in fact, they are just a bunch of noobs. It is a guild that was temporarily put together because of the rewards of the demon hunting ceremony. This is because only guilds can sign up for the ceremony. And a guild must have at least 10 sea-level magic runes to be established. So, they directly gathered 12 people, which is the maximum number of people that can participate in this event, and registered the Magic Rune Guild. The name is also because one of them admires the 12 Holy Knights of the Kingdom of Miracles very much. Then he took a similar format of the 12 Sages. Now the facts have proved that even if the name is awesome, but noobs are still noobs. Wait a minute. There are less than 2 weeks left, and it will be next month. By then, the guild will have one more quota for purchasing Holy Light Potion than the lone magic rune user. After hearing what the other person said, everyone else fell silent. The Holy Light Potion sold by the Kingdom of Miracles. As long as the lone magic rune user is a sea-level magic rune user registered with the Magic Rune Association, he can buy one every month at a bargain price of 1 million Baileys. If it is a regular guild, the guild president can even buy double the corresponding number of sea-level magic runes, that is, 2. So many guilds. Every sea-level magic rune user does not need to buy it. Every month, the guild will give out a Holy Light Potion for free as a benefit. As for the other one, it depends on how the president arranges it. Under this system, these people have not joined the Magic Rune Guild before. It is because they are all magic rune users who prefer freedom. And if they join those big guilds, weaker magic rune users may not get any. But everyone in their guild, which is formed for the sake of profit, is equal. This month, the president of the 12 Sages bought 2 Holy Light Potion for everyone. 2 per person, 1 more than usual, which is really good. It is too difficult for ordinary lone magic rune users to buy Holy Light Potion on the black market. This is not a question of money. Sometimes, those black merchants who have channels to sell Holy Light Potion also look at the dishes. Only those famous or powerful guys will be sold by black merchants in order to win over relationships. It is true that the Holy Light Potion is not difficult to sell, and they are completely confident in choosing sellers. This is the current situation. They are reluctant to disband the guild. Let's wait a little longer. Let's team up and take commissions together. Let's wait and see when we buy the new Holy Light Potion next month. Seeing the temporary president say this, the others nodded. While the 12 Sages were discussing, Morgans kept shouting. The reason is very simple, with the 12 Sages. Number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, and up to number 12, all these guilds gave up. Because they don't feel the hope of passing the level at all. If they don't pass the level, it will be very expensive for the magic pattern user to fight a game. Potions, magic weapons, and post-war repairs all cost money. After each battle, in order to suppress the loss of magic power to the body, to prevent excessive consumption of life and mutations. After the battle, a holy light potion is needed to adjust the body. This is what the magic pattern users who cherish their lives do. Those who don't cherish their lives will just create it casually, and if they can't kill it, they will create it to death. No lees, as for how miserable it will be later. The good ones will die directly after their lifespans are exhausted. The bad ones will directly mutate successfully and become alien demons. The strange humanoid monsters with completely negative personalities that are completely different from their original personalities are called alien demons for short. Based on this situation, many magic pattern users fight very carefully. It is difficult for them to take the initiative to do things that are not beneficial. For this, Bozadu at the scene is also very disappointed. There are hundreds of magic pattern guilds that have signed up. Every 5 minutes, except for a break on the bed, it takes several days to complete the task. Even if it is so tiring, Bozadu is still happy to take this task. But these people are so rational. They give up just because of this difficulty. Only by bravely challenging the limit can the passion of life be stimulated. Number 13. Magic Pattern. Chapter 564 The First S-Class Magic Pattern User, The Arrival of the Demon King. Hearing this name, many people at the scene immediately became alert. This time they won't give up. Magic Pattern. In the Magic Pattern era, the guild was named after the two words Magic Pattern. Many people feel that the world government's behavior is very shameless. But contempt is contempt. As the initiator of the Magic Pattern Association, the strength of Magic Pattern is recognized by the Magic Pattern world after all. After all, the world government is willing to spend resources. If it weren't for the Kingdom of Miracles making a holy light potion, the world government would be killed. Then, the world government's influence on the group of Magic Pattern users would be even stronger. Ah! President, it's our turn. In a passage, a young man said to a middle-aged man with a square face and a black suit. Well. The middle-aged man nodded. Then he turned his head and looked at a green-haired and blue-clothed man lying lazily on a wooden sedan chair. Jane, it's your turn to take action later. You must win the game with one strike. This way, we can make our magic pattern famous in the world. The president of the magic pattern saw it very clearly. 11 guilds in front of them gave up one after another. In this case, people are bound to overestimate the strength of those earth and stone puppets. At this time, their magic pattern passed the test with a thunderous force, and the comparison was even more shocking. Then their official anti-magic agency is bound to become famous in the sea. 510. Therefore, they must not miss this opportunity. Well, it's really troublesome. Jane, who was lying on the wooden sedan chair, looked lazy. He was too lazy to make unnecessary rebuttals, agreed and then complained. The president was already immune to Jane's complaints. This guy with lazy magic. If he hadn't been trained by the world government all the way, I'm afraid it would be difficult to use him. Lift Jane up and set off. Yes, President. Following the president's order, Jane's wooden sedan was lifted up by 4 people. He was like an old man, lazily carried out of the passage by the magic rune users. Oh, the magic rune is on stage. Everyone, dear viewers, we can see the unique appearance of the magic pattern. They actually have a sedan chair carrying a person. Come on, give the camera to the person on the sedan chair. As Morgans shouted loudly. The live broadcast image also focused on Jane. Oh, green hair and blue clothes, a lazy look, a familiar look. Isn't this the ace of the magic pattern? The first man in the magic pattern world to have an S-level magic pattern badge. Evergreen Jane. Morgan's tone was a bit exaggerated, but the president of the magic pattern in the field was very happy. Although Jane did not hold a management position or the president. But there has never been a saying that the president must be the strongest. As the trump card of the guild, his fame can also be a good boost to the popularity of the guild. Evergreen Jane. It's him. Is this the evergreen tree? He's so arrogant that he even had to be carried out. So impressive. I heard he's the only man who has achieved an S-level magic rune user. None of those pirates and illegal magic rune guilds would go to the Magic Rune Association for testing. Morgans announced Jane's name. Both the audience and the people watching the live broadcast started to talk about it. The evergreen Jane, the newspapers had made a big fuss about him a few days ago. The first man in the magic pattern world to obtain the S-level magic pattern badge of the Magic Pattern Association. That is to say, he is the first person to achieve an S-level magic pattern master in the magic pattern era. Although it excludes magic pattern masters who are not registered with the Magic Pattern Association, the gold content is still very high. At that time, the demon hunting ceremony was imminent. This newspaper was published at the right time. Many people who did not pay attention to the magic pattern world learned that there was such a person. When the magic pattern appeared in a crowded and bustling square in Shaolin City, two mysterious figures wearing grey cloaks and face-covering hats quietly appeared here. Jane, Evergreen? How interesting. Have you reached the magic power of a lower-level demon king? How much magic power did that guy absorb from monsters, demons, and even demons to reach this level of magic power? One of the figures spoke in a hoarse voice. Although his voice was unique, it did not attract the attention of the people around him. It was as if he himself did not exist. The unrestrained magic power can be clearly felt even here. What an arrogant guy. I heard my companion say this. Another figure did not answer immediately, and he looked at one of the figures in the image at the end of the square. Through the white strip decoration hanging on the edge of the hat, you can vaguely see a face that is different from ordinary people, as if it is a face piled up with sand. If a strong human can see it, he will know. This is the Sand Demon King, Demo, one of the famous 9 demon kings of the demon clan. Next to him is the Blue Demon King, Gu-sen, who is also one of the 9 demon kings. At this time, Demo took a last look at the image. A cold voice came out. The human magic pattern absorbs magic power like this, even with the holy light potion, it is not to be feared. In the eyes of the demon kings. In fact, most magic rune users have no future. The practice of constantly absorbing the essence of the power of monsters and demons for the purpose of increasing magic power. It is completely a behavior of missing the point. Even if you can quickly reach the realm of the demon king. But you can't go far on the road of the demon king. The magic power of monsters and demons is indeed milder, but such magic power has a unique individual imprint compared to natural magic power. Such mixed absorption. The purity of magic power is not enough, and it can't go far anyway. Hee. Gu-sen smiled grimly and agreed with Demo. That's right, I can only be happy now. But, our enemies are not just those magic rune users after all. Mo carefully sensed the entire Shaolin City and soon ended the perception. Then he looked at the humans around him and moved his steps to leave. Let's go. It seems that this ceremony does not involve 2 strong humans. Watching Mo leave without looking back, Gu-sen's face, which looked like the wrinkled bark of a tree, laughed. Mo, you are really cold. Well, let's go and see how the pure magic here is developing. Gu-sen followed Mo's pace and began to complain in a dry and gloomy voice. To be honest, this errand is really troublesome. I kind of want to bring that human here. Hearing Gu-sen's words, Demo paused for a moment, then said. Are you talking about Charlotte Linlin, the 4 emperors of the pirates? Chapter 565 The Dream of the Demon King, The Envy of Shanks. Yes, I like that woman's ability very much. This time, I helped her resist the annexation of Kaido, the 100 Beasts, and it is only right for her to repay me well. As soon as Gu-sen said this, Demo asked casually. Is there anything special about her ability? Demo's cold tone was a little curious. When I came here before, Demo was quite surprised by Gu-sen's behavior of helping humans to settle disputes. But he didn't ask the reason since Gu-sen didn't say it. Now that it was mentioned, he asked casually. Hehe, this is just my private thought or dream. In response to Demo's doubts, Gu-sen didn't answer directly, but looked at the people coming and going around him. His voice slowly became low. Demo, do you know? I am a being born because people are afraid of the forest. But are people really afraid of the forest? Gu-sen stopped and looked at an old tree in the square. The beasts of the forest. The poisonous insects and snakes of the forest. The intricate and deep ancient roads in the forest. But these are not what I want. Gu-sen's dry tone became excited, and he stretched out his dead wood-like hands. One day. What I hope to see is people are afraid of the real forest. What they fear is the trees in the forest that move and walk. It's so beautiful. Such a scene makes me excited whenever I think of it. Swaz, that what you think? Gu-sen. Damo silently looked at Gusan, who laughed out loud. I accidentally got a little excited. I'm sorry, Damo. Gusan's tone returned to its dry and gloomy tone. He asked back. Damo, what is your dream? Dream this kind of human thing. Damo cast his eyes on the people around him again. Finally, he was silent for a moment and said uncertainly. Shouldn't he have one? Who knows? Gusan smiled when he heard Damo's answer. Then he started walking again, and Damo followed him. The two figures were then submerged in the crowd. After their figures disappeared, a shrine maiden wearing the same hat walked over from a distance. Everywhere she passed, people would unconsciously make way for her. Are they the demons? On the other side, the scene of the demon hunting ceremony. After referee Poseidon announced the start, Jane on the wooden sedan remained motionless. Only the surrounding area began to riot with a huge roar. A huge ancient tree hundreds of meters high rose from the ground. It was just a moment. The 3 earth and stone dolls were tied up and rooted by countless branches and roots, and they were crushed to pieces. Boom! When everything returned to calm, the people watching in the surrounding audience seats fell into silence. But they were shocked, but Morgans, the host, did not daze. Goo ha ha ha! What an amazing scene, the ace of magic pattern, Evergreen, has taken action. In just a blink of an eye, the 3 earth and stone puppets were instantly destroyed. As expected of the first man in the magic pattern world to have the title of S-level magic pattern master, let's cheer for him. Looking at the huge ancient tree hundreds of meters high, the audience looked at each other in surprise. Then there was another huge cheer. Evergreen, Evergreen. It was obvious that people were impressed by Evergreen's fighting power. After the first magic pattern guild barely passed, and more than a dozen guilds gave up, the magic pattern instantly killed the earth and stone puppets with the force of thunder. Such a comparison made them excited all of a sudden. Especially because the giant tree was really tall, hundreds of meters high. The crown of the giant tree almost covered their heads directly. Such an amazing scene was witnessed on the spot. People were very passionate. Power, such incredible power. Can they have it too? People who came from the era of traditional martial arts, most of them have the key to unlock power. It's just that due to various reasons, the results are not very good. Now, feeling such a thrilling power on the spot has inspired them to pursue power. It's really amazing. That guy's title is really well deserved. I don't know if my old bones can handle it. Rayleigh in the corner of the audience looked at the green tree canopy that still covered the sky in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh. Ha ha ha, even old man Rayleigh said so. Lackey next to him swallowed the chicken leg in his hand, and then laughed and teased Shanks. Boss, that Jane has surpassed you. Or, when you go back, you can also get some Warcraft materials to absorb. Lackey's words made everyone laugh. Let me go. I want to live a few more years. Shanks smiled and then looked helpless. Magic power can really improve strength. However, it uses Warcraft materials to improve. Even if he has the Holy Light Potion, it still has a great impact on his lifespan. He still needs to live to the end, and can't end his life so soon. And he doesn't need to rely entirely on magic power to improve his strength now. Domineering is also his choice, so he doesn't have to be so urgent. Ha ha ha, boss, if it doesn't work, just learn from the tyrannical king. He is living a much better life than us now. Tyrannical king, Andre. Hearing the title of tyrannical king, Shanks murmured. He knew it before. Andre once went crazy hunting monsters, and even demons for a while, using their magic essence to improve his magic. With the powerful magic of that guy at that time. Except for the fearful demons from the Demon Island. Other naturally grown demons and monsters are rarely his opponents. But the last time that guy fought half a year ago, Shanks learned that his life was almost over. Just like Captain Roger was terminally ill. Even if he had the magic power of the Demon King at that time, what was the use? That guy is desperate. I should have tied Hughes up earlier. Hearing what Shanks said, everyone laughed again. Beckman, did you hear that? Is the boss jealous? If the boss is about to die, you must take him to Yamato no Kami. I think Hongo should go. Hughes is the ship's doctor. Shouldn't Hongo do it for him? Beckman retorted seriously with a smile in his eyes. Hey, I'm not going to die yet. Don't go too far. looking at the red-haired group laughing and joking with each other. Rayleigh next to him had a smile in his eyes. Roger, Shanks has also found a group of reliable partners. Enter. Chapter 566. He was careless and didn't dodge Eve's golden flash. Oh, then please welcome No. 14. As Jane won and lost in the field, they quickly evacuated again. After they evacuated, the giant tree also dissipated. New players also came out one after another. This participating guild is also an unknown guild, and their strength is not stronger than those guilds that abstained. The reason why they didn't give up now is very simple. Because they saw Chongqing kill the 3 earth and stone puppets in one move. This time, they felt that they could do it again. They didn't seek to be defeated, as long as they could delay the game, they would win. Then, let the game begin. Bozadu's mouth cracked with 2 rows of white front teeth, and his blood rose. Just now, because the earth and stone puppets were too small, their holy power was limited and they became the party restrained by magic power. They were directly taken away by Jane's big move. It's not that he let them go, it's really that the 3 earth and stone puppets have limited operation. Plus, Jane's big move came out unexpectedly. He was careless. He didn't dodge. He would never be careless this time. At this time, Bozado was like a child who lost the arcade fighting game, very unconvinced. He vowed to show a better state. He was in good shape, but the opposing guild was miserable. Bang bang bang. The swamp was like a whirlpool, the raging sand was like a raging wave, and the rocks were like raindrops. They didn't even have a B-level magic pattern user. They were just a group of pitiful C-level magic pattern users. They were torn to pieces all at once, and many of the holy light potions they had prepared were broken. They felt more uncomfortable than losing after watching this scene. What a loss! What a loss! Woohoo! With a feeling of wanting to cry but no tears, they were carried away by the medical staff of the world government. Who else? Poseidon stood with his hands on his waist, his morale was high. The way he showed off like a victorious rooster made a man with a giant bee beside him cover his face. That guy, does he still remember that he is a referee? On the battlefield, Poseidon didn't know that an acquaintance was complaining about him. He felt like playing now. The 3 earth and stone dolls were his game characters, and it was very comfortable and fun to fight. But he was having fun. The other players who witnessed this unlucky guild all retreated. As long as they were not sure, they gave up. Time passed quickly. Except for a few who were stubborn and wanted to try, most of them gave up. There were also guilds with average strength and barely passed. Finally, another important guild came on stage. Number 56. Eve. As the name of the guild Eve came out, everyone also focused their attention on the venue. A team of murlocs walked out of a passage. Faced with their appearance, there were few cheers. Nowadays, people's ability to accept things is much stronger than before. In the past, murlocs were relatively unknown. But with the Fishman Island becoming one of the official members of the Magic Pattern Association, there are many more reports about murlocs, and people know more about them. Especially in the area ruled by the Evil Fleet in the second half of the Grand Line. The people there are more friendly to murlocs. Because the systems that are not beneficial to people in these places were established by the Fishman hero Tiger. However, even so, for the fishmen with strange looks, most people still have an indifferent and irrelevant attitude. It is always a bit weird to cheer for them. If it was a beautiful mermaid, perhaps the situation would be different. On the battlefield, Lei Yu, the leader of Eve, walked and looked at his companions around him. I'll dismantle those puppets later, you protect yourself. Haha, leader, we are not weak. Don't worry about us at all. One of the green-skinned marlin fishmen heard Lei Yu's words and laughed loudly. Capote, you are just bragging, I'll let you protect us later. Don't. Brother buddy, I'm just joking. Seeing Capote and another fishman playing around, Lei Yu's calm face also showed a little smile. Don't be careless, the other side can use those 3 puppets to coordinate tricky moves. Be careful. Got it, President, you can go ahead. Don't worry about us. We are also members of Eve, we can't be defeated so easily. Seeing them pat their chests confidently, Lei Yu also nodded. 0. After all, the guys they faced in this battle were not too powerful. However, the abilities of those puppets are very closely matched with each other, which looks very tricky. Especially the referee. Strange power, what a terrible human. As he got closer and closer, Lei Yu could sense a hidden and amazing power hidden in that human. Is this the power of a 3-star gem hunter? It seems that Fishman Island still has a long way to go. He thought to himself. Well, let's start. Everyone. At this time, Poseidon looked at the many fishmen in front of him. His expression did not change, and he still smiled with 2 rows of big front teeth. Even if it was a fishman, he was just like an ordinary human. For Poseidon's reminder, many fishmen tensed their bodies and used the magic pattern form. Someone was unlucky and didn't use the magic pattern form just now, and was killed instantly without even struggling. They saw such a mistake and naturally would not make it again. Yet, the nod of Thunder Ray made Poseidon's mouth even more upturned. This time, the contestant made him feel excited. Yellow 1.7 Gold Flash, Thunder Ray, is a rare electric ray fishman who can discharge electricity. And it is a light attribute, a magic pattern user. Such a fishman is an opponent. With only 3 earth and stone puppets in his hand, Poseidon himself is not sure what he can do. At this time, Poseidon has completely forgotten the possibility of letting the puppets fight independently. Start! Accompanied by Poseidon's passionate voice, 3 brand new earth and stone puppets began to move. The yellow sand on the ground began to turn into a sandstorm that hid the 3 earth and stone puppets. Due to the existence of the Thunder Ray. This time, Poseidon did not rush, but hid first. Although the earth and stone puppets look strong and tough, they are actually more like mage units. It is a very reasonable tactic to hide and shoot arrows from the dark. Chapter 567 Earth and Stone Puppet Use Earth and Stone Puppet, The Last Blow. The wind and sand rose and fell like waves. The dust was raised, and the eyes were full of dust. Seeing this posture, the fishmen were all tense, guarding against possible attacks. However, Poseidon's attention was mostly on the Thunder Ray. As long as the other fishmen did not make trouble, he had no intention of attacking them for the time being. When the fishmen were alert, the Thunder Ray had already taken action. His body seemed to turn into golden light. When the earth and stone puppets started to cause chaos, his figure appeared in front of one of the puppets. The huge puppet was 3 meters tall. In front of it, the 1.70 meter tall Lei Yu looked very weak. However, their status was the opposite. Buzz buzz buzz. A golden light shone on the 3 forks in Lei Yu's right hand. It turned into a blazing light slash and slashed towards the puppet in front of him. 9 Dragon Light Flash. At this critical moment, the puppet just used a move and resolved the crisis. Earth and Stone Puppet. Boom boom. The light slash passed through the puppet in front of Lei Yu. Then it spread like a light wave and turned into 9 dragon-shaped golden lights to shatter the puppet. Seeing the earth and stone puppet shattered in an instant, there was no pride on Lei Yu's face. Because countless earth and stone puppets stood around his field of vision. Yes, the earth and stone puppet used the earth and stone puppet's move. It was just a moment. Most of the holy power contained in it was transferred to one of the new earth and stone puppets. This did cause some loss, but it was better than being blown away. Not only that, dozens of new earth and stone puppets were created. Although these puppets did not contain much power, but like their clones, they could confuse Lei Yu's vision and perception. It actually avoided his attack in this way. It's really difficult. Lei Yu frowned slightly. Then he turned into golden light again and rushed towards the earth and stone puppets. Horned Dragon. A dragon-shaped golden light came from a stone puppet flashed past. The stone puppet was instantly cut in half. This was the fastest attack of the Thunder Ray. Although the attack power was far less powerful than the previous moves, the advantage was that it was fast, so fast that others could not react. So fast. What a good move. On the other side, Poseidon was not in the battle circle filled with raging sand. However, he also saw everything through the red eyes of the stone puppet on the periphery. This kind of speed-type opponent. It is tricky for many people. But Poseidon was not panicked. He could feel that the light of the Thunder Ray was not the type of light particles like Admiral Kizaru. It was the type of power added to the body. For this kind of opponent, he also had a way to deal with it. Weightless Field. As the puppet with the most holy power among the many puppets activated his ability, the entire field of magic pattern users were suspended, along with the raging sand. The surroundings were grey. Be on guard. Feeling this abnormality, the fishmen on the other side were on alert. They were very confident in the Thunder Ray, so their strategy was to protect themselves and not drag down the thunder ray. Of course, under this premise, they also provided assistance. However, the battle rhythm was very fast. They had not figured out the situation at this time. The battlefield had already changed many times. On the other side, the thunder ray also felt the change in its own gravity, but he still rushed forward quickly. In this grey and suspended surrounding, those big guys were the best targets. They were hidden behind the floating sand, leaving only shadows. But their existence could not be hidden from him who had the dual perception of magic perception and observation haki. Bang! He stepped on a suspended pebble with one foot, holding a three-fork knife with a short dagger. The next second, a golden light flashed. Horned dragon! Without gravity, he could be faster. In an instant, he flew over the obstacle of yellow sand and came to a clay and stone doll. Powerless to resist, the earth and stone puppet was also cut off from head to tail in an instant. The next moment, when the thunder ray was about to change direction, a shadow broke through the dust and shot out. It was a round puppet. It was seen swinging a huge rock fist that could run a horse. Super gravity fist. In a zero-gravity field, it was not only the thunder ray that was fast. The heavy puppets that eliminated gravity and used anti-gravity as a thrust could also fly fast. Facing the sudden attack of the puppet, the thunder ray in midair did not fight head-on. Without a point of stamina to accumulate power, he had little advantage in a head-on fight. 6 Dragons Hawagai. 6 long golden lights flowed out from the 3 knives and forks of his thunder ray, like a golden light screen. Bang! It was just blocked for a while. The thunder ray was knocked away and his body slammed into the ground. This super gravity fist that condensed all the holy power of this puppet was not vegetarian. Facing such an attack, without a point of support and without the means of attack, the thunder ray naturally had no power to maintain a stalemate. However, this was not without benefits for the thunder ray. 3-phase dragon attraction. The 6 golden lights connected to the 3 knives and forks that had not yet dissipated merged and rotated in pairs. 3 narrow dragon-shaped golden lights swept across the entire surrounding area, like the edge of a windmill. More than 20 of the dozens of puppets in this area were caught off guard and swept away. Due to the zero-gravity field, all of a sudden, 990 dumplings fell with the thunder ray. Bang! The thunder ray landed steadily on the ground, and his feet cracked the stone ground that exposed the rock skin. Just a moment. He suddenly raised his head, his blue pupils with golden light. Looking at the earth and stone puppets that seemed to be raining meteorites in the sky. Holding the 3 knives and forks in his right hand, he made a sword-drawing gesture. 9 dragons flashing. Golden light shone, 9 dragons came out together, sweeping across the sky. Boom boom. The puppets that followed the thunder ray were swept by the dragon-shaped golden light and exploded. All this happened in just a breath. What a great fighting consciousness, this guy really makes me feel excited. At this time, Poseidon on the periphery of the sand was also excited. He almost couldn't help but applaud the thunder ray. Then, I will also try my best. Take my last blow. Thunder ray. The zero-gravity field was cancelled, and everything in the sky fell. But a 6-prism-shaped ancient stone pillar fell faster than them. This stone pillar is Poseidon's last killer. At the highest point of the zero-gravity layer, the ultra-dense stone pillar rotates and accelerates around the edge. In the case of a magnitude difference, a one-hit kill is the best solution. After allocating half of the force to pull the thunder ray, the other half is all on this stone pillar. Land. Staff of the Earth. Chapter 568 Layus level, he understands. Bang bang bang. Everything in the sky has not fallen yet. A 6-sided ancient stone pillar rushed towards Layu with several waves of air circles. Sizzle. Sizzle. The blue lightning suddenly rose and danced in Layu's eyes. In Layu's eyes, everything around seemed to be still. Only a stone pillar was falling. Layus level. During the continuous growth of thunder ray. Originally, he only had the ordinary discharge ability of a manta ray, but it mutated under the stimulation of magic. Although it is not that powerful. But he can use lightning combined with magic to perform moves that far exceed his usual reaction speed. Although the load on the brain is relatively high, the effect is worth it. Being able to react and not being able to react are 2 completely different situations. With enough time to think, the best tactics can be obtained. Cut it off. Looking at the stone pillars that kept falling, Thunder Ray instinctively thought so. However, when he carefully looked at the stone pillar in the firelight rubbing against the air, he noticed something strange. That was not an ordinary stone pillar. With the 9 dragon light flash he had just used and in a hurry, he might not be able to completely break it. With the small force area and huge mass and speed, a head-on collision would be very likely to cause serious injuries. Dodge directly, and the shock wave would affect his companions. Just thought about it for a while. Lei Yu made up his mind. Bang bang bang. The stone pillar fell down with a bang, and Lei Yu also released the Lei Yu level and began to drive his body to move. 9 dragon light flash. It was still the same move, but different from the past. There was a trace of imperceptible black in the golden light. With a trace of black dragon-shaped golden light merged together, it was like a pillar of light that reached the sky. It swallowed up the super-dense stone pillar and evaporated it without a trace. Wow! After using this move, Lei Yu spit out a mouthful of blood. The black lines on his body began to emit black gas uncontrollably. Swish! After Lei Yu spit out blood, he quickly drew out 2 holy light potions from his body and drank them. As the potion entered his mouth, the black lines on his body that were originally emitting black gas slowly returned to normal. That guy Lei Yu actually overloaded his magic power. In a passage, Tizalo, who was inside, was surprised. He looked at the dissipated beam of light in the sky with a surprised look. The darkness in the beam of light just now could not be hidden from his eyes. What is the situation that requires that guy to do this? Due to the raging sand in the sky, Tizaro could not see what happened inside. However, they were just 3 puppets who had just entered the B level. They actually forced Thunder Ray to do this. This situation made Tizaro cautious. Magic power is a very harmful force to the human body. It is already very harmful to the body when it is turned on at ordinary times. If it is overloaded, it can burst out more powerful power than usual. Of course, the cost is also very high, and the lifespan will evaporate greatly. And it is easy to mutate into a monster. However, if there is a holy light potion as a base, the harm will be less. But no matter what, for this level of assessment, it is a big loss for an A-level magic pattern user to reach this level. It seems that I have to be more careful. Originally, Tizaro looked at those guilds that passed the test and felt that they were very stable. Now in this situation, he has to be cautious. Otherwise, it would be uncomfortable if the car overturned. When Tizaro was surprised, Poseidon was also surprised. He had some understanding of the situation of the magic pattern user. He didn't expect Lei Yu to do this. No matter how he thought about it, the situation at that time shouldn't be like this. Clatter. Like raindrops, the sand and stones in the sky and the fishmen all fell to the ground. The fishmen didn't float very high in the zero-gravity field, only about 100 meters. Even if they fell from such a height, there was no danger for these Eve elites. At this time, as the sky cleared, they all came to Lei Yu with joy. Because there was no trace of the earth and stone dolls in the surroundings. The president is still so reliable. For them, what they felt was the sense of security brought by Lei Yu's quick solution to the opponent. You won. What a wonderful battle. Poseidon also came to Lei Yu and gave him a thumbs up to announce his victory. The 5 minutes hadn't come yet. But when he made the last strike, the puppet's holy power had been exhausted. Poseidon still approved of Thunder Ray's battle. Although he was a little confused about the last strike. But looking at the fishmen cheering around Thunder Ray, he seemed to understand something. Eve has quickly finished the battle. She is worthy of being a member of the anti-demon agency, and the Golden Flash is worthy of its reputation. Let's congratulate them. At this time, Morgans also quickly reported the victory and defeat on the scene. The people on the scene were silent for a while and then cheered loudly. Although they were not so cold about the fishmen. But in any case, the anti-demon agency was still an official organization created by humans. As a member of it, and a fishman who showed great strength at the same time. It's not a big deal to cheer for them a few times. This is a cheer for the strong. President, look, humans are cheering for us. Are we one step closer? Looking at the companions around him, he smiled happily. Lei Yu also showed a gentle smile. At the edge of a corner of the audience. Naive guy, can such a guy get the approval of Big Brother? They. Tall figure wearing a green cape stared at the popular Thunder Ray on the battlefield. A figure sitting next to him, also wearing a green cape, stretched out his hand to tighten the hood on his head. Then he clapped his hands and patted the back of his side several times. A smiling voice came from under the hood. "Along, you guy, are you jealous of him?" "Humph. Don't pat me by the way, I don't remember our relationship being so good." The blue face hidden under the hood first rejected his companion's hands and feet and then refuted. "I don't envy that kind of naive guy." "Ha ha ha, is that so? But I remember that you love fish people very much. What's wrong with this?" "Humph." Hearing the words of the figure next to him, the evil dragon crossed his arms and didn't continue to speak. "Okay, Bista, stop teasing Aaron." Another figure not far away raised his head slightly, revealing a faint golden punk hairstyle. The corners of his half-covered mouth curled up slightly. "Now, let's make plans for the next step. At this rate, today's qualifying elimination round will probably be over. I don't know what the next level is." Chapter 569 Guilds with Outstanding Performances, the end of the elimination round and the 7 demon envoys. Time passed. The elimination round of the demon hunting ceremony was still going on quickly. In this process, many guilds abstained. After all, the referee was simply a madman, beating people to death. General guilds had no confidence in passing the level. Thanks to this situation, the game progressed very quickly. The game that was supposed to take several days to complete was coming to an end in just one day. Among the hundreds of magic pattern guilds participating in the game, 42 guilds passed the game. Although most of them barely made it through, there were still some outstanding performances. For example, the 6 officials of the Anti-Demon Agency. The Evergreen Tree of Magic Pattern, Jane, has shown amazing strength. Eve's Golden Flash, although not as powerful as Thunder, can't be said to be bad. As for other officials, the Light Chaser, who is backed by the Kingdom of Miracles, did not fight alone. Instead, 3 people attacked, one against a clay and stone puppet. The battle was completed in a short time. The Shadow Demon of the Magic Pattern Guild, who is backed by the Dark Curtain of the South China Sea. It was Dorobeta, the top magic pattern user in the magic pattern world, who attacked alone. Because Poseidon was prepared, the Shadow Knight user could not kill the enemy with one blow. However, after a brief struggle of half a minute, the Shadow Knight user also won. The ruler, who is backed by the Chaos 033 realm, is led by their ace Glutton Kelly. Others restrained the clay and stone puppets. Gluttonous Girl Kelly has a light ball move that can devour everything. Any object covered by the light ball will be decomposed. It is also quite difficult. When Poseidon's earth and stone dolls were temporarily fixed by other magic patterns, it was immediately lifted by Gluttonous Girl. There is also the Magic League backed by the North Sea New World Alliance. This magic pattern guild has Doflamingo, the Beam of Destruction, as its president. The performance of this guild is also good. As the main force, Doflamingo has a strong anger magic power, which has reached the level of middle level A. And he has the power of destruction attribute, combined with the power of his string fruit. The strength should not be underestimated, and he has the nickname of the Beam of Destruction. The guild he led also performed well. 2 of the 3 earth and stone dolls were wiped out by Minga in the battle. In addition to the excellent performance of various guilds of anti-magic agencies, there are also other large guilds that have outstanding performances. The Golden Emperor Teezero of the Money Worship Club, the Light and Shadow backed by the Navy, and the Magic Swordsman backed by the Kendo Association. There are also outstanding magic pattern guilds such as Greedy Wolf, Sleeping Coffin, and Dawn. There are not a few powerful magic pattern guilds. In the current magic pattern era, a large number of outstanding magic pattern users have emerged. It will be difficult to have so many geniuses in such a large number in a short period of time in the future. This involves the rhythm of the pulse when the era is new. This situation will be more obvious when the world consciousness begins to have stronger spirituality. When there is no other external force involved. Ups and downs are the natural law of the times. Guhahaha, then this time the selection and elimination round of the demon hunting ceremony ends here. The next second level will be revealed tomorrow. Thank you to all the magic pattern guilds for the wonderful battle of the demon hunting ceremony. Dear audience friends, today's demon hunting ceremony ends here. Welcome to meet again tomorrow. At this time, Morgans held the microphone and said the closing words loudly. The match originally scheduled for several days was shortened to one day, and we can see a more exciting melee tomorrow. This is also a very pleasant thing for Morgans. Da-da-da. The sun in the sky has set. Under this bright light, people began to leave one after another. While leaving, they happily talked about today's event. Although many guilds gave up today, there were also many guilds will fight. The dozens of battles that have passed have made people feel that the trip is worthwhile, not to mention the unknown competitions tomorrow. They all seem very excited. The flourishing Magic Pattern Guild will also become their topic of conversation in the future. Outside the competition building, 7 figures covered tightly with hooded grey cloaks have left the crowd and headed for a remote location. Suddenly, a shout made them stop. Asura, is that you? Hearing this voice, these mysterious people turned around. The same 7 figures came into their sight. Just different from them. The 7 people in front of them were wearing different clothes, and at the same time they were very open and honest, without covering their faces. It turned out to be Chi Yan of the Blazing Sun cult. Asura, do you have any intersection with that guy? Looking at his appearance, he seems very excited. One of the figures asked in a teasing tone. It's none of your business. Another figure walked forward and continued. You go first, I'll follow you later. Is this really okay? They are the 7 flames, super scary. The figure who spoke teased Asura's expulsion. Stop talking nonsense, do you want to die? You are so unkind. Asura. The leading figure interrupted OS's continued teasing, his voice young but peaceful. Okay, OS. Give Asura some space to solve his problem. I believe he will handle it well. Then he turned and left. After looking at Asura, the others also left. Looking at his accomplices going away, Asura looked at the 7 flames again. Red Flame Gino, the leader of the 7 flames, came over alone. The other members behind him were whispering. Is it okay? Is that guy really a friend of Gino's? Is it possible that they just have the same name? The face has been confirmed. Jealous Asura, one of the 7 demon envoys, that notorious organization. Gino should not be able to make a mistake in his face. Is that so? Those guys just now are the real 7 demon envoys. They are very dangerous people. One of them said with some fear. Fortunately, we are here now, otherwise it would be very risky to contact them rashly. The 7 demon envoys originated from the North Sea, but they are very famous in the entire magic pattern world. Even ordinary people who lack attention to the magic pattern envoys can recite their names by heart. The 7 demon envoys gather the top group of magic pattern envoys in the magic pattern world, and they act extremely viciously. Although there are only 7 people, which does not meet the guild standard of 10 people, they are also considered a guild organization. It can be said that they are the strongest illegal magic pattern guild. Although the 7 Flames is an elite organization of the Xiang cult that specializes in combat. But it is not as dangerous as this organization. Or, far from it. Chapter 570, Second Level Points Competition System, Referee be Lord Sakamori. While the other 7 Flames were whispering, Gino had already come to Asura. Asura, is it really you? Asura did not respond to Gino's trembling voice. From the big hood covering his face, a pair of pale golden pupils looked at Gino's excited expression. After a while, Asura responded. Gino, I didn't expect to meet you here. Hearing the familiar and unfamiliar voice, Gino laughed. Then he showed a sad expression again. Why? Why do you want to join an organization like the 7 Demon Envoys? Don't you know their cruelty? Looking at Gino's sad expression, Asura smiled. What a naive guy, Gino. He walked forward, his body slightly passing by Gino. You should understand that I am no longer the same person I used to be. From now on, there is no relationship between us. Or, if you want to implement the doctrine of the Blazing Sun Church, then I might be a little interested. Listening to the playful words in his ears, Gino's face turned pale. He had never felt so strange about Asura. Asura, what's wrong with you, you bastard? Why? You were fine before, why did you suddenly change so much now? Why? It's very simple. I was just pretending before. Get it? I don't have the patience to play house with you. Don't bother me in the future. I hate guys who have no sense of boundaries. I usually send such guys to hell. If you are not afraid of death, just come and try. Asura whispered in Gino's ear. The calm tone was unquestionable, as if he would do what he said. Da-da-da. Asura said the last words and turned away without hesitation. The shadow of the figure in the sunset was very long. The wind blew gently, disturbing the scattered leaves of the surrounding green plants. Gino looked at the figure and stretched out his hand. In the end, he did not force her to stay. He was just in a daze for a moment and then his face became firm. How can it end so easily? It's so senseless and so sudden. I won't give up. You, the guy who has gone astray, I will definitely bring you back. Hearing the confident voice behind him, Asura's figure stopped for a moment. Then he continued to move forward, leaving only one sentence. Stupid. You only have one life. Watching Asura go away completely. The firm expression on Gino's face also became lonely. The other 7 flames behind him saw the envoy leave, and they also approached. Gino, although I don't know the situation between you and the envoy. But among the 7 flames, a gentleman wearing glasses in a black suit lifted his glasses and said slowly. That man's hands are undoubtedly stained with the blood of many innocent people. You should distance yourself from it. Otherwise, as the leader of the 7 flames, you are involved with him, which is really not good for the image of the Xiang cult. He added at the end. I will report this matter to the leader truthfully. Think about it carefully. Seeing him say this seriously, an enthusiastic young man next to him was unhappy. Milas, how can you say such harsh words? Now Gino is sad. Not only do you not comfort him, but you also go over to rub salt in his heart. It's really too much. The complaint of his companions made Milas push his glasses again. It's not that I don't care about him, but the situation is completely different. You don't have to be heartless. Otherwise, the image of the Xiang cult will be ruined by us. As soon as these words came out, the young man wrapped in a white headscarf next to him covered his ears and shook his head. Milas, you are so annoying. Image all day long. I am a fighter. Don't talk to me about image. I just want to do whatever is comfortable. Simple-minded guy, it's really a headache. Ha ha ha, you always think so much, be careful of baldness. Watching the two of them talking and talking, they started to play with each other. Gino's depressed heart became active again. He would not give up like that. Time passed. The next morning. As soon as the sky was light, Shaolin City became lively again. People entered the scene of the ceremony again with anticipation. Oh dear audience friends, welcome to the demon hunting ceremony again. Morgans held a microphone made of gold and loudly welcomed the audience. Bang bang bang. Big fireworks exploded in the sky, and colorful ribbons fluttered in the sky. It was like a festival. Morgans was excited, spun, and jumped on the stage for a few times and then said. Very good, no more words. Let's enter the second round of the competition. This will be the most important part of the demon hunting ceremony. Hearing Morgan's words, people talked a lot, and some people began to murmur in their hearts. Will this guy keep it a secret again? Sure enough, Morgan still lived up to expectations this time. Before that, let me congratulate all the players who have passed the first level. You are one step closer to a generous reward. After saying this, Morgans performed a little dance to liven up the atmosphere. Although his leaping dance posture was really criticized. After a minute, he finally stopped. The audience had never felt that time passed so slowly. There was a chorus of boos at the scene, and Morgans didn't care about the audience's ridicule. He was so casual and free, and he danced whenever he wanted. Yesterday, a total of 42 teams passed the first level. And today's game will be a points game. Before explaining the competition system, let us first welcome the referee of the second level. One of the 12 holy knights of the Kingdom of Miracles. Be Lord Sakamori. As Morgans shouted, many spectators at the scene cheered loudly. Although Sakamori is a holy knight of the Kingdom of Miracles, compared with other holy knights, he has a relatively low sense of presence. However, since they are the holy knights of the Land of Miracles, the audience is naturally enthusiastic. Amid the cheers of the crowd, buzz buzz buzz. A man with short hair and a well-fitting black suit descended from the blue sky at some point. Under his feet was a huge bee flapping its wings at high speed. Not only under his feet. There were also several large bees as tall as a person around him. These bees are intimidating at first glance. The reason for this? It is not just because of their size, but mainly because they have 2 1-meter-long huge steel stingers on their forelimbs. The cold steel stingers with a cold glow grow on the bee's forelimbs. Anyone who sees this will doubt life. It is okay that the bee is big, but it also has steel stingers. This really makes people feel that they are ignorant. Chapter 571, The Points of Each Demon Class Level, The Feud Between Shanks and Winter Lord Rindong. Very good, it seems that everyone's response is enthusiastic, so I don't need to introduce too much. Be Lord Sakamori, one of the 12 Holy Knights of the Kingdom of Miracles. I believe everyone knows it. The second round of the points competition will be judged by the B Master. Next, Big News Morgans, will introduce the rules of the second round to everyone. Seeing the audience's enthusiastic response, Morgan stopped talking and got straight to the point. The second round is a points competition. The next guild players' competition venue is not here. But, speaking of this, Morgans paused. The live broadcast screen on the scene no longer filmed the competition scene in the center, but turned to a picture that the audience was somewhat familiar with. The golden morning sun and the sand dunes blowing in the wind. Sporadic cacti and several huge diagonal sand pits, with iron fences around the edges of the sand pits. People looked at the familiar pictures on the screen, recalled and suddenly realized. Isn't this the location of the magic mine near Shaolin City? The magic mine is not unfamiliar to ordinary people. After all, in the newspaper propaganda, that is a symbol of wealth. Whoever can find a magic mine, even if you are not strong enough to occupy it, as long as you report it to the big forces, then just selling this news can make an ordinary person rich. Now, the construction of Shaolin City was born for this magic mine. Anyone who has inquired about this will know it. However, why the competition venue is set at the magic mine is unknown to ordinary people. Only those who really know about the magic mine have made some guesses based on the points competition system revealed by Morgans. Yes, I believe many people have understood it. The venue for the second round is inside the magic mine outside Shaolin City. Seeing that many viewers looked enlightened, Morgans raised the corners of his mouth and began to popularize the situation for the audience who had not yet figured out the situation. Generally speaking, in the magic mine, there are a large number of magic beasts, even monsters, and even demons. And this magic mine outside Shaolin City is a rare large magic mine in the world, a kind of fear magic mine. Naturally, there are also a large number of magic beasts in it. So, here, Morgans paused. Let everyone digest the information before continuing. So, the task of each guild this time is to hunt these magic beasts and monsters, even including the demons inside. Hearing Morgan's words, many people showed shocked expressions. Demon hunting ceremony, as expected. Is this name supposed to be here? Hunting demons. Other things are fine, but hunting demons. Will such a high-profile approach anger the fear demons of the Demon God Island? Will it anger those terrifying demon kings? Will it anger those world disaster-like apostles? No one thought about it more deeply. But the terror of the fear demons has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts, especially the 7 apostles of the demons. In this case, such a ceremony will always make some more sensitive people feel uneasy. Of course, some people are excited about it or don't realize anything. Still waiting for Morgans to continue explaining the rules. Looking at the silent atmosphere of the audience, Morgans felt very interesting. He continued. The second round of the points system. Use the strength level of the demons as a reference. Among them, C-class monsters have 1 point, B-class monsters have 10 points, and A-class monsters have 100 points. Finally, there are D-class monsters, which have no points, so each player should not waste time on the weakest monsters. When Morgans introduced the points competition system, in a corner of the audience, Shanks fell into deep thought after hearing what Morgans said about monsters. He had heard that the Magic Pattern Association had reclassified the life forms that used magic. I didn't expect it to be implemented so quickly. The plan divided common life forms that used magic into 3 types. Warcraft species, demon species, and pure demon species. The relationship between these 3 types of life and magic is progressive, and the closer they are. And they all belong to one big category, demons. At this time, Shanks couldn't help but look at his arm. There were faint black lines on his arm. Time is running out. He sighed in his heart. As the first magic pattern user to obtain magic power. And once he obtained magic power, he already had magic power equivalent to that of a high-level B-level magic pattern user today. He was already the first person to try it. However, at that time, there was no holy light potion. At the same time, he had only obtained this level of magic power for a few days. This sudden acquisition put too much pressure on his body and mind, and he had no time to adapt to the buffer. Now he is not far from the mutation. Thinking of the mutation, Shanks was also a little disappointed. He didn't know if he could make it. The most important thing is that it's not just himself, but also his companions. Whether he succeeds or fails, he will probably live as a demon species. After the magic pattern user mutates, he becomes a demon and is directly classified as a demon species. This sounds like very distressing. If possible, Shanks still wants to be a human. This predicament is all caused by that demon clan. That demon clan is now one of the 9 demon kings of the demon clan, Winter Lord Rhinewanda. According to Shanks's guess. At the beginning, he and his companions were frozen in the ice of Rhinewanda. Later, they absorbed the magic of fear while floating in the sea of magic fog. The reason why it is only the magic of fear is because the ice is generated by the magic of fear. The only thing that can penetrate the ice is the magic of fear. At that time, all of them had the magic of fear as evidence. As the culprit who indirectly or directly caused them to become like this. But Shanks has no hatred for Rhinewanda. At the end of 3.1, he was prepared to die when he went out to sea. He was not as skilled as others and was let go. What hatred does he have? Demons. Sure enough, I will still trouble that demon clan if I have the chance in the future. Looking at the faint black lines on his arm again, Shanks thought with some bitterness. While Shanks was thinking, Morgans was still explaining. Although there are almost no S-level demons in this large demon mine, just in case. S-level demons are also counted. As long as they can be hunted, there will be 1000 points. At this point, Morgans's true intentions were revealed. He said this with a smile on his face. By the way, the second level is actually the last level of the demon hunting ceremony. So, the team with the highest points will be the first. Chapter 572, Unable to Bear It, The Demon Tide of the Demon Mine. Of course, if there are teams with the same points, they can play a tiebreaker, which is a matter for the future. At this time, Morgans added a sentence. Then he shouted enthusiastically. Then let's stop here for the time being. First, let me invite those powerful Magic Pattern Guild teams that have passed the level to enter. As Morgan's words fell, the colorful fireworks rang through the sky again, and the ribbons fluttered. There was even surging music playing from the speakers. As soon as this posture came out, the audience was also very respectful and cheered. Amidst the cheers and colorful ribbons, the representative teams of various well-known Magic Pattern Guilds also appeared one after another. There were 42 teams in total. It can be said that the entire Magic Pattern world, 90% of the powerful regular Magic Pattern Guilds are already among these teams. The ceremony led by the Magic Pattern of the Anti-Magic Mechanism and supported by other official guilds can be regarded as a grand ceremony in the entire Magic Pattern world. Most well-known Magic Pattern Guilds are still very respectful. Well, there is indeed a factor of generous rewards. Time passed. Amidst the cheers, the 2 teams of the soldiers all came to the battlefield. At this time, the cheers gradually died down. The referee Sakamori walked in front of more than 14 teams. Seeing the famous paladin up close, many Magic Pattern users were still quite curious. They had already come into contact with the paladin, the rhythm of the earth, and were impressed. After all, most of the Magic Pattern users of these teams were tortured to death. They were naturally impressed by the straightforward and hot-blooded idiot Poseidon, and even hated him. They felt so ashamed of that man that they lost at least 100 million. So, they were still a little worried about the paladin. For the new referee, after understanding the points system, they began to have doubts in their hearts. There shouldn't be any surprises in such a system. Sakamori, who came to the front of many teams, said nothing and waved his hand. A giant bee flying beside him came to the front of the players. The players also looked at the giant bee curiously. The yellow and black patterns on the body, the most eye-catching are the 2 large steel thorns on the forelimbs. If such a large steel thorn pierces a person, it will definitely be unbearable. Some people thought so when looking at the steel thorns. Of course, there are still normal people. Their eyes were focused on the back of the giant bee. This giant bee was significantly different from the other giant bees. It was carrying a black bag. Tear. While everyone was guessing, the giant bee used its steel stinger to pick it back, and took off its backpack like a human and inserted it into the large chain of the backpack and pulled it open. One by one, things that looked like permanent pointers came into everyone's eyes. However, the glass of this thing was not a pointer, but a small bee. Next, each of your teams will send someone to get the score counter. This thing can record and count the points you get from hunting demons. At this time, Sakamori looked at the many curious magic pattern users and said lightly. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and then sent someone to get it. When picking up the score counter on the spot, Morgans also introduced the score counter to the audience. His loud voice on the broadcast was ignored by Sakamori. After everyone received the scoring device, Sakamori began to explain the use of the scoring device. This scoring device is very simple to use. As long as you carry it when hunting, it will automatically count your hunting numbers. It's better to put it outside so that the honey inside is aimed at your hunting target, so that the statistics will not be wrong. You can just treat it as a den mushi. Let someone be responsible for taking pictures with it, this is the first thing to pay attention to. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Scorer? Or manual? After. There is a green button at the bottom of each scorer. When you are besieged by a large number of demons, you can press it. At that time, it will release a power that disgusts low-level demons and can effectively get rid of the demon tide. Of course, it is limited to those demons with lower IQs. When these words came out, many magic pattern users were surprised. Is this still a life-saving prop? Can I keep it after the game? As we entered the magic pattern era, the magic tide came into being, although it has only appeared for a short time. It is mainly concentrated around the magic mine. But many guilds at the scene own magic mines. Whether the magic mine is large, medium, or small, its distribution is generally very wide. This leads to the survival of many creatures. It means that there are many demons in it. It can be said that every magic mine is a paradise nest for demons. As long as they are out of the cage, it is a headache for the guilds that own the magic mine. So collecting magic mines is really not something that ordinary forces can do. It is necessary to build a fortress city around the magic mine. Now with this treasure, isn't the problem solved? Seeing the flashing eyes of many magic pattern users, Sakamori interrupted their dreams directly. The score counter has a time limit, and it can't be used after a period of time. The reason why this score counter can make the demons feel disgusted is also very simple. It is the bees inside that carry Sakamori's holy power. The holy power of the paladin is contrary to magic power. As long as it is released and the demons feel it, low-level demons will retreat because of disgust. However, this consumes holy power, and the holy power carried in it is the root of infinity. It will eventually dissipate. Sakamori continued to talk about precautions. After pressing the green button, it also means giving up the game. 340 I will go to support if necessary. However, pressing it means that the team's points will be reset to 0. This is the second thing to pay attention to. Hearing this reminder, everyone also looked at the green button. It was covered by a small glass cover, and it seemed that it needed to be broken before it could be pressed. This means that it will not be pressed accidentally and tragically. The loss or complete damage of the score counter is also considered a failure of the game. This is the third point of attention. Finally, the fourth point. It is forbidden to destroy other teams' score counters. If you find out, the destroyer's team will also have their points reset to 0 and be eliminated. Here, Sakamori paused. He scanned the hundreds of people in front of him, and then said, "That's all. That's all you need to pay attention to. Remember, the score contest ends at 6 p.m., and any team that doesn't return with a timer by then will be eliminated. Now, take your score counters. Follow my pet, and let's go," Sakamori said neatly, pointing to a giant bee. The giant bee also flapped its high-frequency wings and set off directly. It didn't care whether those teams could keep up. Of course, the magic mine was outside. If you can't find it, there's no need to compete. Chapter 573 Many people started to make trouble, and the gluttonous demon mine of the new world. As many teams of magic pattern users set off in a mighty manner. The audience at the scene was also a little confused. The second round of the competition was held directly in the magic mine, so wouldn't it be a big mistake for them to come to the scene and sit here stupidly? This is what these people think. Because the entrance fee to enter the audience seats is paid once each time you come in. You pay once each time you come in. so, those who came here saw the current competition system. They were also a little confused. Could it be that they have to wait here stupidly? Bailey wasted his money? While the audience whispered and even complained. Many staff began to enter the venue, and they skillfully set up new imaging equipment one by one. These devices were all produced by the Kingdom of Miracles. Its main function is to connect with the perspective of the scorer distributed previously. Whether it is the audience at the scene or other audiences around the world. They need to see the perspective of the scorer through the images of these set-up equipment. The reason why it is so cumbersome. It is also because in the magic mine, ordinary den mushi cannot survive at all. The magic energy emitted from it is not very friendly to these small lives. As for the purely mechanical camera, there are some, but they have the same problem. In the magic field inside, the signal cannot be effectively interpreted. Click. Click. As the staff adjusted the machine, several huge images were projected into the air. The sci-fi feeling made people look sideways. This scene also made many audiences who had started to complain at the scene stop. At least, looking at it this way at the scene. Compared to watching these images through live broadcast, there is still some atmosphere. When the audience stared at the images in the air, some figures in the audience seats also began to leave. Most of these mysterious figures who left were either pirates or illegal magic rune users. As soon as the competition venue of the large magic mine appeared, everyone noticed the time to enter. There were many people who came here to mess up the venue. There are many daring people on this sea. In such a bright venue, there are many regular magic rune guilds and powerful paladins. They are always headless and explode on the spot. But now, the large magic mine is there. The magic mine has never been just an entrance and exit, it is huge in scale and area. You can even use your ability to artificially create an entrance or exit from a position without a gap. In this regard, the magic rune users who like to play in the magic mines of other forces have the most say. They may be afraid of making trouble on the spot. But they are not only brave enough to make trouble in the magic mine, but also very brave. Especially since everyone who wants to make trouble thinks so, there are many people gathered together. The second points race leads the venue to the magic mine. All those who want to make trouble leave the audience as if they have received a signal. They have many reasons to make trouble, such as fame, money, following the crowd, boredom, and wanting to die. Especially the group of magic pattern users, who are more emotional than ordinary people. Life is short, and there is no fun if you don't make trouble. Only by dying can you experience pleasure. Just this point has created many illegal magic pattern guilds. Of course, the attraction of interests in large magic mines is also indispensable. Gino, where do you want to go? I remember that there is something important. You go first. You don't have to wait for me when you go back. Gino just said hurriedly, and left the audience quickly without waiting for others to answer. Is that so? Then let's continue watching. Huang Yanake, who was wearing a white turban on his head in the Xiang sect, didn't care when he heard what Gino said. He continued to look at the image in the air with a smile on his face. Until he found that the other 7 flames around him were looking at him with strange eyes. He scratched his headscarf. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Nak, forgive me for not noticing it. You are actually a fool. As soon as these words came out, Nak jumped up. Jemipu, you bastard, do you want to fight? Okay, don't argue for now. What should we do next? Melas. The other 7 flames ignored Nak's playfulness and directly set their sights on Melas. Don't worry. Melas calmly comforted his somewhat anxious companions. Then he analyzed. This large magic mine is controlled by the world government. Especially now that it can be broadcast live through those scoreboards, if the people of the 7 flames appear in it. It is reasonable and will damage the image of the Xiang cult. Hearing Mela's words, the 7 flames interrupted directly. It's already this hour, and you're still acting like a good person. Gino is in danger now, okay? Listen to me. Looking at his companion's somewhat angry face, Miras pushed his glasses and said calmly. The leader has given me full responsibility for this matter. It seems that Gino is possessed. If we don't give him some cold water, he may not be able to continue to work for the church. You wait here. Next, I'll follow him. Bring him back when necessary. You know, my ability is suitable for this kind of thing. Looking at Miras's firm expression, the companion also felt that he had misunderstood him, and a trace of guilt appeared on his face. That's a large magic mine. There are many powerful demons in the magic mine. At present, in large magic mines around the world, it can be said that most of the top pure demons are present. There are even top demons and even magic beasts. Especially a large gluttonous magic mine in the New World. It is not surprising that there are multiple original demon kings in there now. Because the mother dragon, one of the 5 major gluttonous disasters, was born and fled from there, and it is well known that the gluttonous species grows fast. Now it has been taken over by the fear demons. Human forces cannot know the specific situation inside. The large demon mine here in Shengting Island may not be so exaggerated. But it is definitely not something that Melas, who is only a 1-star gold level hunter, can wander in casually. It is very likely that he will die there accidentally. Don't worry, this is the best choice. There are many regular magic pattern users in there now, and those demons should be worried. Even if you don't believe me, you should trust my ability. Looking at the small door that keeps spinning in the palm of Melas's open hand, many 7 flames were silent. The devil fruit is the superhuman door fruit, an extremely rare space-related ability. With this ability, Melas, combined with his calm and meticulous mind. At least he was impeccable in running away. The 7 flames also trusted him in this regard. However, if he was killed instantly and didn't have time to open the door, that would be another matter. Be happy, I will bring him back. Just don't do anything else to hold me back after I leave. Melas said and left Jiao with a smile. After he left. That guy? Who would hold me back? Nak also figured out the whole story in the conversation with the 7 flames at this time. He still had some IQ. However, he was not convinced by Max's words. Shut up. Nak. Others grabbed Nak and kept tearing his cheeks. For a while, the 7 flame Buddhas began to be carefree. Chapter 574 Magic Mine Environment, Loki's Wonderful Adventure. On the other side, the teams of many magic pattern users have also crossed the fence. Each of them randomly selected one of the several large sand pits and entered the large magic mine. The sand pit leads slowly to the ground at an angle. Walking into the ground, you will face a situation that is connected in all directions. It is like a huge underground maze, and the magic mines are like narrow streams, distributed in all directions underground. The horizontal length of this large magic mine underground reaches tens of kilometers, and the depth is even more difficult to calculate. Because no one from the world government has ever reached the deepest position. At most, they only sent people to detect the position of 800 meters deep. As for the lower part, there is no exploration, and there is a serious shortage of strong manpower. The pure demon species entrenched in the depths are not vegetarians. Anyway, it's okay to be able to mine. Generally, the world government only arranges miners to dig along the narrow magic mine group in the sand pit with a depth of no more than 200 meters and a maximum range of 3 kilometers. Excavation must be very careful. The magic mines here have become the skeleton supporting the desert. Digging too hard will cause sand collapse. Now, all the miners in this underground maze have been evacuated, and a new group of guests have arrived here. In an underground passage, the weathered yellow sand on the ground and the surrounding rock walls are light black, as if they were smoked by black smoke. A depressing atmosphere shrouds the place. Occasionally, twisted plants emit a faint glow. Add a touch of life to the gloomy environment here. Salad. Salad. The sound of footsteps on the sand echoes in the empty passage. The voices of conversation approach from far away, and the fire gradually climbs over. Ha ha ha, the environment here is really dark and depressing. If ordinary people mine magic mines in such an environment, they will go crazy after a while. A team came over, and it was the Red Hair Pirates, who were very famous in the magic pattern world. At this time, they had taken off their grey hoodies, revealing their respective outfits and faces. After the second stage of the demon hunting ceremony began, the Red Hair Pirates also left the scene and headed straight for the large magic mine on Saint Ting Island. For them, every large magic mine is an adventure place worth exploring. There are so many people coming now, the atmosphere is good, and the timing is right. They will naturally come. What you said is what the big forces should worry about. We are only responsible for treasure hunting. In the team, Beckman answered Loki's question casually. After chatting with Loki, Beckman's eyes lit up. Looking at a strange-looking plant cluster that seemed to be composed of black branches. It seems that we are lucky. Hearing Beckman's words, everyone followed his gaze and saw the strange plant. This is a 9-section branch, a rare magic plant in the market. It seems that we are really lucky. Hong Xiang was the first to react. As a ship doctor, he is very interested in magic plants that have a significant improvement in magic pattern users. Some magic plant illustrations in magic mines and non-magic mines are also popular in the market. The so-called magic plants are plants that have mutated due to magic power. Due to the types of magic power attributes, and plant diversity in various regions, there are also many types of magic plants. In this regard, the Magic Pattern Association has special people to compile and organize illustrations. Just selling magic plant illustrations to magic pattern users and hunters makes a lot of money. However, there are many types of magic plants, and many of them are solitary species, which means it is difficult to find a second magic plant of the same type. Therefore, many magic pattern users memorize those magic plants that are more popular and valuable. The 9-section branch in front of you is a magic plant unique to Shengting Island, and it is also very valuable. Because it can enhance the magic power of magic pattern users. It is a relatively rare magic plant. Let me do it. I like to do this kind of thrilling things the most. Loki swallowed the big chicken leg in his hand. His greasy hands rubbed the white and green vertical striped clothes casually, and then he was about to start. Rayleigh, who followed Shanks from the competition site, also looked at it with great interest. As an old guy who is retired, he is very interested in new things in the new era. This time when he followed Shanks on his adventure, he felt like he was back in his youth. Let's not talk about Rayleigh's feelings. Hongo saw Loki's reckless look and reminded him directly. Loki, be careful, you know. Wait, don't say it. Loki covered his ears and yelled. There are usually dangers next to the magic plant, but the specific dangers vary. Hongo, who is familiar with the magic plant illustrations, can list some. But Loki didn't know anything. He was more interested in making delicious magic beasts. As for the magic plant illustrations, he didn't even look at them. For him, it's enough to have Hongo and others to see. Now, the danger of picking magic plants attracts him more. It's like opening a blind box, you never know which one will fall on your head first, luck or bad luck. Shua shua. Loki rubbed his hands, and with a sinister smile on his face, he tiptoed to the half-meter-high 9-section branches. That wretched look. The members of the Red Hair Pirates all looked amused. Little cutie, here I come. A vulgar voice murmured from Loki's mouth. He bent down slightly, and reached out with his palms to the hard, black shining 9-section branch. Quietly, getting closer and closer, he caught it. One in each hand, one felt cold. The other felt as hard as a rock, and the temperature was changing. What is this? Feeling the different touches in his palms, Loki was a little confused. Why does this 9-section branch feel different? Could it be that it also? Before Loki could finish thinking, a huge mouth of water came out from the 9-section branch. Oh my god! This scene almost scared Loki to death. In order to experience the fun of adventure, he did not use his magic perception or even his observation color. So, the situation in front of him almost scared him to death. He could not see anything from his perspective, but the huge bloody mouth accommodated his entire field of vision. This horrifying scene made him slow down his reaction. Gurgle. Gurgle. In just a moment, Loki's head was in the mouth. And it slid in quickly, and his upper body went in all of a sudden. A fishy smell spread in his nasal cavity, and Loki finally reacted at this time. Help! Help! He used the life-saving technique directly and shouted loudly. At this time, his lower body was hanging in the huge mouth, and he felt a burning and powerless discomfort. The experienced Loki immediately determined that he was poisoned. But this is not important. What is important is that he can't use his strength in this situation and is still in a state of being choked. From the perspective of the red-haired people outside, a huge snake head with a width of half a meter opened its exaggerated huge mouth to swallow Loki. Looking at the lower body that kept kicking and hearing the vague cry for help, everyone was stunned for a moment and then laughed. The air was filled with a happy atmosphere. Chapter 575, Enemy Snakes Meet, a large demon mine is full of treasures. The red-haired gang laughed, but they were still determined to save people. Musician Binzi turned the ground into a swamp with one move. Snake controlled the strong wind to pull the giant snake out of the softened sand. A giant snake that was about 20 meters long and covered with diamond-shaped black and brown spots and looked a little scary came into view. Zilla! Zilla! Lightning flashed, and Lime Jones directly released lightning to electrocute the giant snake in front of him. It was electrocuted so that its eyes rolled back a little. Bang! At this time, Bin Z accelerated and jumped up to catch Loki, who was also electrocuted. He grabbed Loki's ankle with one hand. A beautiful turn. Pulled Loki out of the snake's mouth and threw it towards the red-haired gang. Seeing Loki flying over, the red-haired gang and Rayleigh all avoided it like a plague. The reason is very simple, there is a lot of mucus on Loki's body. This sight completely eliminated the desire of others to catch him. Bang! With no one to catch him, Loki fell hard on the sandy ground and rolled several times. At this time, he lay on the ground, with a look of wanting to cry but no tears on his face. Assholes! Can't you catch me for a while? I'm a wounded soldier now, a wounded soldier. Okay, okay, I know you're a wounded soldier, this time it's a good opportunity to teach you a lesson. Hongo walked forward and said with a smile on his face. While speaking, he activated the magic pattern state and used his ability, and soon expelled the toxins from Loki's body. These toxins were injected into Loki's body from the sharp teeth of the big snake when it bit Loki just now. Hongo's ability is disease, which is just right for dealing with such situations. Although it is not to ignore the toxins, it is still relatively simple to help expel the toxins. Soon, the burning feeling of weakness subsided. Loki felt alive, jumped up like a spring, and hugged Hongo next to him. He rushed over and shouted with a runny nose. As expected, you are the most reliable, Hongo. Get lost. Seeing that Loki was covered in a sticky and smelly liquid, he wanted to hug him. Hongo showed no mercy and gave him a flying kick. He kicked him in the round side of his face. Bang! Just like that, Loki he flew up again. Bang! He rolled again on the sandy ground and came to the side of the big snake that was still recovering from the electric shock paralysis. A snake and a man were lying on the ground, their eyes just facing each other. When the two enemies met, Loki was particularly jealous. He temporarily ignored Hongo's flying kick and jumped up again. He squeezed his palms with both hands. Crack! Crack! The sound of the joints was particularly crisp. Asshole! You want to swallow me, right? Look at me making you into a dish. The armed color domineering was wrapped around Loki's hands. He came to the big snake and smashed its snake head. Dang! Dang! For a while, there was a rhythmic sound like forging iron. The big snake was hit all over the head by Loki's hard fist. As a magical beast that can guard the rare magic plant that increases magic power, the 9-section branch. This giant snake is already the overlord of the nearby area. Otherwise, it would not be able to occupy this piece of 9-section branch. Based on magic power, it is already a mid-level B-level monster. This level of monster is dangerous at the double star B level in the Hunter Association. Especially, it has terrible venom, which can make other creatures stronger than it fall into its trap accidentally. However, such a monster is still at the level of giving food to the red-haired group. If Loki himself hadn't been too reckless, he would have been injected with venom without warning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been overturned in the ditch. Dang dang dang. Although as a monster, the snake is very tanky. But it can't withstand Loki's hammering on the snake head in a paralyzed state. Especially Loki used the internal crushing technique of armed color in the end. In the past 2 years, due to the sudden increase in magic power, some abnormalities occurred in the body. As a result, the red-haired group is not so keen on improving magic power. Unless they obtain magic plants like 9-section branch that are gentler to the body. They only use this kind of mild improvement. The magic pattern world generally uses the essence of magic beast core to improve magic power, but they don't do it at all. In addition, they absorb atmospheric magic power on a daily basis. That's right, compared with other magic pattern users, well, it should be lone magic pattern users. They have more time to focus on physical training and domineering. The effect is still good. Their bounty also largely illustrates this point. Dang dang dang. Loki, stop hitting, don't you see that this 9-section snake was killed by you? After a while, Hongo said helplessly. He didn't want to watch Loki forging iron in this dark place. I just feel that this strike feels good, didn't you notice? I was playing just now. I heard Loki muttering this. Lime Jones hit him directly. That's really ugly. It's far inferior to Punch and Darby. You'd better just be a good chef. Asshole Lime Jones, I haven't settled the score with you for electrocuting me just now. You're still settling the score? You didn't even mention that I saved you. You could have saved him better, but you insisted on electrocuting him. Isn't that your fault? While Lackey and Lime Jones were happily fighting each other, Hongo shook his head helplessly, ignoring their quarrels. Come to the 9-segment snake that Lackey beat to death. If you only look at the appearance and ignore the size, this one looks a bit like a common rattlesnake in the desert. But as a monster, it is naturally not that simple. The 9-segment snake is often accompanied by the 9-segment branch. Its tail imitates the 9-segment branch in a realistic way, not just in appearance. Even if it is perceived with magic power, it can be mistaken for the real thing. From this characteristic, we can know the importance of its tail. In fact, that part of its tail is indeed the location of the magic core of the 9-section snake. Therefore, the tail is also the most valuable part of the 9-section snake. Looking at the 9-section snake in front of him, whose body was still twitching slightly even after death, Hongo took out a scalpel-shaped magic weapon from his belt. Inject magic power. Swish! The tail of the 9-section snake was cut and broken by Hongo along the links of the tail. The technique looks very skillful. We are going to make a fortune. These 9-section branches start at a minimum of 200 million Baileys in the market. There are 13 of them here, at least 2.6 billion Baileys. There is also the tail of the 9-section snake, although the core of the same type of magic beast is worse than the magic plant. But the magic content here is high, and the value is higher than that of a single 9-section branch. It is estimated that it can be sold for 300 million Baileys. Speaking of this, Hongo couldn't help but sigh. The large magic mine is really full of treasures. Chapter 576 The encounter between the Red Hair Pirates and the 7 Demon Envoys, the strength of the legendary pirates. Hearing Hongo's sigh, other members of the Red Hair Pirates also nodded. Although it is not ruled out that they are lucky. However, as long as you have the strength, you will always be able to find valuable things in this magic mine if you walk around more. After the tail of the knotted snake was removed. Swish! Hongo walked a few more steps and came to the 9 knotted branches. He chopped off all 13 9-knotted branches in a few strokes. He took out a rope from his body and tied them up. Snake, take out the backpack. Hearing Hongo's call, Navigator Snake took off the super backpack that was 2 or 3 meters high on his back. When they arrived in Shaolin City, Red Hair and the others had already decided to enter the large magic mine. So they were naturally prepared. Before coming, they ran to the hotel in the city to take out the backpacks that had been prepared long ago. There were 2 backpacks in total, one each carried by the tall snake and Gabu. Now they were just in time to use them. Clatter! Crackle! Hongo rummaged around in the backpack. Took out 2 half-meter-long boxes. One high and one low. It looked like wood. But as Hong Xiang opened the lid of the box, he could see that the inner layer was made of black stone. The black stone inside was a kind of magic ore. Magic ore can not only make magic tools, but also has many other uses. Storage is one of them. Like the 2 boxes in front of Hong Xiang, the magic ore with black stone texture inside is made of lazy magic ore. Generally, magic plants and magic beast cores will lose magic after being removed. Especially in places with low magic concentration, the loss is more severe. Boxes made of ordinary materials are not very useful. So, storage boxes made of lazy magic ore are more popular. Lazy magic ore is difficult to react with other magic. Use it to store magic items, and the magic of the sealed items will dissipate part. In this way, there will be a certain concentration of magic in the sealed box, making it difficult for the items to continue to dissipate magic. This is a relatively safe way of storage. Done. After packing the things and putting them back into the backpack, Hong Xiang also had a bright smile on his face. They had just come in and had such a harvest, which was a good sign. If they walked around more, they might make a fortune. It was rumored that those highly intelligent pure demons would store a lot of treasures. If he could get some, he wouldn't have to worry about the expenses on the ship. Let's go. Hong Xiang asked Snake to put on his backpack again, and then told everyone to leave. Wait a minute, it's a waste to leave this snake here, I'll make it into a delicacy. Hong Xiang was furious at Loki's words. What if you make a delicacy in this damn place and attract monsters and demons? Also, we are not the only ones here now, there are many other magic patterns here. Let's go quickly, you have eaten all day, haven't you eaten enough? Hung Xiang's resentful words made everyone laugh. Because Lockie eats much more every day due to his own ability. This also led to them holding banquets every day, and the expenses were naturally high. Let's go. Now is the time for adventure. Shanks also smiled at Lockie. However, he hadn't finished his sentence yet. His face changed slightly and became solemn. It seems that a guest is coming. Rayleigh's face also changed slightly. Here, due to the influence of the strange field inside the magic mine, his perception is even worse than Shanks. It's just pure observation haki. It's a little worse than Shanks' combination of observation haki and magic perception. Red-haired group began to be alert, and they still took Shanks' reminder to heart. If it was just an ordinary guy, it would never let their boss show such an expression. Shada. Shada. Time passed, and a sound of footsteps came from the empty and dark passage. The visitor also came into the eyes of Red-haired and others. A team of mysterious figures wearing the same windbreaker style appeared. The high-collared windbreaker slightly covered the chin, and red burning fireballs were distributed on the black windbreaker. Such distinctive clothing. Red Hair and others recognized the other side at a glance. The 7 demon envoys, the most powerful illegal magic guild recognized by the magic world. Shada. The footsteps of the 7 demon envoys stopped, and one of them said in a teasing tone. Look what we found. Isn't this the Red Hair Pirates, which is famous in the sea? And after scanning the Red Hair Pirates, he set his sights on Rayleigh. The legendary deputy of the Pirate King, Pluto Rayleigh. It's a pleasure to bump into such a big shot here. Seeing the young man wearing a hood who spoke on the other side, Rayleigh lowered his head slightly, and his glasses reflected a dazzling light. Greedy enemy Nippero. Didn't expect that you young monsters would also notice an old guy like me. Compared to me, you are more famous now. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Nippero smiled without saying anything. His eyes passed over the harvested 9-section branches and 9-section snakes, and his eyes lit up slightly. Then he fixed his eyes on the big backpacks on Snake and Gabu's backs. No more. With no intention of talking nonsense with Rayleigh, Nippero cast his eyes on the black-haired young man who was the leader among them. President, what do you think? Hearing Nippero's question, the black-haired young man raised his mouth. What do you think? Since we have met, let's practice. I think they will not refuse such communication. The president's words made Nippero smile even more, but he still reminded him. But, our mission this time. Mission? What I say is the mission. You are so willful. You are worthy of being the president. Looking at the 2 people communicating in front of him without paying attention to others, the aura of the members of the Red Hair Pirates was suppressed. This suppressed aura made the originally relaxed atmosphere disappear. The leader of the 7 demon envoys, the arrogant envoy Altek, are you planning to fight here? The current position is not suitable. Shank's hand was on the hilt of the knife at his waist, and his eyes seemed to be full of fascinating light. He could feel that this matter would not end peacefully. The 7 demon envoys were not an easy group to talk to, and there would probably be a tough battle next. What does it matter? As long as I want, I can do what I want anywhere, compared to this. Altek fixed his eyes on Rayleigh. I am more curious about what strength the legendary pirate once had. Chapter 577 Rayleigh and Shanks' Divine Avoidance, a new generation replaces the old. Seeing Altek staring at him, Rayleigh also felt a headache. Really, I'm just a retired old guy now. You young and promising young people should stop staring at the remnants of the old era like me. My legs and feet have degenerated so badly that I can't fight anymore. As soon as Rayleigh said this, greed made Nippero laugh. I didn't expect the legendary Hades Rayleigh to be quite humorous. I almost believed it. Unfortunately, the president's decision will not be easily changed. After hearing what Nicole Superscript 2 said, Rayleigh lowered his head slightly. Is that so? In that case. When Shanks saw Rayleigh's gaze coming towards him, the 2 looked at each other. Clang! In an instant, the 2 attacked at the same time. If they couldn't communicate, they had to attack. Rayleigh also wanted to see what the 7 demon envoys, who were praised by Morgans in the newspapers, were capable of. In the dark passage, lightning was everywhere. Rayleigh and Shanks simultaneously swung their sabers wrapped in the domineering aura of domineering. God repel! The 7 demons and 16 envoys instantly felt the domineering aura enveloping them. What a terrible attack! Faced with this sudden attack, Nicole Superscript 2 was still in the mood to tease. The reason was that his president and another black-haired young man in front blocked the attacks of Rayleigh and Shanks respectively. Shanks' attack was blocked by another 7 magic envoys' black shield. After one attack, Shanks and the other party both stepped back a few steps. On the other side, Rayleigh's attack was blocked by Altek's saber through the air. His saber also flashed with lightning. Heroic Haki Entanglement. Looking at Altek in front of him, Rayleigh was also surprised. But feeling the other party's exaggerated magic power like the evergreen tree of S-level magic pattern, not so surprised. With such a strong strength and the holder of arrogant magic, it's not strange to be able to use the horrible Haki Entanglement. After all, now is different from the past. The great martial arts era that the man once set off. It made many qualified people grow at a speed far beyond the previous era. But, he really doesn't admit that he is old. Not enough, young man, just this is not enough. Rayleigh held the hilt of the knife with both hands, and the blade flashing with lightning pressed towards Altek. Boom! The lightning flashed at the center of the confrontation between the two of them. The light seemed to flow and shine in the void. The huge shock wave shook the entire passage, black sand and stones flew, and smoke and dust swept wildly. The people around couldn't help but cover their eyes, and were also taken away by the shock wave. Hey! President, if we fight like this place will collapse. At this time, Nipuro was a little away from the center of the battle. He covered his face and said loudly with gloating. Boom! The roar of the battle center buried his voice. The entire passage was shaking, as if it was going to turn the world upside down. The magic pattern users in other locations of the large magic mine also felt the violent vibration. Is this an earthquake? No. There are strong people fighting. The guilds are so unscrupulous. On the other side, one of the official guilds of the Anti-Demon Agency stopped here. It was the Magic League, which was backed by the North Sea New World Alliance. Doflamingo was the leader. He felt the vibration around him with a wanton smile on his face. The reason why he could easily judge was because the vibration source came from above. President, are we going down? If the vibration continues, we may be trapped here. A member of the Magic League team looked at Doflamingo, who stopped and asked. Don't worry, it won't collapse that easily. As a large magic mine, it carries all kinds of magic beasts and monsters. Unless the magic ore as the skeleton is dug away, it won't collapse that easily. Even if it collapses, it won't be a big deal for the Magic Rune Master. After all, the Magic Rune Master is not an ordinary person. What is desperate for ordinary people may not be the case for the Magic Rune Master. Let's go. Don't be too slow. Otherwise, our allies may complain. Doflamingo said with a mocking tone. Then he walked arrogantly and swaggered deep underground. This time, the officials of the demon hunting ceremony participated in the demon agency. The world government naturally couldn't let these free labors go. The original intention of their holding the demon hunting ceremony was to completely eradicate the hidden dangers of large magic mines. Therefore, the focus of the ceremony is on the pure demon species hidden deep in the magic mine. In order to get the other officials of the demon agency to take action, the world government also promised that the demon hunting ceremony will be held in the large-scale magic mines owned by the official anti-demon agency. It will be held once a year. This is why Doflamingo went straight to the depths of the large-scale magic mines. Not only the anti-demon agency. Many other magic pattern guilds also went to the depths of the magic mines. Because they all got the inside scoop. If the anti-demon agency attacks the pure demons, then these highly intelligent pure demons must not get a share of the treasures collected in the large-scale magic mines. It is based on this idea. Many magic pattern guilds also rushed down non-stop, fearing that they would not even get a sip of soup. When Doflamingo continued to set off. On the other side, the vibration continued. Boom! The shock wave was still raging, and Rayleigh was surprised to see that the other side was not retreating. As expected of a legendary pirate, you have such a terrifying spirit. 287 had a calm look on his face, as if he was not the one fighting Rayleigh. But, this is not enough. Rayleigh was stunned when he heard this. Was he mocking him by saying this? What a boy who refuses to admit defeat. Boom! The lightning on the blade was even stronger. In the past 2 years, Rayleigh was not completely lying down. The holy light potion produced in the land of miracles can stabilize the spirit, repair the hidden injuries of the body, and revitalize the body to a certain extent. Rayleigh also used a lot of such magical potions. During this process, he continued to practice, and his mental attributes miraculously increased to the S-end level. As a result, his domineering aura entanglement became more powerful. Other attributes also increased more or less. His physical skills, swordsmanship, and other aspects have grown. Otherwise, he would not think that he could fight Whitebeard on equal terms with him in the early years. But now, seeing how powerful the newcomers are, I am still filled with emotion. It's really a generation of newcomers replacing the old ones. Boom! The terrible domineering color entangled pressed towards Altek. Feeling the intensity of the confrontation increase, Altek's face changed slightly, and the bottomless magic power surged towards his blade. The combination of arrogant magic and domineering color domineering also rolled towards Rayleigh. Both sides refused to give in. Boom! With the final loud bang, everything around exploded. Chapter 578 The Strongest Arrogance, Memorial. Whoosh! Whoosh! The dark passage was filled with smoke. Snake used his wind power to blow away the smoke directly. The battlefield revealed a clear picture. Rayleigh and Altek were facing each other. A large black elliptical hole was directly broken in the cave ceiling 20 to 30 meters above their heads. The hole was like a trumpet, leading directly to the upper level. From time to time, sand particles were left from the edge of the hole. The confrontation between the two blasted a gap in the hard top with magic ore particles. Everyone at the scene could tell from the air pouring in from the gap. It was connected to a certain passage above, and there might even be more than one passage. It's really dangerous. It's just who let the president be willful. Looking at the scene above, the greedy man behind Altek, Niporo, pressed his right palm on his face, looking helpless. But his eyes between his fingers showed a playful look. On the other side, Shanks also looked at the 7 demon envoys on the opposite side solemnly. This was the first time he really fought with the 7 demon envoys. With just one move, he felt that the opposite side was worthy of its reputation. The 7 demon envoys was an illegal magic pattern guild originated from the North Sea. It is rumored that this guild was created with the support of another illegal magic pattern guild, the Pure Demon Guild. The Pure Demon Society invited the famous and powerful lone magic rune users from all over the world to form the 7 magic envoys. That is to say, the 7 magic envoys are likely to be backed by the Pure Demon Society. And as Shanks knows, the Pure Demon Society is not that simple. There are shadows of some big forces in it. For example, the North Sea Magic Union and even the magic runes of the world government. Of course, the latter is Shanks's guess. After all, according to the previous nature of the world government, this focused research has become an illegal guild of pure magic. If there is any official who is involved, you can choose the world government with your eyes closed with an 80% accuracy rate. Therefore, Shanks is inclined to this kind of guild based on his sensibility and intuition. However, those guys behind the scenes made such a sharp knife. It really lives up to the name of the strongest illegal magic pattern guild. The strongest arrogance and Pain William actually have the magic power of the Demon King. Such strength, as well as the rumored deeds and personality. These seemingly unruly guys must make those behind the scenes feel difficult and difficult to get off the tiger. So, do you want to continue? If you keep fighting like this, it will easily attract those magic pattern guilds. As Shanks' mind was turning quickly, Rayleigh looked at Altek on the opposite side and advised him. Now that he has proved his strength, if the other side is wise, he should not stalemate with him. It's not the end yet, the fun has just begun. Altek dropped the saber in his hand to his side. A wisp of red flame began to climb on the dark blade. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh's body tensed up and his face was extremely solemn. This flame was as bright as the red sun on the standard windbreaker of the 7 demon envoys. Altek, the arrogant envoy. In addition to this nickname, he also has another nickname, Red Sunday. Legend has it that Altek has the same power as the Sun God King. Although the Navy came out to refute the rumor. But Altek's power performance is really very close. A thrilling power. Really, I didn't expect that I would be in danger after taking a casual risk. At this time, Rayleigh felt the power of the opponent and was still in the mood to joke. Come on. Try to make me happier. Altek had a joyful smile on his face, but his eyes looked very calm. This is due to the characteristics of his power. As a holder of the magic of arrogance, Altek arrogantly thinks that he should have the strongest power. What is the strongest power? In his concept, it is the Sun God King among the gods. The power held by that man is the strongest. Based on this, Altek has a power that is similar to the Sun God King in appearance. In this case, Altek's ability is actually very powerful. At least, he thinks it is not difficult to beat the legendary pirate in front of him. Bang! Altek stepped on the black stone exposed by the shock wave under his feet. Pieces of broken stone broke and flew up, carrying sporadic magic or particles emitting magic. Dang! In an instant, Rayleigh's saber blocked Altek's blade. But his pupils shrank slightly, and he subconsciously tightened his muscles. The blade surged with the domineering aura and bounced off Altek's blade. After forcing Artek back, Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh at the strength of Artek's flame. In just a moment, he felt the armament haki hardened on the blade consumed so much that it was shocking. According to this consumption level, he suspected that if his sword was not using armament haki and was continuously burned by the flame, he was afraid that it would be very likely to be damaged. If the sword was gone, he would have to fight the guy in front of him with his hands and feet. Even if he had armament haki, the danger would be extremely high. Swish! A red flame slash was slashed by Artek. Facing this swift slash, Rayleigh directly used the blade to block it and deflected it to the side. In an instant, the slash tore a deep crack in the stone wall in the passage next to it. The crack was still charred. Bang! Altek took advantage of this gap to fight again. Dang dang dang! The figures of the two were like flowing light, moving and colliding quickly in this not-so-spacious passage. Shock waves flew across, and slashes frequently cut the surroundings. Altek pursued relentlessly, while Rayleigh repeatedly resolved the offensive. It was just such an intensity of battle. It didn't seem so easy to determine the winner in a short time. The two began to fight and passed the direction of Red Hair and gradually moved away. The remaining 7 demons and the Red Hair pirates began to turn their attention back and focus on the opposite group. Their confrontation is really dangerous. But it doesn't look like the winner will be decided so quickly. Then how should we distribute it? Greed made Nipperl look at the two people going away, and then at his accomplices next to him. Obviously, he was not going to just stand there and watch. Leave Red Hair to me. The black-haired young man who had fought with Red Hair before walked forward. As he walked forward, he reached into his arms where the buttons of his windbreaker were only fastened to his chest. He took out a piece of clean white cloth from his arms. Then he slowly wiped the black scepter in his left hand. The serious expression seemed to be mourning the passing of the scepter. Hope. You can make screams that please me. Chapter 579, Beautiful Cage, do you really think we are noobs? Looking at the pain in front of him, Shanks also moved forward. The Pain Envoy is the strongest of the 7 demon envoys after the Pride Envoy. His magic power is now also at the level of the Demon King. This battle is not easy to fight. Forest of Pain. Before Shanks made a move, William had already gently put the white cloth used to wipe the scepter back into his arms. During this process, his scepter began to shine with black air. The huge tree roots appeared around like swift venomous snakes and quickly stabbed Shanks. Dang! Facing these black tree roots that were bearing their fangs and claws, like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, Shanks, who was close at hand, had only time to raise his saber. Blocked the sharp tree roots that looked cold at first glance. Whoosh! The wind was surging, and the endless roar of the tree roots extended. Stabbed Shanks away from the original place. He pushed him straight to the depths of the passage, which was also the direction where Rayleigh and the Pride Envoy were fighting. He was pushed hundreds of meters away. Shanks just flicked away the several roots as thick as buckets. Swish, swish, swish. The roots danced in the air like whips. It began to block all directions around Shanks, 20 meters to the left and right, up and down, like a spider web. Whoosh! In the direction they came from, the dense roots loyally spread out a gap. William stood on a root and was brought to the opposite side of Shanks. In the dark environment, the weak light of 0280 stars cast his huge black shadow. He looked down. Then, let's start. In this wonderful cage. On the other side. After Shanks was taken away, the Red Hair pirates faced the remaining 5 members of the 7 demon envoys. There were only 7 of them now. Because in the remote location of Saint Ting Island, there were other companions guarding the ship. There were 2 companions guarding the ship. One was Jesus Buletin, and the other was Mengshida. Since there are many people coming to Shengting Island, in order to avoid the ship being discovered and causing conflicts. Therefore, Jesus Buletin was arranged to stay on the ship. His ability is to reduce the sense of presence. He can create a barrier that reduces the sense of presence. However, the duration is limited, and he needs to stay on the ship to replenish it every once in a while. The other Mengshida is because of the new member on the ship. They got a fantasy beast on the Fantasy Beast Island, which was a pig with a burning back that they had rescued. They affectionately called this fantasy beast Oilback. Although its species name is Explosive Pig. It is because of it that Mengshida, who was originally inseparable from Punch, stayed on the ship. Now, they are not fully staffed, but even so they still have 7 people. 7 against 5. They should have confidence, but at this moment they don't feel that it is easy to fight. They were obviously the first in the magic pattern era. But unfortunately, as the pioneers of the magic pattern envoy, facing the 7 magic envoys, they felt like the previous wave was beaten to death on the beach. Ben Beckman, I heard that your ability is ice. In that case, let me see how far you have developed your ability. One of the 7 demon envoys, a man who had been silent since he appeared, named Beckman and walked back. Looking at the back, Beckman murmured, "Despair envoy." He was silent for a while, made a few secret signals with his companions beside him, and then left. In terms of magic power, Despair Envoy is already the top level below the Demon King level. This is the conclusion Beckman came to after feeling the suppressed magic power. With such a guy and his rumored ability, he can't be careless. There is also a bounty for the 7 demon envoys in the Magic Pattern Association, and the bounty for Despair Envoy is 1.86 billion Baileys. Just from the bounty aspect, the bounty of Despair Envoy is higher than his. However, this can't make Beckman timid. In itself, his magic power is only a step behind Shank's, and he is also at the level of a high-level magic pattern envoy. Besides, the narrow passage here is an environmental advantage for his ice ability. He hopes to solve it quickly. But it doesn't have to be a fight to the death. Although the 7 demons are extremely vicious, Beckman doesn't believe they have no brains. With little interest involved and other unstable factors around, this encounter will probably not last too long. Of course, the premise is that the weaker side cannot be too weak. Watching Beckman follow the despair away, others set their eyes on the opposite side again. Who's next? I'm a very easygoing person, those 2 big guys. If you can give me the gains you got here before, I can also sit down and chat with you and drink tea. How about it? Isn't this a good deal? At this time, Greedy Nippero combed his brown hair with a little grey on his head with his fingers. This calm move end. He said shameless words with a smiling face. This made Hung Xiang's forehead grow a well-shaped character for the first time. Does this bastard know what he is talking about? Asshole. I suffered so much to get the magic plant, and you want to take it away with just your mouth. Do you really think we are vegetables? You can cook us if you want. Hongo. Before he could speak, Loki jumped out first. He strongly condemned Nippero's blackmail. Is that so? I thought this was a good proposal. So, you who rejected my proposal. But you will face a difficult guy. Really, don't you want to consider it? Looking at Nippero in front of him, he took out a small statue covered with black lines from his arms. That statue. The remaining members of the Red Hair Pirates could not help but feel a bit depressed. Rationally speaking, the other party's proposal was tempting. After all, although they had 2 more people than the other side. But the other party's strength was not to be underestimated. As the strongest illegal guild recognized by the magic pattern world. Except for the Monsters of Pride and Pain, whose bounties exceeded 2 billion Baileys. The bounties of other members hovered between 1.5 billion and 1.9 billion Baileys. It was this bounty that doubled their pressure. But even so, they did not compromise. Now their captain and benefactor Rayleigh are fighting. How could they just give in like this? You really want to save face, but face is worthless. Looking at the stubborn face of the man on the other side, Nippero shook his head regretfully. The statue in his hand was also thrown out. Roar! The huge roar shook the surrounding stone walls. As soon as the statue landed, it turned into a huge lion covered with black stripes. It exuded a dark aura visible to the naked eye, and its lantern-like eyes emitted a terrifying red light. Monster. Chapter 580 I am too kind, a bad teammate. Bingo, you got it right. My little baby took a lot of my energy. Greed made Niporo reach out and stroke the hard mane of the lion monster. It was very prickly, but Niporo was very satisfied. Because this was his outstanding work. Niporo has the ability to alienate life. His ability can temporarily transform lifeless inorganic objects into monsters. This is a way of using the ability, often used on stones. Warcraft, monsters, and pure magic, the three species have a progressively better fit for magic. As a monster, it is faster and more powerful to mobilize magic than Warcraft. This is a racial advantage. Of course, this is also the application of basic magic. If the ability is different, it is a different situation. Generally under the same conditions. Monsters are stronger than Warcraft, and pure magic is stronger than monsters. So, Niporo's ability is indeed good in terms of basic use. Unfortunately, the monsters created by using stones in this way are actually mediocre. Because the monsters created in this way have only magic but no key abilities, which can be said to be blank. At most, he can only control the size changes of inorganic monsters. Just this is far from being powerful. Therefore, Niporo's use of his ability is naturally not limited to using stones. Instead, he went to find powerful monsters with greedy magic, and then slowly cultivated them with greedy magic. This process consumed a lot of his magic tools. The advantages are also obvious. He usually stores powerful monsters. When it is critical, he can take them out and fight in groups. The magic power consumed is even less. In this case, Niporo's magic power is not superior to the 7 magic users, but his combat power is strong. The Magic Pattern Association offers a reward of 1.82 billion Baileys. The bounty ranks 4th among the 7 magic pattern users. It is said that this guy is good at fighting one against many. If you want to defeat him, you can only use speed to break through the blockade of monsters and attack Greed himself. Leave him to me. Rhyme Jones, a fighter of the Red Hair Pirates, raised his eyebrows slightly. Then whispered to his companions. In the Red Hair Pirates, he is really good at speed and can use lightning power. Even if he cannot defeat Greed, at least he will not be defeated easily because he has an advantage in speed. No. This guy is too strong. It's hard to use your speed in this environment. Let Punch cooperate with you. Only this way. I say. You discuss tactics in front of me. Don't you think too much of my little baby. Looking at the members of the Red Hair Pirates whispering in front of him, Niporo said with embarrassment. If I don't teach you a lesson, I'll be too kind. As Niccolo said so, the lion monster roared directly, and its lantern-sized eyes glowed red. The roar shook the stone wall, causing more sand and dust to fall from the hole above. Bang! The ground burst slightly, and the lion monster disappeared directly on the spot. In an instant, it appeared in front of everyone in the Red Hair Pirates. The 10-meter-tall lion loomed over them from above, and its size made the not-so-large passage seem particularly narrow. It was extremely terrifying to watch from a close distance. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, the lion head rushed over, and the air burst. Clang! Snap! Snap! A blue light rose up, an array of light enveloped covering in front of Lime Jones and the others. It was Locky's ability. At this time, Locky stared at the light shield that was constantly shattering in front of him with his eyes wide open in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. What are the teeth of this lion made of? They are so sharp. Don't be bitten, it will definitely break into 2 pieces if bitten. Hearing Locky's warning, the others also nodded solemnly. The teeth of this lion are so sharp that it seems that even Locky's ability can be quickly bitten. Obviously, this is not just the sharpness of the teeth, but maybe the ability of the lion itself. While Locky and the others were on full alert. On the other side, 2 people from the 7 demon envoys left the team and sat on a big rock on the side of the passage. They did not take the initiative to watch the show. It's just that this battle is not necessary for them. One of them is the melancholy envoy of the 7 demon envoys. He is busy with melancholy and has no mood to fight. The other is the envoy of jealousy. He is now upset because of something and is also in no mood. So their choice is to passively watch the show. Hey, hey, hey! You guys are watching the show. What unreliable teammates! Niporo was not surprised by the eccentric behavior of melancholy and envy. The 7 demons act according to their mood. When they are in a good mood, they will do the task. If they are not in a good mood, they will wait until they are in a good mood. Fortunately, they are all very strong and will not be killed by their teammates. It's really a headache. Won't it become 2 against 6 next? Eugene, what do you say? The person being questioned by Nippero is a gangster with classic yellow hair. But he is wearing a windbreaker specially made by the organization, which does look quite impressive. He is the fear of the 7 demons. Isn't this what you want from their property? If there is no benefit, why should I take action? Looking at the yellow-haired man with his arms crossed and a cool expression on his face, Nippero said with a headache. Eugene, you can't just sit there and watch. Otherwise I can't handle it. Those guys are not weak, even I am troubled. After hearing what Nicole Superscript 2 said, the yellow-haired man remained unmoved. If he was asked to act just by talking, wouldn't he be too cheap? Got it, I'll give you 10% of the profit. 30%. 20%. 30%. Okay. 30% is 30%. Nicole Superscript 2 was defeated by Eugene. He knew that this guy was very stubborn, and if he didn't back down, he would really watch him get killed. He was just a pit teammate. While Nicole Superscript 2 was discussing with Eugene. On the other side, Loki and the others had already suppressed the lion monster. After all, it was just one of Nicole Superscript 2's monsters. Even if it was his masterpiece, it was unrealistic to deal with Loki and the others with just one monster. If the lion monster wasn't so strong, it would probably be beaten to the point of being unable to resist. Is the Fear Envoy going to join? While fighting the lion monster, Hongo was also very concerned about the remaining 7 demon envoys. The jealousy and depression looked like they were watching a show, which made him feel less stressed. Otherwise, Hongo planned to use his ability to cooperate with Snake to spread his poison gas throughout the channel. The location here is a paradise for poison gas like him. Even if the 7 demon envoys have strong magic power, it is not so easy to act under the erosion of his disease particles. Maybe he will kill all these famous 7 demon envoys in seconds. Of course. This is an ideal situation. Because his name is also spread in the sea. The other party doesn't look stupid. Be serious. We still need to support the boss and others in this battle. Ha ha ha. Of course, we are just low-key. Who is not in a magic pattern envoy? We can't be compared with these juniors. Loki said arrogantly. At this time, if he hadn't jumped up and down under the pursuit of the lion monster, he might have been more convincing. Okay. Hongo covered his face and was a little speechless. Just like that, the Red Hair Pirates were about to start a new round of offensive and defensive battles with the arrogant yellow-haired joining. In the deeper layer of the large magic mine, a certain location has gathered many teams of regular magic pattern guilds. Chapter 581 Underground Space and War, Kizaru said he was watching the show. Time passed. Deep in the large magic mine, 1,000 meters underground. Many teams are now led by the official team of the Anti-Demon Agency. According to the map sold by some channels, they gathered at a certain location before. Then it was natural. The team led by the Anti-Demon Agency continued to move underground. A lot of monsters were pushed along the way. Directly came to this 1,000-meter deep underground, a wide passage leading to deeper underground. As they entered the passage, they passed through a sloping corridor. The originally dark scene suddenly became bright. The scene that appeared in their eyes shocked them. It also shocked the audience in Shaolin City. There is a vast underground space here. The height about 100 or 200 meters, with a length and width of nearly 10 kilometers. The vast underground space has huge stone pillars connected up and down, tens of meters thick, like pillar mountains. Of course, these are not the most shocking to many magic pattern users. What shocked them the most was the exaggerated content of magic ore in those pillar mountains. Experienced magic pattern users can detect that the content of magic ore exceeds 80%. It is not an exaggeration to say that the whole pillar is magic ore. Looking over here, there are dozens or even hundreds of them. Such a huge magic ore is placed in front of them. The magic pattern users' emotions began to fluctuate strongly. How many magic ore are there? Get rich? Many people saw the grand scene here, greed flashed in their eyes. Some of them had red eyes. Because as long as they thought of so many magic ore here. But they couldn't move much, and the rest would all be sold to the world government. As long as they thought of this, they were all sick. Damn it! Why aren't the magic ore here theirs? Rob! We must grab it fiercely. We must not let the officials get away with it. Many people have the same idea. The amount of magic ore here is really exaggerated. Have the pure demons here moved most of the magic ore underground here? At the exit, Doflamingo was also a little shocked. He is now in a huge stone cone in the shape of an inverted pyramid hanging upside down on the top of the stone. Strips of stone bridges grow from the huge stone cone and are half hanging. Looking down from this position is like looking down from the edge of a cliff. You can see a wide field of vision. However, correspondingly, the black stone buildings in the field of vision can also see them in reverse. Especially the guys living here are not ordinary humans, the field of vision of pure demons is clearer. It does look spectacular. With this arrangement, it seems that the pure demons are developing well, and this battle is not so easy to fight. Next to Doflamingo, a man in black clothes with strange patterns on his face said lightly. He is the Ace Shadow Knight envoy of the official Shadow Demon of the magic pattern. The relationship between Shadow Demon and the Magic League is not bad, or it can be said that they are in a relationship of boss and younger brother. Although this point is not stated explicitly, the Magic League is more sensible. A lot of benefits are transferred to Shadow Demon. After all, the New World Alliance can become bigger and stronger, and the Dark Curtain has contributed to it. The pure demons below have discovered us. It seems that they are well prepared. I don't know what will happen in this battle. I am really looking forward to it. Ming Ji walked arrogantly with his hands in his trouser pockets to the edge of the stone bridge. Then he jumped lightly, and the team of the Magic League behind him followed closely. Ming Ji's actions also made many magic pattern envoys come back to their senses, and they also took action again. When many magic pattern envoys set out again. On the other side, in the center of the underground space, a dark palace made of magic ore. In a room here, it is very lively. Sure enough, those humans on the ground are restless. It's not enough to grab the magic ore on the surface, but they even reach down. It seems that we can only fight. This is our home ground. Those greedy humans, they will never succeed. In the room, a dozen pure demons or monsters of different shapes were discussing here. For these intelligent races, they did not fight alone and kill each other as humans imagined. On the contrary, they opened up such a large underground space and lived in harmony. Originally, they planned to develop quietly. Unexpectedly, the humans from the outside world took the lead. This is too much, they must fight back. As a race born and raised here, this is their nest, how could they give in? Just discussed it for a while. All pure demons and monsters unanimously decided to go up and fight directly. They are not without confidence. Not to mention the geographical advantage here, there are also two terrible foreign AIDS-0. We must make those humans pay the price. Soon. The pure demons and monsters, who shared the same hatred for the enemy, led the army to move quickly. One side ignored or crushed the other weak guys on the road like a whirlwind, and headed straight for the Dark Palace. The other side rushed from the palace. Not long after, the two sides collided head-on. In Shaolin City, Morgans looked at the display screen in the battlefield showing the demon army. There were densely packed pure demons that were hard to see in the magic mine in the past. There were also many monsters with magic patterns all over their bodies and emitting black air, as well as a large number of magic beasts driven by pure demons. All of these together. Just looking at the number, there are more than 10,000. Especially, many of these demons are huge, spread out in a flat area, and take up a lot of space. Just from the momentum. The appearance of the group of demons dancing wildly is enough to make the audience watching the live broadcast at the scene and around the world worried. This is poking the demons home. The gathered magic pattern guilds only had 200 or 300 people, is it really enough for these terrible demons to chew? Even though the magic pattern users have shown their powerful strength before. But those densely packed guys on the opposite side are not ordinary people, they are all terrible monsters. One person against 100. This is probably very difficult. With so many people, it is no different from a war. I didn't expect that a competition would directly turn into a war. Many spectators never expected it. In the underground space of a large magic mine. A marginal area. 3.4 There is a huge flower that looks like a morning glory, and the center of the flower emits a bright white light. This is the most common magic flower in the magic mine here. A figure stood on the tough petals and looked at the scene of the demons dancing in the distance, and couldn't help sighing. This place is really terrible. Really, why do I have to do this kind of mission? Under the light, the figure held up his sunglasses with one hand. He is the Admiral of the Navy, Kizaru. In order to prevent unexpected situations in the magic pattern ceremony, the 5 elders specially dispatched Admiral Kizaru. The Navy also agreed to Kizaru's mission for this trip due to comprehensive factors. Kizaru was very dissatisfied with this. It was just that the vacation and salary promised by Sengoku made him want to go after all. He thought so, just to watch the show. Chapter 582 Kizaru who was slacking off, Minga who was accidentally defeated. Even now that he was at the scene, Kizaru still thought so, he still wanted to slack off. If it was before, he would not have much mood to slack off even if he came here. But now is different from the past. He who obtained the fantasy beast fruit, not to mention his strength, his ability to save his life has greatly increased. Without life-threatening danger, he can be at ease. At this time, Kizaru stood on the magic lamp flower, and then looked at the two parties confronting each other in the distance with a leisurely face. Now he has no intention of taking action at all. His existence is to wait until unexpected factors appear before taking action. For example, the Demon King who unexpectedly came to support from the Demon Island, or the pirates who were causing trouble or the illegal guilds. Before that, just wait and see. By the way, the magic lantern flowers here are really big. The light is really dazzling. I didn't expect the demons here to cultivate these magic lantern flowers so well. Kizaru was standing on the petals, watching the two sides in the distance, who were on the verge of a war, communicating before the war. So he focused his attention on the magic lantern flowers under his feet. His face was full of amazement. This kind of magic lantern flower is very common in the magic mines of Saint Ting Island. It is one of the sources of light in the dark magic mines. Light is not its function, but a manifestation of its magic power. Theoretically, it can be used to make magic potions to restore magic power. It's just a bit useless that as long as the flowers are picked, the magic power condensed on the buds will quickly dissipate. Because of this characteristic, it has not been chosen by major forces as a magic plant for expansion. However, for wandering monsters, this kind of flower is very useful. As long as the magic power is consumed, you can get the effect of restoring magic power by drinking a mouthful of the whole flower. It is as bright as day here, and there are such flowers everywhere. Whenever the monsters start fighting, they will drink a mouthful of it when they consume it. Just from the geographical advantage, it is already a great advantage. I wonder what those magic pattern users can do. If they are beaten back, it will be embarrassing. Kizaru put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked at the two groups of people who were about to fight in the distance with a teasing face. On the other side, the Demon Army and the Magic Pattern Guild team began to move. Before the battle, they had a friendly exchange. They all spoke well of each other. From the perspective of the demons, the human magic pattern users are invaders. From the perspective of humans, the other party is not human. What else is there to say? Just deal with it directly. Anyway, the reputation of the demons is not good, not to mention that there are so many benefits here. Pure demons, and monsters are all of great value. It would be a big loss to regard them as human beings. Although not everyone thinks so, as long as most people think so, it is enough to set the tone for the action. There is no doubt that this is a just war, and victory is justice. In the midst of the rush, the surroundings are in chaos. The roar of the beasts, the roar of the monsters, and the collapse of the earth caused by various abilities constitute a thrilling picture. Among them, Doflamingo took arrogant steps, with his mouth raised wantonly. He enjoyed the hustle and bustle here. Roar! A huge roar shook the air, and the air seemed to splash circles of ripples. A purple behemoth appeared behind Doflamingo. Because his steps that did not recognize relatives were too arrogant, and his aura was indeed strong. A demon beast with the highest level of demons came directly behind him. It was once the top overlord of the desert, the Saint Dora lizard. It is also the only demon beast with the highest level here. This is very precious. Because many carnivorous demon beasts can easily mutate into demons after swallowing a large number of demon beasts. After mutating into a demon, although it has the digestive power of swallowing demon ore, its growth will also be accelerated. But this is at the cost of a mutated new personality, which is not much different from death, and even more terrifying. This Saint Dora lizard occupied the magic plant that increased magic power in the early days. At the same time, it has extremely special abilities. Later, through observation, it discovered the law of the alienation of magic beasts. Later, it also gained the favor and friendship of pure demons. Obtained the holy light potion obtained by a pure demon when he went out. Yes, the holy light potion can be used not only by magic patterns, but also by magic beasts. With the blessing of multiple luck, this Saint Dora lizard named Ertuo finally completed the transformation and commanded the underground magic beast army. Now, it feels that the time has come to show its skills. Crack! Crack! Originally, Minga didn't care much about Ertuo's appearance. His strength and ability are not given for nothing, and a magic beast can't threaten him. But when Ertuo bit him, he realized that this big lizard was actually the big boss. The surrounding space was extremely viscous, as if it had turned from air into liquid or even solid. Not only that, his body was also shrinking and fell into Ertuo's mouth. Air ability, spatial ability, shrinking ability, devouring ability. In an instant, Minga thought of several abilities. However, he stopped thinking afterwards. Now is not the time to think about these things. Otherwise, the leader of the Magic League and the member of the Magic Pattern Association would be killed instantly. If it ends like this, I am afraid that people will laugh at me. 5 color lines of destruction. Powerful magic power burst out from Minga, allowing him to shake the invisible cage that bound him. 5 red lines were swung fiercely by him. Edo also realized that the food that was about to reach his mouth was hot, and took the initiative to reverse the burst of ability. Boom! In an instant, Minga was hit as if by a transparent wall. The whole person and the 5 color lines of destruction that he flew out were repelled and bounced away. The air exploded, and Minga's figure turned several times in the air before stopping. 187. He stood in the air, and the lines under his feet bounced and hung on the black stone surface of the ceiling. He looked down at the huge purple figure below. I almost capsized in the ditch. It seems that we can't take it lightly when facing a guy with unknown abilities. After escaping from danger and wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, Ming Ji laughed. But the slightly protruding veins on his forehead showed that he was not in such a good mood. Anyway, it is always a bad thing to be almost fucked instead of pretending to be cool. Then, let me give you a reward. Little pet. He floated slowly and was finally pulled to the black stone surface above his head by an invisible line. Day. He turned over head down and stood directly on the black stone surface. It was just a moment. The surroundings began to change, and wisps of white lines appeared, and then a red breath spread. On the black stone surface, all non-magic ores changed. Only a small number of magic ore particles mixed in it fell like rain. Feel it. This is the power of awakening, this is the power of destruction. The endless red lines entangled into a 20-meter knight-like figure, under the scattered magic ore particles. It stretched down from the sky with a red spear in its hand. It rushed towards Edo like a divine soldier from heaven. The huge red spear shone with an ominous light. Die! Red Knight Shadow Killing Gun. Chapter 583. Ming Ji feels that he has done it. Evergreen makes a move. Whoosh whoosh. An ominous red light shines in the giant gun of the Red Knight. This attracted a lot of people's attention. Ming Ji stood upside down on the zenith, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. At the same time, he increased his strength. In short, he wanted to achieve a good result with one strike. Below, Urga did not flinch in the face of Ming Ge's amazing big move. Roared directly, in the earth-shaking roar. The atmosphere trembled, and a tornado roared directly in the area in front of its big mouth. The huge tornado submerged the Red Knight falling from the sky. Ming Ji, who rushed straight to the zenith, presented a huge tornado directly from the ground to the sky. Yen Iea trademark OE. In the tornado, Ming Ji used lines to fix his body. Then he looked at the big lizard below with cruel eyes. If the opponent had used tangible substances or magical elements, he could have destroyed them. Unfortunately, this invisible force restrained him in a certain sense. However, if this move didn't work, he would do it again. Such a big body was a target for him. Red Thorns. The Red Riders who were still holding on in the tornado instantly collapsed. They turned into red lines that broke through the tornado and stabbed into the area around Urga. From the zenith of more than 100 meters to the ground. The 100-meter range centered on Urga was full of red lines like a net. As the red lines were arranged, a strong red light began to flow out from them, like scarlet venom. Some of the monsters that had not had time to leave this area were stabbed to death on the spot. Some rushed forward to break through the restrictions around them. However, the red lines were not only sharp. The destructive aura on them made them like a thorny hedgehog. Don't even think about rushing over. Even with a light touch. The hard scales are as easy to cut as tofu touching a kitchen knife. This is the powerful ability that Minga has gained from the magic of anger. Minga still remembers the shame of the past, and in anger he awakens the power of destruction. This power makes him reborn. Even if his devil fruit ability is not strong. But with the power of destruction, he feels that he can do it. He is the king chosen by God. One day, those guys in the Holy Land will surrender to him. Minga, who has not been beaten and has been smooth sailing in the past few years, thinks so. Urga. A pure demon of the highest level not far away saw Urga trapped by Minga and was ready to take action. Urga is still doing well in this underground space. Many demons are still friendly to this demon beast leader. Although it looks majestic and eats more, it can be a beast. Most demons are relatively solitude, but Urga likes to chat and gossip with pure demons. Plus, he likes to read human stories, so his performance is very human. He speaks nicely and can tell stories. The only regret for many demons is that he is a demon beast. A demon beast is like a demon pattern user. The lifespan will be lower than the natural state. The pure demons don't know how long Urga can live, anyway, it is shorter than them. In this case, although Urga is the leader of the demon beasts, he is still a mascot in the eyes of those top leaders. Now, when it is in trouble, there are pure demons who want to help. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. The shouting of this pure demon was also heard by Urga, and Urga, who had not spoken before, spoke human language directly. The voice was a little heavy and hoarse. This is not so incredible. There are animals that speak human language in this world, so it is normal for such a highly intelligent demon beast to speak human language. While the pure demons were communicating with Edo, Minga's laughter could be heard from the sky. I didn't expect that the cruel pure demons would also care about this kind of emotion. How ironic. This feeling makes me feel like a bad guy. Well, I seem to be a bad guy indeed. From the zenith, Minga floated down on the red line like silk. He felt funny again after talking about the bad guys. Because he did not become a pirate according to the original plan, he rushed all the way on other paths. Until now, he has become one of the officials of the anti-demon agency. In order to expand his popularity, he recruited personnel for the Demon League. In addition to showing his strength, he also did enough surface work. While doing this, Minga almost thought he was a good person. Of course, no matter how he decorated himself, there is no doubt that his heart is black. After all, the Pure Demon Association and the 7 demon envoys were involved. The center of the red line. Edo looked at the red glowing lines around the blockade indifferently. Then he looked at the human above. It seems that you are very proud. You are a disgusting guy at first glance. You don't think you have won. Arrogant guy. As for whether you are arrogant or not, it depends on whether you can take my next move. Ming Ji's fingers began to move back and forth. When Ming Ji and Erduo started a new duel, the entire battlefield was in a stalemate. Although more than 20 powerful teams have gathered here to participate in the ceremony. And they are all large guilds ranked high in the magic pattern world. However, the number of personnel is too small after all. Each team has a maximum of 12 people, and some guilds are not even full. Although strong, the demon army here is not vegetarian. Deep in the depths of this underground palace, none of the troops here are lower than sea level. Although sea level demons don't sound good. But when they go to the sea outside, they are monsters in the eyes of ordinary people. Sea level demons, if corresponding to the navy, can span 3 military ranks, from the colonel of the navy headquarters to the brigadier general and then to the major general. The span is not small. The demon army here is still a great pressure on the major guilds. Each the masters of the guild were tied up to take care of their companions. For a moment, they were actually at a disadvantage, but at this moment, a certain man took action. Boom! The huge forests that covered the sky rose up to the sky. In the huge chaos, especially when the demon army had a huge advantage in numbers, the evergreen tree of magic pattern, Jane, took action. As soon as he took action, the entire battlefield turned into a sea of forests. Countless vine branches extended towards the demon army, whether it was pure demon species, or demon beast species. As long as they were bound, it would be difficult to escape. Those branches and vines had a strong lazy magic. The characteristic of lazy magic is that it makes the activity of magic low. As long as the activity of magic drops to a certain level, even magic can't be used. At this time, if there is no strong pure physical strength, it is difficult to break free from the restraints. It is precisely because of Jane's power that the world governmentally then can we arrange such a small number of magic pattern users to attack the pure demons deep underground. Although the development of the pure demons here is beyond the expectations of the world government. But as long as there is the power of Jane, the sheer number is not a big deal. I'm so sleepy. I don't want to move. Is this the power of laziness? Damn it. At this time, a pure demon who often went out to get information was also tied up. He felt very bad. It was difficult for the captured people to break free. Is this the power of the first S-level magic pattern user in the human magic pattern world? It's really terrible. Chapter 584 We may really be bad guys, Recorder. When Jane swept the demon army, the leaders of the demon army did not stand there, and immediately began to join forces to rescue the trapped subordinates. Boom. Rustle. The ground trembled, the sand flew wildly, and endless yellow sand began to surge from the ground of the entire battlefield. It was as if a huge wave was rising up into the sky. It was going to erode all of Jane's forest. With such a movement, the demon leaders would inevitably affect their trapped subordinates. Because the army was too large, they could not control it completely and accurately. But now they could not hesitate. If the army was missing, it would be difficult to compete with the opponent with the remaining high-end combat power. Therefore, the leaders would not hesitate to sacrifice some of their subordinates for this. This is a question of trade-offs. Lord Jane. Beside a wooden sedan, several magic rune users carrying the wooden sedan looked at the yellow sand covering the sky above the forest. Also pale, the demon leaders could not even take care of all their subordinates. Not to mention the enemy magic rune users. The yellow sand had a terrifying corrosive force. If ordinary magic rune users were really caught in it, they would immediately turn into mummies. Don't worry. Looking at the yellow sand that began to erode the top of the forest, Jane was still lazy, without any tension. Although he was continuing to trap the lazy magic of the demon army, it was difficult to free his hands to deal with the trick of the demon leader. But he was not alone. That guy should also take action in this situation. Looking at the sand waves that were about to submerge and erode him, Jane thought calmly. Clatter. Sure enough, the next moment, another accident occurred. The endless sea current swept out of thin air, up to the sky, and collided with the falling sand waves. The two collided, and the magic in the sand waves was directly melted by the collision, turning into ordinary yellow sand. The sea current also completed its mission, and fell down with the yellow sand. For a while, it seemed that the sky was raining sand, real sand rain, a mixture of sand and rain. The sand rain fell like a waterfall, with a mighty momentum. The magic rune users in the forest below. They relied on thick trees and bound giant monsters as shelter, which was not a problem. Looking at the sand rain falling from the sky, they couldn't help but marvel. As expected of him, the trump card of chasing light, Luzino. The person who took action this time was the second magic rune user with the magic power of the Demon King level in the anti-demon organization. In the official of the anti-demon organization, the magic power and even the qualifications of magic power of the top magic rune users inside are not much different, and the resources they can obtain are the same. The magic power of the evergreen tree of magic rune has reached the Demon King level, and other top magic rune users will not be far from breaking through. Luzino is such a top magic rune user. Although he has not yet issued the badge of the S-level magic rune user through the Magic Rune Association, it is only a matter of time. That human. At this time, as the moves were broken, the faces of the demon leaders also looked very ugly. Now, even if they want to use the moves together again, they can't. Because the human side has recovered. With most of the demon army captured by Evergreen Tree, those top magic rune users no longer need to protect other magic rune users. They all focus on the demon leaders. If the demon leaders want to use the same trick again, they will probably face the thunder strike of those magic rune users. As for the current battle situation, the number of their top level leaders is only 15. This includes the magic beast Edo and 3 monsters transformed from magic beasts. But the magic rune users on the opposite side of the human side, corresponding to the top level of magic rune users, are more than 20. There are also 2 Demon King level magic rune users. Even if they have the advantage of the terrain in this underground full of yellow sand, they can't stand the powerful abilities of many magic rune users on the opposite side. As the war has been going on until now, their chances of winning have dropped a lot. But even so, the demon leaders still bite the bullet and start preparing to continue fighting. They haven't lost yet, and they can't retreat. If things don't work out, they still have external help. Really, why do we look like the bad guys? In the team of the ruler, Kelly, who was wearing a female armor, said with a headache. Looking at the demon leader on the opposite side who shared the same hatred and the same enemy, she felt very strange. In the team next to Kelly, a long-legged tribe member holding a giant sword considered said in a word. A big sister, in a sense, we may really be bad guys. Hearing the words of the team members, Kelly shook her long pink hair and took a step forward. Forget it, I don't want to care about this kind of thing. Being able to eat on time is the most important thing. Hurry up and finish the fight. I want to catch up with the next meal. Clatter. As the sand rain in the sky fell, the silent battlefield started fighting again. The demon leaders took the remaining troops and magic pattern users who were not bound and fought again. The battle here was also played by a magic pattern team at the entrance and exit of the underground space with a B scorer issued by the referee. This team is the Magic Pattern Guild supported by the holy hunting organization Big News. Its guild name is Recorder. Of course, Recorder is a better term. Behind the scenes, people call it the Paparazzi Pursuit Team. To put it simply, it is led by Morgans. The Magic Pattern Guild united by the underground world of the New World and news agencies around the world. Although Morgans missed the opportunity to become the official of the Magic Pattern Association. However, he naturally could not fail to invest in the Magic Pattern Masters of the Magic Pattern era. The Magic Pattern Masters are the dividends of the new era. Any force that does not invest in the field of magic patterns is equivalent to being kicked in the head by a donkey. Therefore, Morgans not only gathered the big news of the holy hunting organization, but also called on news agencies around the world to join in the investment. Those news agencies are naturally very happy. Each of them is a rookie, but through Morgans's alliance, the momentum is also very huge. So the Recorder also attracted many magic pattern masters. In addition, Morgans has a strong relationship and his subordinates do not have strong combat power. As long as the strong join, they can get a high voice. That's why the Recorder Guild now has 2 magic pattern masters. The strength of the guild is already the top one in the magic pattern world. I'm afraid that magic pattern will be the first this time. Evergreen is indeed worthy of its reputation. Looking down at the killing below, one of the Recorder's magic pattern masters sighed. Although the fighting below was very fierce, it was like a war. But he still did not forget that it was still the moment of the demon hunting ceremony. Obviously, Evergreen's move restrained thousands of demon troops. As long as he made one more step, the points he got would be far ahead. Haha, this is nothing, the key is what will happen next. Another magic pattern master of the Recorder was dressed like a reporter, holding a notebook and a pen and recording something. He said with a smile while recording. As a guild backed by Big News, they are well informed. This battle should have an accident if nothing unexpected happens. The demon hunting ceremony is such a big thing. It is almost impossible to say that the Demon King of Demon God Island was not attracted to come and investigate. As long as the Demon King comes, conflict is inevitable. That's right. The next step is the top priority. Chapter 585, Brother Ming, who is showing off in a favorable situation, and the appearance of 2 demon kings. Time passed. The demons were beaten back step by step. Many of the pure demons born in this magic mine have abilities that are biased towards deserts, rocks, storms, etc. They all have fear magic, and the effect of joint operations is amazing. But even if they do not fight alone but adopt joint operations, they still cannot compete for a long time. After all, they are the excellent magic pattern users gathered from the entire sea. In the case of no advantage in numbers, it is unrealistic for the demons of just a large magic mine to want to compete. Boom! At this time, the area of the battlefield has moved outside Jane's forest. On the wide street, the demons once again joined forces to use the surging sand waves. The yellow sand is like a raging wave, like a golden wheat field in autumn, which looks quite spectacular. It's useless to say that. At this time, brother Ming was also in the team that was advancing and fighting. In this favorable situation, as the boss of the demonic alliance, he naturally had to work hard to gain prestige. As for the demon beast leader who had fought with him before, he was in the retreating team of the demon clan, where Evergreen used his ultimate move to clean the ground. Naturally, he was also affected, and his opponent Erduo faced many vine branches. But Erduo's strength was not simple, and his ability was even more abnormal. He bit off the lazy forest, approaching it one bite at a time, and left. Even Minga's previous blockade was also bitten off by it. Minga was still deeply impressed by that scene, and the place bitten by the demon beast seemed to be missing out of thin air. It was not because of good teeth, but because of ability. But even if Minga did not defeat the demon beast, he was not annoyed. Now the overall situation is in control, and it's done. Swish! Lines shining with red light intertwined in the sky. The red light flashed by. The yellow sand that spread to the sky was suddenly cut apart, unable to form a more concentrated momentum. In addition to Ming Ji's attack, other magic pattern users also took action. The Shadow Knight user Dorobeta controlled the darkness and turned the sky dyed into black cloth, swallowing a large area of yellow sand. Gluttonous girl Kelly used a huge white light ball to bombard the direction of the demon clan. Wherever it passed, the yellow sand that blocked the way was decomposed. Until it hit the distance and exploded, until the balance was broken and exploded. The yellow sand within tens of meters of the three-dimensional ball was dissipated. Other magic pattern users also used their own hand-watching skills, either clearing and blocking the attack of the yellow sand, or aiming the attack at the direction of the demon clan. While they were fighting, two figures stood quietly on a building near the street. From the dress and face, they were the two demon kings who came to Shengting Island, Gassen and Damo. They watched the fighting magic pattern users quietly. The abilities of these magic pattern users seem really good. And those two humans with demon king level magic power, if we can bury them all here, I don't know how heartbroken those human forces will be. Listening to Gu Sen's hoarse voice, Damo's eyes were slightly bright. It can't be done. The main direction of the apostles is still balance. Burying too many will cause too much conflict. Gu Sen couldn't deny what Damo said. He just continued. Now humans have openly held such a ceremony. Demon Hunter, they are very eager for the power of the demons. I don't think we should consider the overall situation when encountering such a thing. Gu Sen's voice carried an inexplicable meaning. While they were communicating, the battlefield also began to quiet down. Because two such conspicuous demon kings were standing there, they naturally couldn't have failed to notice. Great, the demon kings are ready to take action. Those damned humans can't be so proud now. The demons also saw the demon kings on the roofs nearby, and they were also very excited. Before the demon kings took action, they were still quite nervous. After all, humans were coming with great momentum, and they were very cunning, and they might have hidden tricks. They still had doubts about whether the demon kings would really take action. Now their appearance has finally dispelled their doubts. Next, they may be able to drive all those humans out under the leadership of the two demon kings and completely occupy the demon mine. It's the demon king of fear from the demon god island. And it's the blue demon king Gassen and the sand demon king Damao among the 9 demon kings. They actually appeared here. The demon pattern on the battlefield also calmed down when they saw the two figures on the roof. Most smart people were not surprised that the demons sent demon kings here. It's just that now that they really see the demon king, they still feel sympathetic. Especially the two demon kings who came are demon kings with the title of 9 demon kings. Among the demon kings from the demon god island who have fought against humans for more than 24 times, there are naturally strong and weak ones. The weakest is equivalent to a human 1-star gem hunter. Of course, this is actually relatively rare. There are more demon kings equivalent to 2-star gem hunters. As for the 9 demon kings, in the evaluation, almost none of them will be lower than the level of 3-star gem hunters. Such a strong man. Even if only 2 of them came, they could double their pressure. Those 2 demon kings are wrong, their magic power is too strong. At this time, there were also top-level magic patterns that noticed something was wrong. It's not that they haven't seen demon kings before, but this kind of magic, is really a monster. Jane continued to expend magic power in the forest and didn't follow. The only demon Flo Zeno who has demon king level magic here has a very solemn face. His ability is very strong. After entering the demon king level, he believes that he can rival the 2-star gem hunter. Even if he faces those stronger 3-star gem hunters, he has the confidence to fight. However, after feeling the magic power of the 2 pure demons, he is no longer sure. Could these 2 demon kings have reached the combat power of demigods? Zeno couldn't help but think. When he thought of this situation, his face turned cold. Because these 2 demon kings broke through, the other demon kings who were also 9 demon kings would not fall behind too much. By then, the demons that humans have to face will be even more powerful. This situation is not a good one. At this time, Damo ended the conversation with Gusen. He stepped into the air and came to the opposite side of the magic pattern envoy, saying so coldly. Humans, release all those demons and monsters, and then withdraw from the magic mine. This farce can end now. Chapter 586, a complete collection of magic pattern development techniques, a unique domain of the Demon God Island. Hearing the Demon King in front of them looking down at them, many magic pattern envoys fell silent for a moment, and then began to whisper. So domineering, is this the 9 demon kings of the demon clan? We also have 2 demon king level magic pattern envoys. Even if they are the 9 demon kings, it doesn't mean we can't defeat them. You told us to retreat, so arrogant. Do you really think this is the Demon God Island? The whispers of the magic pattern envoys had no effect on the desert at all. His expression was cold, and what he said was not domineering, but just a statement. Just relying on the title of the 9 demon kings alone was not very useful in front of the magic pattern envoys here. Although they were afraid, they put this large magic mine in such many pure demons and beasts were defeated step by step. It was the time when confidence was high. In addition, there were huge interests involved here, so how could they retreat just like that? 9 demon kings, what terrible magic power, just let me test your current strength. In the team in front of the magic pattern, a man wearing a grey suit and a solemn expression on his face took the initiative to step forward. He was the demon Flow Zeno. Now he planned to take action to test the combat power of the demon king in front of him. Even if he was defeated, he was not worried. As the trump card against the magic mechanism Candlelight, he naturally knew a lot about this plan. If there were only these 2 demon kings in front of him, even if their combat power really reached the level of demigod, the combat power transferred this time was enough to deal with it. Haha, Damo, see it. Even if you don't want to fight, humans won't give up. Besides greater interests, what else can stop humans from pursuing interests? Gusen, who came to Damo, looked at Damo with an inexplicable look. The voice was low and ethereal, and was shielded by the unique magic power so that the magic pattern envoys in front could not hear it. Gusen noticed it in the process of getting along with Damo. As the 9th demon king, Emo who has a special view of humans. This is also very rare in the demon clan. However, Gusen doesn't care. Even if all the demons in the world die, as long as the demon god is still there, what does it matter? This is Gusen's unique understanding, which is also very different. Therefore, he doesn't care about the balanced strategy led by the apostles. Do whatever you want? Even if the apostles can order him to do things, they can't restrain him. The magic rune user with the magic power of the demon king, if I remember correctly, is called Zeno, right? Hehe, demon flow Zeno. Just because I feel itchy, I'll use you humans as fertilizer. Gusen's face, like bark, had a creepy smile. All the magic rune users in front of him heard what he said. Arrogant, doesn't this guy see so many top magic rune users on our side? Even if it's the 9 demon kings, it's too rampant. Many magic rune users were indignant at Gusen's words. Although they were angry, they were secretly alert because they didn't forget the unique skills of the fear demons of the Demon God Island. Gusen smiled and looked at the emotions on the faces of the magic rune users in front of him. The next second, without any signs, the earth trembled, the ground began to crack, and countless magic trees rose from the ground with fangs and claws. With rich magic power, it spread across the space of hundreds of meters around. Domain expansion. Desolate forest. What is this? The unique domain of Demon Island. In the turmoil, Zeno also had a solemn face. Among all the demons, the fear demons from Demon Island are the most special. Because the fear demons there, when they reach the highest level, which is equivalent to A-level magic pattern users, they may learn the domain. Domain is a derivative use of the mental world, and it is also a superb skill of using magic power. This is the research and understanding of the domain by the major forces. That's right. The magic pattern users also hope that they can master this skill. But at present, no one has ever heard of any magic pattern user who can use the domain. Not only the magic pattern users, but also the demons from Demon Island. Other demons around the world have never used the domain. Even the 5 disasters of gluttony, they are already demon kings, but they have never used the domain. Therefore, the Magic Pattern Association has defined the domain as a unique talent of the fear demons of Demon Island. When the direction of the domain cannot be advanced, the magic pattern users naturally want to find a way to compete with the domain. Because in the final analysis, the essence of the domain is still the use of magic power. As long as the magic power is fully understood, it is not impossible to develop skills comparable to the domain. For now, it is generally still based on the magic pattern to develop the magic pattern user's own moves. This development technique is still relatively immature, but the Magic Pattern Association has already included the general rules for developing moves. It is used to assist the magic pattern users in developing their own secrets and moves. Yes, that's right, this is also made into a book by the Magic Pattern Association. Its name is Magic Pattern Development Skills Encyclopedia. It is almost one of the most needed reference materials for magic pattern users, and it is expensive. But you have to buy it. After all, it is very difficult to develop skills by yourself without buying it. If you don't want to be inferior to others at the beginning, then buying is the inevitable choice. Is this the domain unique to the Demon God Island? What a terrible magic power! Hurry up and use the magic shield. At this time, the magic pattern users were very shocked. Some magic pattern users also quickly use the skill called Magic Shield, which is a very useful skill. In addition to being able to significantly reduce the damage of various magic attacks, it can also deal with the domain of the fear demons on the Demon Island. Otherwise, the sure kill and sure hit will be opened. But not many magic pattern users can withstand it, unless one's own domineering aura is equally amazing and can resist. Boom! Even though many people have been cautious enough, facing the sudden domain of Gusen, there are still many people who 1.0 did not have time to make a move. Then they were directly tied up by force. This scene is very similar to the scene of Evergreen Jane tying up the demon army before. It's just that the roles have been reversed. So strong. At this time, Demon Flow Zeno was fighting against the infinite demon trees chasing him. Countless demon trees were pouring towards him almost non-stop and regardless of distance. The branches had the terrible ability to absorb life. As long as he was really stabbed, I'm afraid the end would be very ugly. It's not that Zeno has never fought against the domain, but he once faced the demons of the highest level. Now facing the domain of the 9 demon kings. It's completely 2 different feelings, even worlds apart. If it weren't for his hard-earned ablation characteristics developed with magic patterns, he's afraid he can't withstand such a bombardment. Chapter 587 Kizaru attacks. Kizaru expresses that he does not want to fight. Can you actually block my attack? The development of human magic pattern users is really fast. It's just. Gusen looked at Zeno, who kept moving and finally stopped moving to resist his attack. His deadwood-like face was a little gloomy. How long can you block it? There were circles of water around Zeno, and the water flow seemed to be swirling. The magic tree that attacked him was directly melted. This is Zeno's ability characteristic, which is not innate to him. Instead, he developed the skills to match the essence of magic patterns by understanding and integrating magic patterns. It can be said that this is another way for magic pattern users to do. Zeno was able to stand out among many magic pattern users. He became the 2nd magic pattern user with the magic power of the Demon King level in the Anti-Demon Agency. His aptitude is very strong, and the ability he developed is also the strongest. Dissolving or cleansing magic power gives him an innate advantage in facing magic pattern users and various demons that use magic power. He can be called the internal war phantom of the magic system. 2-5 EVN in the face of the bombardment of the 9 demon kings Gusen, he can still hold his ground. But just holding his ground is not what he wants. Because many of the accompanying magic pattern users could not withstand the pressure and were directly captured. He looked at the surrounding magic pattern users who were still resisting, and his heart was bitter. What a strong demon king! Demon kings with domains have a natural advantage in group battles. It would be difficult for them to win, and it was only one demon king. Zeno did not forget the other demon king next to Gusen. He needed to hold on until the support arrived. The magic pattern users here are the essence of the magic pattern world and cannot die here. When this area was ravaged by the magic tree, Kizaru in the distance naturally saw it. Gusen's domain is open, and Kizaru can see it clearly. That's right. Kizaru is very distressed because he can't take it easy. Marshal Sengoku asked him to take care of Guangying. After all, it was a magic pattern guild privately built by the navy. But almost all the people of Guangying here have been captured. If he doesn't take action, he will be embarrassed if the Demon King really kills someone. After all, it's not good to take care of someone to death. It's really troublesome. Why don't those powerful people come out? Kizaru muttered a few words and then turned into light. Splash! In Gusen's domain, there is a constant sound of huge water flow. The water waves around Zeno spread to the surrounding areas. He wants to destroy the Demon King's domain by relying on his ability to dissolve magic power. However, facing the bombardment of Gusen's domain, he has been unable to spread the water flow. Unless Gusen does not launch a direct attack, but this is impossible. Amazing ability, if you really let it go, you might really destroy my domain. Gusen laughed in a deep voice. In fact, the area of water flow around Zeno is no longer under his control. This has already shown the power of Zeno, the magic flow. It can be said that his ability can even restrain the domain of the demons. But even so, Gusen still has no worries. The development of human magic patterns is indeed very fast, and the development of magic patterns is beyond imagination. However, the demons of their demon god island are not just eating dry rice. With the exploration, research, and teaching of the domain by Apostle Tianlong, the application skills of the demons in the domain are also becoming more and more terrible. Just like the big hole in the domain now, the domain is still not turbulent and is even constantly repairing. This is not unique to Gusen. Any demon king can do this in terms of the domain, and the control of the domain is more refined. In addition, there are many ways to expand the domain and to perform moves with the domain as the core. All of these were analyzed one by Apostle Tianlong and passed on to all the demons of the Demon God Island. Haha, just surrender. The human demon king level magic pattern can be used as fertilizer, which will surely make the magic tree I planted more prosperous. Hearing Gusen's words, Zeno's face changed slightly. He felt the frequency of the attacks increased, and the pressure came with it. Someone is coming. Daemo, who had been watching coldly beside Gusen, looked in one direction. His words also distracted Gusen. Yasakani no Megatama. A lazy voice came. Swish, swish, swish. Countless golden flame bombs broke through the air, entered Gusen's domain, and destroyed the magic trees that bound the magic rune users. The precise outline completely avoided every bound magic rune user. The explosions were also small and restrained, so that the magic rune users who escaped were not affected by the aftermath. Boom! As the magic rune users escaped, they all put on a magic shield and ran towards the border of the domain as if they were escaping for their lives. Only when they left the domain could they be truly at ease. Gusen didn't care about the escape of those magic rune users. He now focused on the birdman hanging outside the domain, shining with golden light. Admiral Kizaru, but it's more appropriate to call him Golden Phoenix now. As expected, you humans are on guard against us. On the other side, Kizaru, who was in the air, looked at the Demon King below. When he heard the Golden Phoenix mentioned by Gusen, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. The title of Golden Phoenix was a nickname he got when he contacted the World Economic newspaper. After all, once the news of the Fantasy Beast Island came out, he might have more nicknames, so he took the initiative to propose a nickname to the newspaper. The newspaper also gave him such a nickname. However, once the novelty wore off, being called like this. Even after being embarrassed, Kizaru felt a little embarrassed, and always felt quite ashamed. Ahem. Kizaru coughed lightly, transformed his form into a human body, and stood in the air with the power of the fantasy beast. It's really scary. The 9 demon kings are indeed worthy of their reputation, but... he said slowly. Can you please leave here and don't interfere with this ceremony? After all, this ceremony is quite important. Gusen listened to Huang Yuan's words. The eyes on his face were somewhat frightened and covered by wrinkled eyelids. Oh? That's really arrogant, human. His tone was gloomy, and he controlled the magic tree to continue attacking the magic flow Zeno. It's hard to do anything with just a mouth. It's easy to want us to leave. Just defeat us. Seeing that other people in the field had evacuated, only Zeno was still holding on. Huang Yuan had to admire Zeno's toughness. If Zeno knew what Huang Yuan was thinking at this time, he would definitely have 3 question marks on his head. Does he not want to leave? He clearly can't leave. Sure enough, it's really troublesome. The 9 demon kings are as strong as monsters, why do I have to rush in front? At this time, Huang Yuan was helpless. He could feel the terrible magic power of the 2 demon kings. Although his strength had reached the level of demigod after the subtle influence of the phoenix fruit ability in the past month. But he really didn't want to fight with the demons. What the hell were those guys doing? Why haven't they come yet? Come quickly. He really didn't want to fight and kill. Chapter 588 Justice and Judgment, Warlord and Life Reaper. When Kizaru complained. At the upper level of the demon mine, the support that Kizaru expected was blocked here. Paladin Earth Rhythm Poseidon and B-Lord Sakamori were looking at the 2 demons in front of them solemnly. In addition to them, there were 2 other figures beside them. Both figures were wearing golden armor, one was a blonde young man, and the other was a brown-haired middle-aged man. These 2 people were also sent by superpowers. Tarot Totem, the highest violent agency from the Dark Curtain. The code names were Justice and Judgment. Their strength was also beyond doubt. According to the Hunter Association, they are rated as 2-star gem hunters and 3-star gem hunters. To be fair, the lineup of these 4 people is already very luxurious. But the 2 demons on the opposite side are not vegetarians either. I didn't expect that the demons would send you 2 in addition to the Blue Demon King Gassen and the Sand Demon King Damo. Warlord Zhan Wang, Life Harvester Young Lu. War King, who was wearing black patterned armor, heard the B-Lord speak. He also laughed. There is no way, you humans are very cunning. Damo and his intelligence did not have the existence of a stand user. And the Navy Admiral Kizaru is the same. Even the 2 Night Moons who are still in Shaolin City are the same. Humans, you are quite good at making small moves. Speaking of this, War King also felt relieved. Because the 2 Night Moons did not come down. In the Chaos Realm, there are 7 Night Moons and 12 stars, and they exercise the power of the Eternal Night. That is the power of the terrifying beast that covers the sky of Eternal Night Island. Therefore, fighting those people is really limited. The importance of the stars may be relatively low. But as for Yayu, if Yayu is killed by accident, it may attract the attention of the beast. The beast is directly under the control of the Chaos Goddess, and its strength is terrifying extremely. It has already stepped into the realm of God. It is a monster that can plunge the world into eternal night. Even the apostles can't stand it. Even though the War King has a crazy personality, he doesn't want to be noticed by such a monster. We are just preventing accidents. Who made you demons always ready to move? Now you demons better retreat. We don't want the situation to be unbalanced. Hearing the words of the B-Lord, a dull laugh came from under the airtight helmet of the War King. Ha ha ha, it's really funny. Aren't these demon minds the power of the demon god? If you want to retreat, it should be you humans who retreat. But it doesn't matter. If you continue talking, Young Lu may not be able to hold back. Just speak with strength. Swish. As soon as the War King finished speaking, his partner Young Lu next to him directly waved a huge blood-red sickle and rushed over. He laughed loudly while sprinting. Ha ha ha, it should have been like this a long time ago, why waste your words? A flash of blood-red light passed by. The vigilant judgment took action directly, or more precisely, his stand-in took action. The stand-in in golden armor and holding a giant sword rushed forward directly. Bang! The huge roar shook the surrounding strata. The golden sword of judgment stand-in blocked Young Lu's sickle. It was only from its continuous retreat that it could be seen that it was at a disadvantage. Ha ha ha, is that all? This level is not even enough to warm me up. Young Lu began to swing his sickle and bombard the big guy in front of him, laughing and mocking while attacking. The judgment, not far behind the stand-in, had a solemn expression. The strength of the 9 demon kings has improved again, with the terrible magic power that keeps erupting. Add to that the domain moves that the Demon God Island demons are good at. I'm afraid their strength will all reach the level of demigods. In this case, even if the 2 of them fight one, there is no guarantee of victory. Judgment just thought about it casually and directly controlled the stand to release the most targeted moves for demons like Young Lu. Judgment of Sin. The stand's big sword once again blocked Young Lu's sickle, and then its eyes flashed with golden light. Young Lu only felt that he was firmly locked by an inexplicable force. Then, a huge golden light circle appeared above him, and a huge golden big sword fell from the sky from the light circle. It was like a divine soldier from heaven, sweeping away all sins. Die. This move will have a stronger impact as the opponent's sins are higher. In a way, it can make judgment burst out the attack power against the enemy of sin. Ha ha ha, this is a bit interesting. Facing the lock attack of the big sword, Yang Lui didn't care. He smiled fanatically. The blood sickle in his hand bounced off the stand's big sword. Then he swung countless huge slashes and flew into the sky. Dang dang dang. The wind was raging, and the air was accompanied by continuous crisp bombardment, like the sound of iron. Crack! Crack! In the dense slashing attacks, the big sword exploded with the sound of broken glass before it even reached Yang Lu. Golden particles danced with the wind. Several confrontations were very fast. The blonde youth codenamed Justice next to Judgment saw that Judgment's stand was defeated, and also started to support him directly. A stand with a white lance emitting white light appeared directly. Then it shot out silently. The golden stripes wrapped around the heavy lance shone. Justice charge! Ha ha ha, come on, come and make me happy. Yang Lui didn't care about the newly joined stand at all, he was going to have fun first. Boom! The shock wave flew across again, and black sand and stones danced with the shock wave. The whole ground exploded on a large scale. The two stands and Yang Lui turned into streams of light and began to run rampant in this passage with a diameter of 20 to 30 meters. In that case, let your paladins fight with me. During the Battle of Eternal Slaughter, War King ignored Judgment and Justice and cast his eyes on the rhythm of the earth and the Bee Lord. War King has always been curious about the power of the paladins. After all, the holy power of the paladins and the magic power of the demons are mutually exclusive, which has always been known to the top leaders of both sides. There should be no problem with the battle at the lower level now, and he can just study it. Ha ha ha, such a scene makes my blood boil, Warlord War King. Then let's have a passionate battle. At this time, Poseidon, with his hands on his waist, smiled heartily, and rushed forward without caring about Sakamura's expression. Super Gravity Fist. The infinite gravity distorted the atmosphere around Poseidon's fist. Boom! A huge sonic boom rose up with a mushroom cloud. Chapter 589 The Strongest Magic Pattern User, the Lord of Winter and the Ruler of 100 Demons. Can this guy be more rational? Banson kept retreating with his arms to block the shock wave accompanied by smoke and dust. He was speechless about Poseidon's unreasonable passion. Buzz! Several small bees flew out of his body at a high speed and began to explore the surrounding area. He needed to find out the situation of the large magic mines around. Did the demons really only have 9 demon kings? If there were other situations, he could make timely arrangements. Watching the bees fly away, Banson put his attention back battlefield. He took off his suit jacket and threw it on the ground, then untied the tie around his neck. The War King, who has always been very secretive among the 9 demon kings, this time is just the right time to test his bottom. A more fierce battle is about to start. Other places in the large demon mine, a group of people also encountered a powerful demon clan. It was the red-haired group. At this time, they looked at the demon clan that blocked them with vigilance, and in addition to vigilance, they also had some strangeness. One-eyed blue skin, white hair, and a simple hunter leather style. The red-haired group was naturally very familiar with such a face and dress. After all, they became magic pattern users because of him. Winter Lord, Winter, one of the 9 demon kings of the demon clan. Now they actually met again in this place far away from the new world. 610 This made the red-haired group a little dazed. The Winter Lord of the 9 demon kings, is he the demon you have been thinking about all the time? Shanks. Rayleigh, who was standing in the red-haired group, coughed lightly. He said in a weak tone. Yes, this guy's magic power has become very terrifying. I'm afraid he is blocking us this time with bad intentions. Shanks looked at Rayleigh with some worry. They had a conflict with the 7 demon envoys before, but the battle didn't last long. In the end, the leader of the other side took the initiative to stop. Even though it was only a short battle, the leader of the 7 demon envoys, the arrogant envoy, left a big wound on Rayleigh. The man's strength is terrifying. I'm afraid that even Andre, the strongest among the magic pattern envoys, can't beat him. The arrival of the 9 demon kings may be attracted by the demon hunting ceremony. But he came to find you as soon as he came. It seems that he also attaches great importance to you. Rayleigh lowered his head slightly, his glasses reflected slightly, and said with a hearty smile. Grandpa really, we would rather not have this kind of attention. Raki, don't call me grandpa, call me uncle, don't call me old. Tisk, the old man is over 60, you shouldn't call me uncle. You kid are asking for a fight, right? Seeing the sudden change of topic, Shanks couldn't help laughing. But soon he stopped laughing and took a few steps forward. Long time no see, Lord Winter. I didn't expect we would meet here. Seeing the red-haired man coming forward, Winter, who had been silent all the time, rolled his eyes and glanced at everyone. There was another silence before he spoke. You have become stronger, red-haired Shanks. It's just this kind of magic is not enough. Winter's eyes reflected the figures of the red-haired group, and he said lightly. Did you come here to talk about this? Shanks held the hilt of the knife at his waist with one hand. Well, it's not just that. I want to test your strength again. Let me see your progress. For Winter, Red Hair and his men were the first group of humans he fought. That battle awakened his pursuit. So, he was eager to fight them again. Clang! Shanks drew the knife from his waist. In that case, let's give it a try. Our progress in the past 2 years. All along, Shanks knew. Back then, Winter, this demon tribe couldn't have let them go out of pity. He had a vague intuition. In that battle, at a certain moment, the dead silence in the heart of this demon tribe seemed to be ignited. Perhaps it was at that time that the foreshadowing was laid for now. The battle is inevitable, so let's continue that battle. They are no longer the same as before. Shanks' domineering aura began to surge. Boom! The huge ice began to spread towards Red Hair and his men with a blizzard. Continuing from the last war, the war began. When the war here began. On the other side of the large magic mine. A group of pirates there also encountered a powerful threat. Hee hee. A deep ghostly laugh echoed in the empty passage. I heard that you survived the demonization and maintained your original personality. That's amazing. There was only one group of people in the empty passage. It was the famous Andre Pirates of the Sea. Although this pirate group is under the Beast Pirates, its deterrent power is not much less than that of the Beast Pirates itself. Because in addition to Captain Andre having the title of the strongest magic pattern user in the magic pattern world, its deputy Captain Chius even obtained the golden toad of the Fantasy Beast fruit at the Fantasy Beast Conference, and possessed a more terrifying poison ability. Not only that, the tyrannical King Andre also subdued a Fantasy Beast dark giant crocodile from the Fantasy Beast Island. That's right. The Andre Pirates are very popular in the whole sea. Humph. Come out. Ruler of 100 Demons. Don't play tricks, your voice reminds me of unpleasant experiences. At this time, Andre was wearing a large grey-green coat with a hood. The hat covered the tip of his nose. At this time, his hands were in his pockets, and his eyes under the brim of the hat stared coldly at the passage. Andre is so familiar with this voice. He often hears his voice in his dreams. One of the 9 demon kings of the demon clan, the ruler of 100 demons, Dark Knight. It was this guy who once caused him a lot of trouble. Although the result was good, it did not prevent him from hating this guy who pretended to be a ghost. Hee hee hee. It seems that you have really grown up a lot. Do you want to join our demon clan? Now that you are a demon, you are already an alien among humans. Accompanied by a sinister laugh, a ghost-like figure appeared in front of everyone. The ruler of 100 demons, Dark Knight, is actually him. Is this the 9 demon kings? What a terrible magic power. It is completely unfathomable. Many people in Andre's team couldn't help but whisper in surprise when they saw the appearance of the Demon King Dark Knight. The current Andre Pirates have undergone a major change compared to more than 2 years ago. Because Andre is known as the strongest magic pattern user. There are many pirates and magic pattern users who come to join his pirate group because of his reputation. The overall strength of the Andre Pirates has become much stronger. Of course, these people are not clear about the conflict between Andre and the Demon King Dark Knight. Even the old crew members rarely mention it. So, seeing that the 9 Demon Kings seemed to have a story with the captain and even invited him, the new crew members couldn't help but be curious about their relationship. Chapter 590 Black Light Phantom Demon Wave, to the Boda people. Humph. Join the Demon Clan? What nonsense. I only have one idea now. Facing Dark Knight's recruitment, Andre snorted disdainfully. Then he walked forward and pulled down his coat. There were some black lines on his face under the coat. This is proof that Andre is no longer a human. If the magic pattern user still has the magic pattern form, then the demonized Andre is always in the magic pattern form. Because his body has been permanently changed by magic. If he can go further and become a pure demon species, then there is no magic pattern. At this time, Andre opened his palms, looked at Anya with sharp eyes and continued. That is to wash away the previous shame. As Andre's voice fell, darkness began to flow out of his body, like a tide, flooding towards Anya. You actually use darkness to deal with me. Hee. The overwhelming darkness washed over the place where Anya was, but it was like a sea current encountering a reef and diverted from him. Anya had no sense of threat at all for the darkness that washed over. He laughed in a low voice. Could it be have you forgotten how your ability came from? Looking at the annoying guy in front of him, Andre's expression was grim. After more than 2 years, he was more mature after all, and looked more oppressive. If you think you can restrain me like this, then stay here. Roar, roar. The huge roar shook the heartstrings and the atmosphere. As if venting his fighting spirit, Andre directly transformed into the human beast form of the Emperor Crocodile. The clothes were stretched open, and the cold scales climbed up his face. The body was full of wild breath and black demonic energy. Bang! The ground exploded, and Andre's figure instantly rushed in front of Dark Knight. He tightened his fist, and smashed the ghost's head with unimaginable explosive power. Boom! A huge air ring rose up. The terrible shock wave washed the surrounding passages into pieces, flying and shattering. Members of Andre's pirate group not far from the center of the battle raised their arms to block the shock wave. Some directly used their abilities to raise barriers. Back off, Andre will use all his strength next. You are too close. Among the crowd, Hughes, the ship's deputy, said calmly to the other members. Many members retreated after hearing this. Although those who could follow Andre were all elite, they couldn't stand the boss showing off his power too close. Seeing everyone evacuate, Hughes clenched the sword at his waist with his right hand. He was ready to support at any time. Although he was not a magic pattern user, his powerful perception of observation and illusion could also sense the terrible magic of Dark Knight. That magic was much stronger than that of ordinary demon kings. It was not that he had not seen other 9 demon kings before, but their magic was much different from that of Dark Knight. In other words, either the previous 9 demon kings were weaker, or the 9 demon kings had become stronger. Compared to his first guess, the second one was more reliable. After all, as the best of pure demon species, the growth rate of the 9 demon kings was naturally terrifying. And their magic was very pure. Compared to Andre's complicated magic. If there was no comparison with demon kings of the same level as the 9 demon kings, it might not be obvious, but now there is a comparison. Hughes' keen perception from illusion detected the difference. Combined with Andre's stagnant magic for more than half a year. The reason for Andre's stagnant magic has been found. Of course, now is not the time for Hughes to study these things. Now, he still has to be careful of the Dark Knight of the Demon King. Hughes, I am not that worried. Even though the 9 Demon Kings are powerful now. But they are no longer as weak as they were in the past. Now they have the power to resist. But he can't take it lightly. I don't know how many Demon Kings will be attracted to the demon hunting ceremony this time. Fortunately, they are not the main target of the opponent, which can be seen from the fact that Dark Knight came alone. This made Hughes feel relieved. In the smoke and dust at the center of the battlefield, a shield made of black hands interwoven appeared in front of Dark Knight. The move was called Ghost Hand Shield. It was it that blocked Andre's attack. At this time, Dark Knight looked at Andre in front of the ghost hand. The ghostly voice sounded again. If it's just this kind of magic power, I can't take it seriously. I can feel another power in your body. Don't you plan to use it? Tisk. Hearing Dark Knight's words, Andre's eyes flashed with a complicated look. Then he started to use it directly. He wouldn't be hypocritical. Since he has obtained this power, he should repay that guy well in the future. This has always been Andre's idea. And he did it. He contributed the most to Hughes's obtaining of the Fantasy Beast fruit on Fantasy Beast Island. Boom. In the center of Hughes's chest, a multi-ring pattern of gold and black interwoven flashed. Andre's hair stood up, and black demonic energy rose from him. Stripes of golden light flashed like thunder in the black breath. The terrible breath swept around, shaking the atmosphere and the strata. so that the strong men in other places of the large demon mine could also detect the abnormality here. This power, yes, is the fantasy power of Fantasy Beast Island. Anya felt the power that was no longer concealed, and two red lights suddenly appeared on the faceless face in the black hood. Those were his eyes. It seems that you really got the grace of Yaki great god. What a lucky guy. Hearing Anya's words, Andre's eyes flashed red. Die. Disgusting guy. Swoosh. The dark light condensed in Andre's hands. The huge black light wave flashed with some golden light, which directly eroded and exploded the ghost hand shield of Dark Knight. Boom. The explosion also set off a huge air wave. Not a bad move. Dark Knight was not staying in the same place at this time. Andre was now qualified to make him take it seriously. Not only good. When Dark Knight turned into darkness and fled from the original place, Andre burst out with terrible speed and followed like a shadow. His hand was on Dark Knight's body. The black light shone again with a ray of golden light. Boom. The explosion that penetrated the sky and the earth directly blew a deep hole in the ground. A huge air wave rushed in and then sprayed out. Obviously, the stratum was directly blown up by Andre. This is his latest move, the black light magic wave. Although the name is a bit ridiculous, the power is also real. During the period of stagnation of magic power, Andre did not do nothing. He was familiar with the essence of Hisoka's teachings during the Great Transmission of Martial Arts, and took the common domineering and the Qigong principles of a certain country in the West Sea as theories. Then he borrowed the Fantasy Beast Jade of the Fantasy Beast, took the fantasy power as the core, and integrated the magic power to form this move. This move is very rough, but due to the collision of magic power and fantasy power, the destructive power that exploded is also very considerable. Simple and rough, more is more powerful, bigger is stronger, this is the move that Andre likes. From the original brute force player to the magic pattern user who uses dark power, and now to the anti-Boda people. Andre's style is now set. As for whether it will change again in the future, that is the future. Chapter 591 Great Dark Sky, the Ritual of Turning into a Ghost. Boom. The members of the Andre Pirates, who had retreated hundreds of meters away, looked at the large pit in front of them with a diameter of tens of meters and a dark hole leading directly to the next layer. They all looked stunned. Even though they knew Andre was powerful, they still couldn't help being shocked by the terrible fighting power he displayed in the battle. This was the strength of the strongest magic pattern user in the magic pattern world. Even the famous 9 demon kings, whose magic power was like the abyss, would probably be defeated. Their captain was such a powerful man. Everything in front of them made many members who had just joined start to feel proud. It could work. Maybe their boss would defeat the 9 demon kings in this way and add another achievement to the Andre Pirates. Then, their reputation would be even greater. Perhaps, they could break away from the beast pirates and truly dominate the sea. When many members began to imagine the future. At the scene. Compared with their optimism, Hughes was still conservative. That demon king, the ruler of the 100 demons, was a demon who had forced them into a desperate situation. Even if they were stronger, it didn't mean they could underestimate him, and part of his ability was still a mystery. Hughes stared at the battlefield surrounded by smoke and dust, without any slackness. On the battlefield, Anya stood in the air facing Andre. His black mist-like hand covered his abdomen. There wisps of black mist were floating. From his point of view, this was his blood. He, you are quite capable. Even though he was injured, Anya was not angry at all. His voice was full of ridicule. You can actually hurt me. The magic power of the demons and the magic power of the phantom beasts can actually burst out such power. I wonder how powerful the strongest god-destroying phantom demon will be when it returns home. Hearing Anya's words, Andre sneered. That kind of thing is not what you need to consider now. You should take care of your safety now. Looking at Andre's angry and arrogant look, Anya laughed. It seems that you are very confident and proud to be able to hurt me. Anya put down his hand covering his abdomen. The wound there caused by Andre's attack has completely healed. In that case, let me let you recall it again. The fear of being dominated by the night. As the voice of the night fell, he also directly used the power unique to the birth of the Demon God Island. Domain Expansion. 100 Demons Night Parade Scroll. The black scroll slowly unfolded behind the dark night. Darker, blurry, various ghosts appeared in the scroll. What is this? At this time, Andre looked at the black scroll that exuded a breath of fear. Is this a domain? He looked at it uncertainly. Of course, Andrei was not unfamiliar with the domain unique to the demons of the Demon God Island. He was even a victim of the Dark Knight domain at the beginning, so he was naturally impressed. And he had fought with other demons with domains in the past 2 years. However, now the domain of the Dark Knight has changed so much that he naturally couldn't be sure. However, Andrei quickly came to his senses. For him, no matter what tricks this disgusting guy in front of him has, he just needs to break through violently. He is not the weak him before. Swoosh! Black light magic wave. Andrei raised one hand. The black light wrapped in gold turned into a huge beam of light and directly bombarded Dark Knight. Darker than pitch black, darker than darkness. Boom! The black light waves were rolled up by the darkness spreading in the scroll, and they were directly annihilated. Seeing this scene, Dark Knight's voice was a little ethereal. Let me see if your power can defeat Dark Knight. Big dark sky. The infinite darkness rushed up from the scroll, taking away the only light here. The whole world fell into absolute darkness. No light or shadow, even the slight golden light brought by Andrei's attack was extinguished. Dark Knight at this moment, using his domain as the core to change the form, and then giving the form a more powerful move. Now his magic power is almost the same as that of the 7 apostles who were born more than 2 years ago. But in theory, his strength is stronger. The reason is very simple, his power application is more advanced. When humans explore the feasible path of magic patterns, in order to be able to suppress human magic patterns more stably, the apostle Tianlong is naturally unwilling to be outdone. Directly develop and expand the ultimate application of the domain, and then pass it on to the demons of the Demon God Island. Tianlong, who has the ability to control everything and the authority to create demons, is very good at doing this kind of thing. His achievements have indeed greatly increased the combat power of many demon kings who have domains. As for the top demons who have domains, they haven't even fully played their own domains. They can only envy the advanced domain skills they have obtained. Generally, the top demons can only truly involve more advanced applications of the domain when they reach the Demon King level. Humph! Do you think I can't find you like this? Andrei can feel the darkness on his body. But it was soon driven away by his power. Even if Dark Knight showed such power, it still did not deter him. Or rather, it raised his fighting spirit and a trace of dissatisfaction. Because the influence of this power reminded him of his experience as a blind man in the past. He was blind for a long time because of Dark Knight. Although his observation and magic perception were much stronger during the period of being blind. But it was always unpleasant to not be able to see with the naked eye. Now he wanted to settle accounts with this guy. He, do you think this trick is the only one? Be prepared to accept the assimilation of darkness. Accept darkness. Embrace darkness. Then become my property. If Andrei could sense the situation outside at this time, he would be able to see it. A huge scroll surrounded him, and in the circle around the scroll, various ghosts surrounded him, 3 circles, standing in their own special positions and floating slowly. This was a transformation ritual, a ritual to turn into a ghost. Dark Knight has the title of the ruler of 100 ghosts. The first term for the ghosts that appeared when he used his domain. However, as time went by, his title began to be worthy of the name. Because he developed a ritual that could transform other lives and even demons into special magic demons. This ritual is the Great Dark Sky. The Great Dark Sky is just a superficial name, and its real core is the ritual with the domain as the core of the move. As long as this ritual is passed, Anya can create a ghost with magic power that is exclusive to his ability. This kind of ghost actually belongs to Fan Tao, a pure demon, but the magic power is special and exclusive to Anya, and is called the Ghost Demon Clan by Anya. He has created more than 200 Ghost Demon Clan. The lowest strength is the Upper Demon Clan, which is the lowest strength standard that Anya can look at. If the potential is too low, he is not even bothered to transform. This time, Anya set his sights on the Andrei pirates, and the first target is Andrei, followed by Hughes who has eaten the fantasy beast fruit. Chapter 592 Why risk your life for such a small salary? Don't come over. When Anya and Andrei were fighting, the lowest underground space can also feel the vibration of the entire underground space. That is the vibration source coming from above. Obviously, the noise of the battle between the 9 demon kings on the upper level has been noticed by the magic rune users here. However, the magic rune users do not know what is going on, and they can't care so much now. Because they still need to face the Demon King and the Demon Army. The Demon Army has now escaped, and this force is very difficult for them. Before, due to the arrival of Admiral Kizaru of the Navy, the situation has changed again. The Demon King of Sand, Demo, released all the Demon Army imprisoned by Evergreen. So the situation of the battle has changed again. The current situation on the battlefield is that Admiral Kizaru of the Navy is facing the Blue Demon King Gusen alone. The Magic Rune users of the Magic Rune Guild are led by 2 Magic Rune users with Demon King level magic power, Demon Flow Zeno and Evergreen Jane. Together against the Demon King of Sand, Demo, and those demon armies. As of now, the Magic Rune users are at the bottom. Due to the existence of the Demon Army, they could only rely on the forest fortress built by Evergreen Jane to fight. After building the fortress, Evergreen and Emolu confronted the desert together. They didn't want to act rashly, and wanted to delay time and wait for support. But when they felt the vibration of the upper space, they looked at each other. They knew that something had happened to the support. I'm afraid that there are more than 2 Demon Kings from the Demon Clan. The lucky mentality was broken, even so, before the other party made a move. The 2 were still unwilling to act, but hoped to delay and continue to wait for support. They had different concerns. Evergreen was lazy. Anyway, it would be difficult for the 2 to win together, so it would be better to just fish like this. As for Emolu, he was cautious. He had a brief fight with the Blue Demon King Gusen before, and how long had he been chased away? It was impossible for him to underestimate the Sand Demon King. It can even be said that he valued the Sand Demon King more than the Blue Demon King. Because this is the home of the Sand Demon King, it is full of yellow sand and a large amount of sand like fear magic ore. Powerful pure demons can ignore the impurities of magic ore and exert a similar effect to magic weapons. It can be said that this is completely the home of the Sand Demon King. Such a situation. Before the Sand Demon King does not move, he also dare not move. Because he is afraid that the other party will bury everyone with a big move. By then, I am afraid that many companions will die on the spot, which is a situation Zeno does not want to see. Anyway, just keep it stable. He does not believe that the top leaders have no arrangements. This time was originally a test. If the demons of the Demon God Island do not react to the demon hunting ceremony, then everything will proceed as usual. But if the reaction is intense, then it is necessary to grasp the degree. How to grasp this degree depends on how the top leaders arrange it. The Demon Flow and Evergreen are still in a stalemate with the Sand Demon King. They don't know why the Demon King did not continue to attack after rescuing the Demon Army. But this is undoubtedly the best ending. On the other side, while the Sand Demon King was slacking off, the Blue Demon King Gusen was fighting fiercely with Kizaru. The forest was like a group of monsters dancing wildly, and vines and tree roots were climbing wildly towards Kizaru. Kizaru seemed to be shuttling through a hail of bullets. Sometimes he turned into light and sometimes into a phoenix to dodge all attacks. If he couldn't dodge in time, he would use Yasakani no Megatama to carry out extinction bombing. For a while, the battlefield was riddled with holes and then covered by the magic tree, and this happened over and over again. Is this the power of the Fantasy Beast fruit of Fantasy Beast Island? It's really impressive. Gusen looked at Kizaru, who didn't show any signs of decadence under his intensive bombing, and couldn't help but sigh. If this human hadn't eaten the Phoenix's Fantasy Beast fruit, then he could subdue him the moment he opened his domain. It's a pity that there is no if, and it took about a month to reach this level. The demons didn't even get the Fantasy Beast fruit or the Fantasy Beast God-killing tool. Gusen almost suspected that the Yamato no Okamai was targeting them. But it didn't matter, the power of magic was the strongest. Boom! Tree nest. The overwhelming tree roots suddenly rushed up to the sky at the farther border intertwined blockade. What is this? Kizaru saw that the farther border was blocked, as if he was going to be caught in a jar. As soon as this sign appeared, Kizaru immediately jumped on the border and ran away. Originally, he just wanted to hold Gusen back by the edge. Now Gusen actually wanted to trick him and fight him to death, so he immediately quit. How much salary? What's the point of risking his life? Now he doesn't know how much Bailey he can earn as a hunter. The salary of the Navy is not enough for him to fight, just enough for the sake of showing it. Want to run away? Dream on. Gusen had a sinister smile on his face, and he shot towards Kizaru on the roots that rose from the ground. Just now, Kizaru always lingered on the edge of the field when fighting with him. If you want to change the characteristics of the field from open to closed, it takes a little conversion time. This time is enough for Kizaru to run away. So, now he did this. As long as he is close enough to Kizaru. If the border is not destroyed, it will be converted into a closed domain. Then even if it is light, this admiral will not be able to escape. Being closed in the domain is undoubtedly his home field, and then Gamari will be sure to deal with Kizaru. For Gamari, this place is like a forest farm, and Kizaru is the prey. He enjoys the feeling of chasing. Hey! Such a big malice, this guy is really inexplicable. Kizaru came to the border of the tree nest at this time. Quickly use Yasakani no Megatama to attack the sealed tree roots. There is no way, he can feel the guy approaching quickly from behind, and the full of malice makes him speechless. Why does he have to face such a lunatic just to come out for a job? Such a big malice appeared inexplicably, and he didn't feel that he had offended this guy. Did the apostle give him so much salary to make him work so hard? Does he really look so weak that he can't help but come and step on him? Boom! Seeing that the Yasakani no Megatama was bombarded in front of him but only damaged but not exploded, Kizaru's pupils shrank slightly. Gu-sen has spread all the power of the domain to the border barrier. It will take some time for Kizaru to break such a defense. But there is no time now, and the opponent doesn't even give him time to think. At this moment, Kizaru is really speechless. Turning around and looking at the figure riding on the tree roots. He really wants to shout. Don't come over here. Chapter 593. It's impossible to fight desperately, the 7 demons who took advantage of Kizaru. There's no other way, it seems that he can only fight to the death. Kizaru's mind flashed with random thoughts, and the tree roots of other borders in this closed area were advancing rapidly. Even if he moved in a light and distanced himself from the Demon King, he would be approached soon. You can tell with your ass that this guy is approaching him to use a big move. As for the closed domain of the Demon Clan, Kizaru still knows a thing or two. Although he was locked up, he might not lose with his strength and ability, but he really didn't want to take the risk if he could. How scary! That malicious look! Kizaru looked at Gu-sen who was coming aggressively, muttered and then used his ultimate move directly. He wanted to hit the devil as hard as possible at the moment of his move. Chirp! The loud bird song penetrated the tree nest. Kizaru turned into a golden phoenix, and his whole body was emitting fierce flames that wrapped around him, like the sun. The flames were sometimes golden and sometimes red. Even the devil shining fruit could not completely add the explosive attributes and coloring to the flames. Seeing Kizaru's posture, Gu-sen also directly changed the characteristics of the domain because he was close enough. Boom! The dark magic power derived from the surroundings and connected and merged to block it. In this process, Kizaru's dazzling figure turned into a phoenix and pierced the sky like an arrow from a bow. Well, he didn't rush towards Gu-sen, but broke through the stratum mixed with magic ore on the top of the sky. This scene shocked Gu-sen directly. He thought Huang Yuan was going to fight to the death, but he didn't expect that he would still run. What's wrong with this admiral? He only knows how to run? Completely different from that desperate magma human. Really interesting. Gu-sen's mouth corners slightly raised. This admiral successfully aroused his interest. Next, he made him unable to fly. Hunters always have to go through some twists and turns to gain a sense of accomplishment. Gu-sen has begun to enjoy this feeling of pursuit. Not mentioning Gu-sen's thoughts, at this time Huang Yuan flew and pierced a big hole in the stratum above his head. Although the stratum mixed with magic ore is very hard. But no matter how hard it is, it can't withstand Huang Yuan's piercing. Huang Yuan pushed the hard stratum farther and farther away from the ground, far ahead. He couldn't help but feel a little proud in his heart. He knew that as long as he showed his strength, the Demon King would be alert and then relax his attention on the surroundings. This place was indeed not blocked. It was impossible to fight desperately, and it was impossible to fight desperately in this life. However, running away could only be temporary. It was impossible for Kizaru to really abandon those magic patterns and run away. This could only be regarded as a strategic retreat at most, avoiding the sharp edge first. Wait, what is this feeling? General Kizaru broke through the thickest tens of meters of the underground layer, and then he noticed something strange. Boom! On the floating stone in the center of the big hole he broke through. A line of magic rune users were standing on floating stones and looking at him. With just one glance, Kizaru recognized them. The world's notorious illegal magic rune guild, the 7 magic runes. Now there are 2 magic rune users at the level of Demon King, and even the anti-demon mechanism currently has only 2 Demon Kings. Although in some time, the number of demon kings at the level of anti-demon mechanism may increase. But it is undeniable that the 7 magic runes are now powerful. Looking at their strange and surprised expressions, Kizaru smiled. It's really a pillow when you want to sleep. The 7 magic runes have a big conflict with the demons, and once even killed a demon king. Their arrival is simply to send warmth. Every one of the 7 magic runes, please deal with the demon king below. As the Birdman spoke, the 7 magic runes recognized the identity of the fire bird. Admiral Kizaru of the Navy, now also known as the Golden Phoenix. Before they could say anything more, Kizaru had already made a move. Phantom light wings. The wings of the phoenix transformed by Kizaru turned into huge wings of light. He directly wrapped the 7 demons and returned to the underground cave. After sprinting for more than 10 meters, he slapped them down. Then he added another move of Yasakani no Megatama. The whole process was as fast as lightning. Except for the pride and pain, the others reacted a beat slower. However, facing the Yasakani no Megatama bombarded by Kizaru like raindrops, he could still defend himself. Bang bang bang! Surrounded by smoke and dust, he watched a group of demons and light bullets burst out from the big hole in the sky. Gu-sen's eyes narrowed slightly and recognized these humans. Then, he decided to ignore Kizaru for the time being. The stagnant field unfolded again, and this time it was still an open field. Admiral Kizaru ran fast, so he had to use a closed field. Now he naturally didn't need to face these guys. Besides, Kizaru is still outside, and it is troublesome that the closed area is being attacked by the outside. Asshole! That guy, Admiral Kizaru, right? He must be in trouble. At this time, the somewhat embarrassed jealous envoy in Yasakani no Megatama stood firmly on the ground, and then looked up. His eyes were full of anger. It was very humiliating for him to be thrown down like a chicken. Bang bang bang! I didn't expect such an accident to happen. What a coincidence! The greedy envoy Naburo casually patted the dust off his body. The underground has a huge field, which is difficult to perceive. He didn't expect Kizaru to suddenly explode from the underground. However, he didn't complain, but focused his eyes on the Demon King in front of him. For the greedy envoy, they were supposed to come down to do the mission. Now they just took a ride down, and it was okay to meet the Blue Demon King, one of the 9 Demon Kings. If they could defeat or implicate this Demon King, it would be enough to get the job done. Now the 7 demon envoys are enemies of the whole world, so the big forces behind the Pure Demon Association still need to maintain good relations. Otherwise, there are too many enemies and Nippuro feels that he can't bear it. Swish, swish, swish. Blue Demon King-san, is this guy the opponent this time? The Pain Envoy tidied up his messy bangs. He took out a white cloth from his bosom and wiped the scepter in his hand. Leave it to me, you take care of yourselves. The Pride Envoy took the lead, and as for Kizaru's existence, he put it aside for the time being. The general attacked him once, and he fought back and it was considered a draw. He will argue again when he has a chance in the future. Pride Envoy, Red Sun Altake. You are brave. Seeing Altake preparing to fight him, Gusen's Roddenwood-like face showed a sinister smile. It was once promoted by human newspapers as the second Hell Day. Using the power of the demon god but worshipping the power of the sun god as supreme, this is really unsatisfactory. Boom! The overwhelming demon trees began to move with the malice of Gusen. Altek was directly submerged by the demon trees. Chapter 594, Yellow Monkey gives the good guy card. Why are you yelling so loudly? When the battle began here, Yellow Monkey also quickly flew in the passage, and then entered the underground from another entrance again. There is more than one entrance and exit to the underground space. There is just one near Yellow Monkey, and if there is no one, he can blast one artificially. But he still wants to save strength. Just now when he moved those magic patterns, arrogance and pain left marks on him respectively. That taste can only be said to be painful, very painful. The magic power of the pain made him feel so painful, it felt more painful than a woman's difficult labor. Although Yellow Monkey has never given birth to a child, he feels that much pain. As for the power of the prideful one, it reminded Kizaru of the magma full of destructive aura of Sakasuke. It can only be said that the prideful one's ability is well deserved. In order to get rid of the two guys at the same time, Kizaru felt that it was reasonable to suffer a little. Anyway, his blood was very thick, and the fire of the phoenix tended to be reborn and immortal. In this regard, his risk tolerance line was very high. They are all a group of monsters. Fortunately, they helped me. They are really a group of good people. Kizaru teased slowly while flying quickly. Whoosh! The violent airflow hit him and he returned to the underground space again. This entrance was near the ancient forest area, coming out of the rock platform hanging upside down from the ceiling. He stood on the terrace, looking at the sea of trees vying for the first place and the huge red fireballs exploding from afar. He couldn't help but sigh again in his heart. What a good man! 7 demon envoys. Then Kizaru set his sights on the battlefield on the other side. Over there, the magic pattern envoys were fighting with the ancient tree fortress made by the evergreen tree. The evergreen tree and the magic flow were still confronting the demon king of sand. The scene was very chaotic. Fortunately, those magic pattern envoy teams were led by B-level magic pattern envoys. There are more magic pattern masters than the demon army and many of them are very powerful. Plus, many of the demon army fight alone and rarely cooperate. Although the scene is in chaos, it can be barely stabilized. It's just that without evergreen and magic flow, it is impossible to crush them again. And as time goes by, many magic pattern masters are dissatisfied. They come here to participate, not to fight desperately. Some people have used the SOS button on the scoreboard. Although the holy power is emitted, it is still unable to disperse the demon army. These demon army are at least sea level, and they are led by the highest demons. Naturally, they can't be dispersed by this little holy power. However, they are not for dispersal, but for the referee to come to rescue quickly. It looks really tragic. Yizuru looked down at the fighting magic pattern users. He touched his chin and began to think about whether to continue to fight. Maintain the balance for now. If he continues to fight and overwhelms the opponent, then another big fish will jump out of the opponent. It's better to fish first and wait for the people above to make arrangements. It seems that the magic pattern users of light and shadow can still hold on. Yizuru thought. Suddenly he raised his head, and his eyes under the sunglasses suddenly widened. What is that? Boom! There was only a huge roar. A huge hole burst out directly from the ceiling. It was 1,000 meters wide. Black stones, sand, magic ore particles, dust, and other miscellaneous things fell like rain. There were also 2 figures shooting down. Several circles of air rings were shot out at supersonic speed and directly solidified. Smashed on the battlefield. Boom! The ground on the battlefield broke with a sound. It was directly smashed into 2 pieces, and the edges of the 2 pieces were suspended in the air. The shock wave stirred up sand and stones, and the earth shook. This scene was accompanied by the collapse of the bottom of the sky, which looked really spectacular. Such a change also shocked the magic pattern users on the battlefield. Then they began to stabilize their shaking bodies and began to use their abilities to take shelter. Fortunately, they were already in the ancient tree fortress, and this sudden change could not cause too much disaster to them. Comparatively speaking, the demon army was large in number, they are all outside, which makes it even more dangerous. But obviously, those top demons are unwilling to sit back and watch the demon army being buried. But they have been locked by the magic pattern users. If they dare to move around, they will be hit by a fatal blow. In this situation, the Sand Demon King Damo moved, just waving his hand. All the stones and debris in the sky stagnated. Then they scattered like an orderly stream. Like a circular waterfall pouring down to the surroundings, turning into ordinary sand and stones. Tisk tisk. It's really scary. Sure enough, the 9 demon kings are all monsters. Kizaru, who witnessed this scene, could not help but marvel at it. Then he set his eyes on the dark hole again. A figure floated down there. The appearance of the armored knight covered with black lines made Kizaru solemn at a glance. One of the 9 demon kings, the warlord. Kizaru still remembers this demon king clearly, as he fought with Sakazuki at the last battle on the Fantasy Beast Island. When he asked Sakazuki afterwards, the guy's face was still livid. It seems that we need to move again. Kizaru lowered his head slightly, shook his cape, and decided to go down to save the situation. If he saw it right, the 2 figures that shot down were the paladins of the Kingdom of Miracles, Earth Rhythm and B-Lord. The Kingdom of Miracles is a great force worth making friends with. It doesn't matter who you save, you must go over to help at this time. Maybe if you don't want to be a navy in the future, you can go over and become a paladin. Swish! Kizaru turned into a flash of light across the sky. Like a meteor, he flashed down towards the deep crack that was smashed into ruins. In the deep crack underground, Poseidon and Sakamori stood up from the dark underground, and both drank the holy light potion they carried with them. In order to keep the holy light potion on their bodies, they suffered a little more. At this time, the air seemed to freeze for a moment, and then Poseidon laughed. That guy is so strong. I feel my whole body burning, my blood is boiling. My blood is boiling. After hearing what Poseidon said, Sakamori turned. Roll your eyes. If you are excited, just be excited. Why are you yelling so loudly? But Poseidon has always been a thick-skinned person, so he is not surprised. The most important thing now is the Demon King. That guy is too strong. The two of them are suppressed even when they join forces. As 3-star gem level players, their own holy power is only a hair's breadth away from the next stage. Even if the opponent's magic power is stronger than theirs, it should not have such a strong suppression. Even if he broke several layers with one move, he directly knocked them down to this underground space. Sakamori recalled the details of the previous battle and quickly brainstormed. Finally, he locked on the black lines on the armor of the warlord. In the end, he remembered that a small part of the black lines on the warlord's body disappeared in the B-vision. Is that the reason why that guy is so strong that it is unreasonable? Chapter 595. Kizaru said it was difficult. Super Gravity Fist Bengtian. Someone is coming down. While Sakamori was thinking, Poseidon looked up, where a beam of light was falling rapidly. Soon, it appeared in front of them. The light illuminated the dark deep crack. It can be seen that Poseidon only had a pair of pants left, and his clothes were gone. Sakamori was better, his shirt was still there, but it was tattered. The two looked like disaster victims. It's really embarrassing. 2 referees. Looking at the two people, Kizaru, who had recondensed his figure, had an exaggerated expression on his face and said slowly. Someone actually beat the referee in this demon hunting ceremony, it's really bad. Seeing the Admiral Kizaru come over and say this, Sakamori was not unhappy. Kizaru had communicated with them before, and the relationship was okay. In some cooperation between the Navy and the Kingdom of Miracles, Kizaru has always been an active senior Navy official at the forefront. Of course, this is definitely beneficial to Kizaru personally, such as paid play. So Sakamori is quite familiar with Kizaru's character. He didn't waste words, but said briefly. General Kizaru, the power of the warlord is extraordinary. He can burst out a more terrible power than the normal. Don't be careless. Now that Kizaru has come down, it means that he will fight side by side with them. Sakamori also quickly told the information of the previous battle. Is that warlord so terrible? In that case, it's done. Kizaru heard more detailed information and showed an embarrassment on his face. Sakamori was also very discerning about this and directly promised the remuneration afterwards. As a paladin, Sakamori has a lot of say in terms of money. As long as it is a reasonable expense, it is very easy to reimburse afterwards, which is based on the huge wealth of the Kingdom of Miracles itself. Now the most urgent task is to need Kizaru, the demigod-level combat power, to really contribute. Hearing Sakamori's promise, Kizaru smiled widely. A paladin is a paladin, rich and powerful. In comparison, Kizaru felt that he was very miserable as a general. Marshal Sengoku complained about being poor and having no money every day. He could only receive a fixed salary, so what's wrong with him making some extra money? It's reasonable. Are you done? I'm going to start. Poseidon watched Sakamori and Kizaru's transaction coming to an end, and he started right away. He was not interested in what they were talking about, but he was very excited now. Boom! A huge rock floated directly under the feet of the 3 people. It carried the 3 people like a roller coaster, rushing forward and breaking through the shackles and rushing towards the sky. Wow! Oh! It's really exciting! Ha ha ha! As the huge rock broke through the shackles of the earth and came to the end of the sky. Looking at Poseidon laughing with his hands on his waist, the childlike look made Sakamori speechless again. This guy is still like a child. It's okay to play in the mud, but at least he can go to build and make contributions. Others are still fighting there. You are laughing so happily here, what a simple-minded guy. Sakamori sighed. Sure enough, we can't expect Poseidon, a simple guy, to maintain the image of a paladin. When the 3 flew to the sky, the magic rune users who were still fighting also saw the 2 paladins and the Admiral Kizaru. Their low morale was raised again. Just now, the paladins fell too fast, and many magic rune users disappeared underground before they could catch their figures. Then the high-profile arrival of the warlord directly hit their morale. Now the two paladins appeared in their field of vision, and it didn't seem to be a big problem. And the Admiral Kizaru who fought with the ancient Demon King also came here to support. The situation has at least stabilized, and maybe they can prepare for a counterattack. Is it out? At this time, the War King stood beside the desert. The Demon Flow and Evergreen in front of him were all tense. Even Evergreen Jane, who had a lazy personality, couldn't help but be alert. The 9 Demon Kings were in front, especially the War King, who showed amazing power. Such a situation naturally made them very cautious. Fortunately, the Paladin is fine, and Admiral Kizaru is here too. In this case, we can still fight. Ahahaha. Are you welcoming me? When the indifferent War King raised his hand and prepared to fight, the sky was once again in trouble, and an arrogant laugh came from the big hole. I saw a bloody light and 2 golden figures fighting from the dark big hole. It was the Life Reaper Yonglu and the 2 stand users Justice and Judgment. The 2 stand users have attached their stands to their bodies, making their own bodies no longer a constraint. This technique was studied by Tarot Totem for a long time and was only successful not long ago. Fortunately, Judgment and Justice have learned it. Otherwise, they would definitely not be able to withstand Yonglu staring at their original bodies and slashing them. Good opportunity. Admiral Kizaru, keep an eye on the movement below. Poseidon, let's go. The Demon King Yonglu is now sandwiched between them and the stand users. If several people go together and start a big move, they may be able to severely injure him. This is a very good opportunity, and Sakamori must seize it. Hearing Sakamura's hurried words, Poseidon hesitated for a moment but still went up. He may be simple-minded, but his combat IQ is still first class. However, Poseidon is still a little reluctant to join forces to carry out such a sneak attack. He prefers to fight uprightly. Unfortunately, the current situation does not allow him to choose. Compared with his hobbies, his duties are more important. Whoosh! Poseidon jumped up, and his right hand seemed to be a taut bowstring ready to shoot. Circles of twisted gravity gathered on his arm. Super gravity fist collapses the sky. It's okay if he didn't make a move, but once he made a move, Poseidon was directly rushing to the rhythm of death. He was serious about fighting. As Poseidon made a move, Sakamori next to him was not willing to be outdone. Several of the giant bees he cultivated died, and those giant bees were his hard work. It was only because of reason that he suppressed his anger. Now Yonglu came down so arrogantly, just like encountering a bomb. Sakamura's hand twisted into a huge steel thorn, and a foreign object protruded from his back, piercing his shirt and growing 2 pairs of bee wings. As a bee owner, if outsiders really thought that he was just a beekeeper with a weak body, they would definitely be slapped in the face by him. He has the ability to mutate bees. This ability can also be used on himself, and the power is equally good. Point kill. The simple and unpretentious move, but it condenses terrible lethality. The cold steel thorn is daunting, and if you look at it for a long time, you will have the illusion of being pierced. Demon King, die. Chapter 596, The Great Cause of Killing Demons, Magellan, the holder of the God-destroying tool. When the 2 paladins leaped up to attack, the 2 stand-ins of Judgment and Justice looked at each other, entangled Yonglu more tacitly, and prepared a killing move at the same time. Faced with this crisis, Yonglu was not panicked at all. He laughed wildly, with a look of enjoyment on his face. The sickle in his hand kept swinging, and the blood in his whole body seemed to be roaring like an engine. The more dangerous it was, the more he enjoyed it. Killing already made him happy, and being killed made him curious. Come on! Come on! Let me be more happy! Ahahaha! Demon killing cause! A bloody light burst out from Yonglu's bloody sickle. It passed through the 4 people who surrounded him, and the huge arc-shaped slash tilted out, as if blood-colored ripples passed through the sky. It rushed up the layers of restraints of the magic mine and finally rushed straight into the sky. What is that? The sky is cut off. The guards stationed on Shaolin City looked at the deep chasm in the distant sky in horror. The clouds cracked, an array of light passed through the clouds, like a dream. 02 Although the ground was shaking from time to time, the guards were still doing their duty in the same place, and they didn't even watch the live broadcast of the ceremony. Now standing in this view, they just happened to witness an amazing scene in the sky. A red slash burst out from the ground and cut through the sky. This scene immediately made them know that there were unimaginable monsters fighting. Although they were weak, they had never eaten pork. Had they never seen pigs run? There have been many monster battles in recent years, and even the battles of gods were more terrifying. Naturally, they would not regard the blood light as a natural disaster like those who were ignorant. But even so, they still trembled as they looked at the grand scene in the sky. The location where the blood light burst out was the magic mine. How hard the magic mine is, anyone who has been in it has a deep understanding. Now such a terrible attack broke out from inside. I wonder what is going on inside? The guards swallowed their saliva and felt shocked and curious. What a monster! If the blood light was directed at them, they would be finished. How terrifying! Is that a strong man? Do you think we can become that strong? A middle-aged man among the guards was stunned when he heard the young man next to him say that. Tao Bai, you'd better stop dreaming. Although we have also obtained traditional martial arts, you will know after training that sometimes people's physiques are really different. In general. It's like one of my brothers has become a C-rank hunter, and I'm still a soldier here. Tao Bai heard the uncle's blow and asked back. Is it possible that you haven't worked hard enough? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I spend an hour exercising every day in my spare time. 1 hour. I've missed so many comics. Let's not talk about the episode here. In the underground space, Yang Lu swung another shocking blow. The body was also directly hit hard. Just now, the Paladin Earth Rhythm Super Gravity Punch collapsed the sky and forcibly deflected his ultimate move. In that gap, the stand user codenamed Justice used Justice Judgment. This move is a mental move that can put the opponent's consciousness on the balance of the void to commit sins. Although this move is difficult to restrain Yang Lu with the current strength of the stand user of Justice. But even a moment of trance is enough to hurt the other two. Ahem. You have some tricks. Human. Yang Lu coughed up 2 mouthfuls of red blood, and one of the 2 holes in his heart and abdomen was healing quickly. As a demon king in charge of killing, Yang Lu would not die easily. Even if his heart was gone, he could still quickly repair his body, but he consumed more magic power. Seeing that Yang Lu's body was continuing to repair, the 4 prepared to attack again. But there was no chance. Kizaru couldn't hold on any longer. The War King was very dissatisfied with the siege of the crowd, and he would not hesitate to take action. War Axe. The huge black axe flew directly towards the 4 people with Kizaru's Yasakani no Megatama, forcing everyone to retreat. The angry apostle is so scary. As everyone fell, he looked at Sakamura's eyes staring at him. Kizaru spread his hands to show that he was powerless. Although he wanted to stop it, the opponent's output was too strong. Sakamori didn't believe Kizaru's statement. If Kizaru really went up, he didn't believe that he couldn't stop this attack. Although he doubted it in his heart, Sakamori didn't say much now. Fortunately, his attack with holy power made it impossible for the opponent to recover quickly. At least the current combat power of the Demon King should be discounted. Good. Very good. Very good. On the other side, the War King watched the big hole in Yang Lu's abdomen that fell beside him slowly heal. The Iron Bucket Head, who had no expression at all, shouted good 3 times. You can hear strong emotions from his dull metallic voice. As the War King who symbolizes war, he is naturally not angry about Yang Lu's wound. He is not so hypocritical. The reason why he is angry is that his 2 opponents actually ran to besiege his men halfway. Such an action does not take him seriously at all, and is completely a slap in his face. What's good about it? You still shout good when your companion has a hole in his body? The right hand of Poseidon opposite the War King was full of blood. In order to deflect the attack of Yang Lu, he was not completely uninjured. Of course, at this moment, he was more curious about the cheers of the War King than his own injuries. Hearing Poseidon ask such a question, Sakamori just wanted to cover his face. Because he could feel the strange eyes of the people around him. These eyes made him want to put Poseidon in a sack and send him away. This paladin is really humorous. The demon flow and evergreen tree not far away had the same idea in their hearts. Suddenly, they looked up at the sky again. They saw a big hole in the sky with a purple the light swept down. Admiral Kizaru also saw this scene, and he felt relieved. Because he was familiar with that figure. That was the owner of the purple smoke pearl, the mystical beast god annihilating tool. Originally, during the mystical beast conference, the purple smoke pearl was obtained by Aizen, the president of Steel Sunday. Later, After studying it for a while, the big man prepared to let people use this god-annihilating tool. Finally, among the candidates presented to him, he chose the current owner. He is Magellan, the current director of Impel Down. But Kizaru heard that Magellan, who got the god-annihilating tool, had a sudden increase in strength, and it seemed that it was because of the help of President Aizen. This made Kizaru very envious. Chapter 597 Judge's Warhouse and War Carnival were reduced to ashes. Swoosh! Under everyone's attention, a purple light passed through the sky and came to the side of Kizaru and others. A tall man with a pair of devil horns and devil wings appeared from the purple light. It was the current director of Impel Down, Magellan. After he arrived at the scene, looking at the many eyes staring at him, his expression was serious. Gurgle gurgle. A strange sound suddenly came from his stomach, and his originally serious expression was instantly broken. Magellan covered his stomach with one hand, looked at the strange eyes around him, and said awkwardly, "Everyone. Sorry, I just had a stomachache, so." After hearing Magellan's explanation, Kizaru looked teasing. He also knew about the side effects of Magellan's poison fruit, which would cause poisoning to the food. He felt sympathetic and gloating. To be honest, the devil fruit had such side effects that he would not want to eat it even if he was given it. What a bleak life it would be to spend most of your life in the toilet. It's okay, as long as you can come. Can you hold on? Sakamori asked with concern. He didn't want Magellan to run to the toilet in the middle of the battle, which would have a great impact on the battle situation. No problem. Let me bury these demon kings. Magellan was embarrassed again when he heard Sakamori's concerned expression, and then said seriously. There was a purple bead embedded in his gauntlet. This was the source of his confidence, the purple smoke bead of the god-destroying tool. The spirit inside could cooperate with him and exert a powerful force. Now he believed that his strength had surpassed the Navy Admiral Kizaru, and there was a big difference between the spirit of the god-destroying tool and whether it cooperated. Are you done? The War King looked at the guy opposite who was not human in appearance. Opening his steel-like palm, wisps of black breath emerged in his hand. Hehe, since you are so confident, I hope you can still be so optimistic next time. Since these guys think they can compete with him, let them see his true strength. Now the War King has no intention of investigating why the desert is passive and lazy. Now he plans to make a high profile. This demon hunting ceremony is a good opportunity. It is just the right opportunity to start a war. He has been longing for a grand war for a long time. Burying these guys must be enough to stimulate conflicts. The terrible magic power burst out from the War King, and the huge magic power made the noisy battlefield not far away stagnate. The magic pattern users there can feel the terrifying breath. It's like being in a bottomless abyss, which is chilling. Good, terrible magic power, like the sea and the vast sky, my body is stiff. That guy is really a monster. I can feel myself in the endless flames of war. War. This is war. Is this the Demon King who symbolizes war? The magic rune users in the ancient tree fortress were all horrified. The magic rune users who could come here were not ignorant people. They also knew a lot about the demons. Many powerful demons were born with something in mind. There is no doubt that the Demon King is the symbol of war. The horror was accompanied by the breath of war, which was really shocking. The warlord was indeed worthy of the name. Among the many amazing magic rune users on this battlefield, a metal helmet with a long golden head, the magic pattern he emitted made his eyes flicker. He was the president of a magic pattern guild called Warhouse. He was also the commander of the famous Germa 66 in the North Sea, the strange bird, Vinsmoke Judge. At this time, he felt the magic breath of the War King, and his heart was very shocked. Because Judge was very familiar with that breath. Once a mysterious person came to him for a deal and gave him a reward that he could not refuse. The price was to carry a silver pot to a piece of war land. In the war land, the silver pot will gradually accumulate full of strange magic. That kind of magic is so similar to the magic of the War King in terms of feeling. At this moment, Jiaji couldn't help but spit. He wouldn't fall into a huge pit. However, Jiaji looked at the loyal magic pattern user next to him and gritted his teeth. Even if he fell into the pit, there was nothing he could do, the benefits were all taken. Those guys, war revelry. That illegal guild must be related to the demon clan or the terrifying Demon King in front of him. Jiaji felt that if the Magic Pattern Association finds out that their guild is abnormal, they will be in big trouble. However, the most urgent thing now is to get out of the current danger, otherwise there is no way to tell the future. While Judge was thinking, the strong men who were facing the War King felt huge pressure and looked solemn. The magic power that the War King had now exploded was extremely terrifying. They even felt like they were facing an apostle. Sakamori was even more sharp-eyed and saw that a section of the black pattern on the War King's leg was slowly dissipating. Then, try this trick. The magic power rushed up to the sky, condensing into a black giant axe hundreds of meters long. The black airflow wrapped around the axe seemed to distort the space. This move. Both Sakamori and Poseidon looked extremely solemn. They had been hit by this move once before. Of course, it was smaller than this one, only about 200 meters, and this one was directly 500 meters long. If there was no 1,000-meter hole in the ceiling here, it would be difficult to accommodate such a large axe. But, these are not important for the time being. The important thing is that when this move came down, the magic pattern not far away made the demon army is estimated to suffer heavy casualties. Is this guy crazy? He actually used this kind of move. Does he not care about other demons? What Sakamori and the others don't know is that the War King really doesn't care about these. In the eyes of the War King, demons who are not from the Demon God Island are just like the difference between locals and foreigners among humans. So, he doesn't care how many demons die. Even if they are demons born on the Demon God Island, he will not be soft-hearted. As a warlord, he doesn't care about sacrifice. Human, if you have the guts, block it. The War King's dull voice echoed in the silent space. Then, squeak, squeak. In the shocked eyes of the crowd and the demon army under the light, the black axe in the sky made a heavy sound. Then, it fell with a loud bang. War Breath Battle Axe. Silently, a huge shock wave spread to the entire underground space. The houses, streets, magic plants, etc. built here were all broken, flying, and shattered. Everything seemed to be reduced to ashes. Boom. After a few seconds, the sound shook the earth like thunder. It turned out that it was not that there was no sound. It was just that the sound was too loud and the frequency was too high to fill the entire space and it could not be heard. Chapter 598 Morgan's explanation, The Night Moon and Stars. The city of Shaolin in the outside world was shaking violently at this time, like an earthquake. The scene of the ceremony in Shaolin City. The audience was also very shocked to see the completely grey screen image. The people who had been watching the scene through the recorder of the Magic Pattern Guild naturally knew what happened underground. That's why they were very shocked and terrified. Will the Magic Pattern Association mess up? Those powerful demon kings won't rush out from underground to kill them? People generally have such concerns. Some of the audience have begun to shake and leave the audience seats regardless of the vibration. They are ready to run away. This place is too close to the large demon mine, and they don't feel safe at all. Oh, what an amazing attack! The warlord used an earth-shattering attack. It's impossible to see the image clearly at the scene, but the aftermath of the attack can be felt in Shaolin City, which is 1,000 meters underground. Some people at the scene are even scared to death and want to escape from here. As expected of the leader of the 9 demon kings of the demon clan, the warlord's strength is well deserved. At this time, when the people at the ceremony were in a panic, the familiar loud voice directly diverted their uneasy mood. People looked at the Birdman on the host platform, and didn't know whether to cry or laugh for a while. Especially some audiences who were about to leave, their faces flushed. What time is it? Morgans is still explaining. Commentary is commentary, why do we have to involve them? At this time, those who walked to the general audience faced the strange looks from the surroundings, and those who were thin-skinned chose to return to their seats. Thick-skinned people ran away directly. Some people with better brains sat there steadily. In their opinion, Morgans, as the most well-informed Birdman, had such an attitude. It shows that the situation is still under control, and they don't have to run away so quickly. In a room behind the construction site, 2 women were watching the live broadcast of the ceremony with solemn faces. They were the high-level officials sent by the Chaos Realm to participate in the ceremony, 2 of the 7 Night Moon. One was a long-legged girl named Smoothie, who was once a member of the Big Mom Pirates. The other was a short-haired girl with a body of about 1.6 meters and a sweet appearance, named Vicky. The strength of that warlord is so strong that it's terrible. Fortunately, Master Hwakyun Liu has already gone there. Vicky was somewhat fortunate. Although Yayu is very powerful, she has basically reached the level of a 3-star gem hunter. However, she doesn't want to fight that kind of monster. Vicky is not keen on fighting, she prefers to sew dolls. Well, we still have to be vigilant here, otherwise it will be bad if the demons take advantage of us. Smoothie nodded. This time, she took on this task in order to get a vacation to go home and visit her brothers and sisters. If she messes up, she can't go back. For this reason, while watching the live broadcast, she also focused on a cube instrument on a red table not far away. There is also a horn-shaped reflector on the instrument. According to the light-chasing personnel who delivered the instrument, this instrument can detect the fluctuations of pure demon species, and Smoothie has never seen such an instrument. It is obviously a new thing developed by the Kingdom of Miracles. It is said that even apostles can be found with a high probability within the detection range. That paladin, the God's Hands Woxie's scientific research ability is really terrible. This time, that woman also came here. Is there any purpose? Smoothie thought about the woman who was completely unfathomable and guessed in his heart. The paladin defined as a scientific researcher actually came here. Shouldn't such talents be hidden at home? Just like the world government's hidden Dr. Vegapunk, who claimed to be 500 years ahead of the world in technology. How can a scientific researcher go to the front line? Smoothie, the energy of the instrument seems to be running out. Hearing Vicky's words next to him, Smoothie came back to his senses. Looking at the light golden liquid in a grafted transparent glass tube and the instrument reaching the bottom of the glass tube, he also felt helpless. This instrument is good in every way, but it actually consumes holy light potion as energy, which is simply outrageous. Vicky, just refill it when you run out. I gave all my holy light potions to my sister. This was the last one. You know, she takes a lot. Please, just fill it up first. I'll pay you back next time. Vicky, who looked quirky, put her hands together, stuck out her tongue, and said mischievously. Seeing Vicky say this, Smoothie could only nodding helplessly. Her sister Smoothie also knew. The ruler's trump card, the gluttonous girl Kelly. That person has a really big appetite and likes to collect magic plants that increase magic power to eat. If you don't use the holy light potion with those, it will have a significant impact on your lifespan. Click. Smoothie inserted a new holy light potion into the gap of the instrument, and the instrument automatically replaced it. Even Smoothie felt distressed when she saw it. I don't know how many of them there are. Anyway, 3 were used in a quarter of an hour, and the detection range is only in a small city like Shaolin City. If the range is expanded, the consumption will be sky high. Even Smoothie can't bear this consumption. Fortunately, the holy light potion doesn't really have much effect on her. In the Eternal Night Island in the Chaos Realm, the island where the Chaos Goddess lives. Under the spectacle of the Eternal Night, the girls serving the Chaos Goddess exercise the power of the Eternal Night. The night moon, the stars, and the flowing fire correspond to 3 statuses. The girls who borrow this power will use the power of the Eternal Night to nourish their bodies and minds to improve their basic attributes. That is to say, Smoothie, who possesses the power of the Eternal Night, doesn't care about the effect of the Holy Light Potion at all. She keeps the Holy Light Potion she gets every month. Part of it is used to train some subordinates who have a good relationship with the ruler, and there is not much stock. Watching the liquid in the tube of the instrument dissipate drop by drop, Smoothie can only comfort herself that it is normal for the effect to be strong and the consumption to be large. Then she turned her eyes to the image where the dust was still spreading. Vicky, aren't you worried about your sister? Worried? What's there to worry about? Didn't Master Hwakyun Liu say that it was okay before? Vicky tilted her head and asked back. Smoothie was speechless after hearing this. Hwakyun Liu said it was okay and you really thought it was okay? Kelly is so lucky to have a sister as carefree as you. Okay. Smoothie was speechless and she turned her eyes to the image again. I wonder if the demon's apostle will come? The current situation is not so easy. Smoothie is also worried about a large-scale war between humans and demons. However, things are not something she can control. Underground space. A storm gathered the dust that filled the underground space, and the entire underground space became clear again. Chapter 599 Professional Match, 3 Mechanical Balls. What a terrible destructive power. At this time, the members of the Recorder Guild at the entrance of the inverted stone looked at the dust below and their faces were dull. The entire underground space was a huge pit, and it looked like it was hundreds of meters deep. Originally, all kinds of buildings, magic plants, and scenes disappeared without a trace. The air was filled with a large number of luminous white light spots, which was a grand scene formed by the destruction of a large number of magic lanterns. In addition, the atmospheric magic power here was sufficient and did not dissipate for a long time. The underground space was brighter than before. From the brightness, it can be seen that those magic ore pillars with a diameter of tens of meters were still strong after a layer was cut off. The large area of land below the pillar mountain, which was soaked with a lot of magic power, was not bombed out completely. Despite this, the power of the moves used by the Demon King still shocked the members of the recorder. There are so many magic mines like pillars here, and the ceiling and the ground soaked with magic mines have terrible hardness. But even so, such a huge pit was still bombarded. If they were not located above, and the recorder had a magic pattern user who was good at defense, this wave would probably cause heavy damage. However, some diligent recorders who inherited Morgan's spirit did not care about these. Now, the most important thing is the situation. One of the recorders holding a scorer pointed the scorer at a position close to the center of the underground space. There, it was the center of the battlefield. You can see that there is a layer of solidified sand sea shield blocking the view, and there is also a layer of energy shield emitting white light in the center of the sand sea. There is a place with no horizon and not much drop except around the magic mine pillar mountain. It is obviously the center of the attack, but it is not damaged much. It was obviously the sand sea and the white shield that blocked the attack. So what is going on at the scene now? The members of the recorder in this underground space are very curious and want to go over to find out. However, they don't have the courage after all. The war is not over yet. Going down at this time is like rushing to reincarnate. But they are really curious and look forward to it. The center of the battlefield. The sand waves that cover the sky and the sun begin to fade with the storm, revealing the scene inside. Seeing the scattered demon army below. They are silent, looking at the War King not far away with fear. And looking at the Sand Demon King Demo next to the War King with gratitude. Just now, that terrifying move came down. If it weren't for that idol to protect them, I don't know how many of them would survive. They are grateful to Demo, but for the War King who is also a demon, they have a hint of hatred in addition to fear. As long as you look around, you can tell from the appearance of the cenote. Their home is gone, and besides that, the devil has no I don't care about their lives. The top leaders of the demon army know this best. Because the Demon King never concealed it. Crack! Crack! Demo, your ability is really amazing. You can actually protect such a bunch of trash. Young Lu, who was not far from Demo, held a piece of demon ore in his hand. At this time, he was eating it bite by bite, making a crisp sound in his mouth, and he was talking while eating. This was the demon ore he just picked up in the shock wave. The fear demon ore, for his professional counterpart, tastes crunchy, just like crispy fried chicken. It can effectively replenish his magic power. The most important thing is to use it to attack the holy power wrapped around his abdominal wound. They are, after all, a member of the demon clan. Demo looked at the demon clan who was angry because of Young Lu's words, and said lightly. This time, the attack of the War King had a huge impact. Although Demo was usually cold, he didn't want to see so many of his fellows sacrificed because of their companions. Of course, the attack of the War King is indeed powerful. Fortunately, it is here, with the help of the magic contained in the surrounding strata. The desert can block the shock waves of the non-core area. The magic of the strata here is fear magic and sand and stone attributes, which is naturally his exclusive battlefield. Really? You are really boring. Gurgle. Young Lu swallowed the magic ore in his hand in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, and the wound on his abdomen healed faster. Then he turned his eyes to the front. While Young Lu and the desert were chatting, the War King did not pay attention to their conversation. He turned his eyes to the humans in front of him. I saw that a circle of white light shields appeared on each of Huang Yuan and others. In addition to these individual small shields, there are 3 circular mechanical balls with mechanical patterns on the surface above them, connected to each other and rotating slowly. Several layers of white shields of tens of meters connected to each other extend from these mechanical balls. Just now, it was this composite white shield that blocked the attack of the War King. 0. It's so scary. I thought I was going to die. Kizaru patted his chest with an exaggerated look, and then flicked the round shield on his body with his fingers. He asked the paladin and others not far away with curiosity. What are those small balls? Is it also technology? His sunglasses reflected light slightly, making it difficult to see the look in his eyes. I don't know either. Hearing Kizaru's question, Poseidon touched the back of his head and smiled heartily. Sakamori, do you know what's going on? Looking at Poseidon's silly smile, Sakamori covered his forehead. Sorry, I can't reveal this. He didn't say he didn't know. Because the 3 mechanical balls flew out from the 3 magic pattern users of the Magic Pattern Guild chasing light. It was obviously the work of the Kingdom of Miracles. It was these 3 mechanical balls and a large shield that blocked the main impact, and all the magic pattern users on the battlefield also had a small shield. In this way, the humans on the battlefield did not suffer huge injuries. Humans, it seems that you are quite capable. In that case, the War King no longer cared whether humans had made any preparations. Now he wanted to see how many moves the other party could block him. Since he had taken action, he naturally could not have no results. The black pattern on his body began to dissipate faster. The infinite magic power rushed up to the sky, making the magic pattern users who escaped the disaster shudder. They looked up at the sky, and everyone felt sympathetic. Even the shield on their bodies could not completely give them a sense of security. 0.6. Because the black giant axe appeared in the sky again, and it was even more terrifying than before. The giant axe was more than 1,000 meters long. The whole sky was filled with twisted black currents, and the sky was dark, looking very scary. If you have the ability, try to block it again. A dull voice sounded. The War King doesn't believe that those broken machines can stop him. Does he have no face? Warning, warning, a huge dangerous energy source has been found, the energy index exceeds the resistance of Fan Tao. After calculation, it takes 11 body links to completely resist, requesting secondary body links. Messages flow inside the 3 mechanical balls. Although outsiders don't know. But the lines on their outside are flashing red, which makes people look bad at a glance. Breath of War Endless Battle Axe. Squeak. Squeak. The black axe fell again. Chapter 600 The Earth Falls Witch Kikyo. Under the horror of the crowd and the solemn gaze of the strong, the black axe in the sky fell with a bang. But this time, they haven't prayed for their own safety. A white light flashed from a certain direction like a meteor. Directly collided with the black axe. Like a comet hitting the earth, 2 completely incompatible energies melted into each other and then exploded. Boom! A huge sound shook the earth. A black and white light wave spread rapidly horizontally from the center of the explosion. Everywhere it passed. Whether it was the solid magic mine Pillar Mountain or the boundary around the underground space, all were annihilated. Bang! Boom! On the ground, everyone in Shaolin City. Whether it was pedestrians or spectators at the ceremony, they all felt a pause, as if the earth collapsed and sank. Or, it was sinking. With a large magic mine as the center, all the areas within tens of kilometers sank by at least 10 centimeters. A certain underground layer in this area was completely annihilated by the terrifying force. A 10-centimeter gap was created. So, the earth sank 10 centimeters directly like a castle in the air, which was the minimum. A huge mass fell. Some parts of this area were compressed by several meters, which directly caused the surface terrain of the earth to change. Fortunately, the bottom of Shaolin City had been reinforced as a whole. Even if it collapsed, it was an overall collapse rather than an uneven collapse. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the ground vibration gradually subsided, the people watching the live broadcast at the ceremony still had horror on their faces. People didn't care to adjust their embarrassed posture caused by the collapse of the earth, and hurriedly focused all their attention on the live broadcast. Only at the scene can you feel powerless. That terrible force that easily changes the terrain. They were so close that they were jumping back and forth on the edge of death. This exciting feeling made people's adrenaline soar. They suddenly found that they were very brave and dared to watch the live broadcast next to the battle site. Some people have decided that they will watch this kind of ceremony at home next time and will never come to join in the fun. Underground space. As the energy ring was poured out, the smoke and dust were dispersed by the storm of the desert again. The Demon King of the Desert, the symbol of the desert, can control the sandstorm and disperse the dust. As the dust dissipated, everyone, including the demon army, focused their attention in a certain direction. In that direction, there was a girl dressed as a witch, carrying a quiver and holding a longbow in the air. Beside her, there was also a round koi and a butterfly of strange color flying. This kind of dress and the company of 2 strange creatures made people recognize their identities at once. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the white light just now flew over from this direction. It's her. The witch Kikyo, how is it possible? Is that white light really her arrow? Incredible, she is so strong. At this time, after seeing the figure clearly, the magic rune users were shocked. Many of them knew about the witch Kikyo. As soon as she appeared in the sea, she showed her powerful strength and helped a certain island resist a powerful pirate group. The captain of that pirate group was also a big pirate with a bounty of more than 400 million. He was also a B-level magic rune user and had many good players under his command. But facing the witch Kikyo, the whole army was easily annihilated and sent to the impel down by the navy. Of course, this is not the most explosive. The most explosive thing is that she was in a medium-sized magic mine that was recently discovered. She defeated several top demons hidden in it with a completely crushing and killing gesture. Among the people of the big forces that arrived there. Finally, the Kingdom of Miracles took control of the magic mine. And the people of the Kingdom of Miracles also reached a consensus with the witch Kikyo. 30% of the income from this magic mine will be invested in the relief of disaster victims around the world, which made many people talk about it with relish. Although the witch Kikyo has only been around for a short time, she is already well known by many people in the sea. Strong, kind, and beautiful, these are always likable. However, they knew that the witch was strong. After all, how could she not be strong if she could kill the highest-ranking demon in seconds? But they didn't expect her to be so strong. The shocking moves made by the warlord's terrifying magic shocked some magic patterns that had a clearer understanding of the demons. I'm afraid that the apostles are no more powerful than that. However, the witch Kikyo was able to block it with one arrow, saving them from the terrifying attack. That witch won't become a god. Some people even thought so. Witch Kikyo, another powerful human. The War King looked at the witch slowly floating in the distance, and his tone was obviously unfriendly. It's really annoying to always be stopped by others. In that case, just go all out and make a big fuss. He was ready to release all his strength to achieve his goal this time. The War King possesses extremely special powers. As long as he is in war, his ability can be transformed and stored into magic power called the Breath of War. This magic power can be superimposed on him to enhance his strength. The black lines on his armor are essentially the manifestation of his storage of the Breath of War. In order to collect enough Breath of War, the War King even tempted a group of humans to work for him. As a demon king, he is involved in too many things and cannot go to the battlefield where humans fight each other at will. For convenience, there is the origin of the War Carnival of the illegal magic pattern guild. The War King condenses and stores a huge amount of special magic power, which is the Breath of War he has been storing for the past 2 years. The amount of the stored Breath of War is even 10 times more than that of the apostles. This is the limit of his body's storage, and some of it is placed in his special container. It can be said that he is a veritable explosive barrel. Although his output power limit is only equivalent to that of the apostles. If the body's magic power is fully exploded in a free way, the War King himself is confident that he can suppress the apostles in a short period of time. It is precisely because of his ability that he is valued by the apostles and is considered the most promising demon. Boom boom. Watching the witch Kikyo approach, the War King snorted coldly. The war breath hidden in the core of his body boiled up, ready to burst out completely to gain extraordinary combat power. However, his boiling magic power suddenly calmed down. The reason is very simple, the apostle has come. War King, I know you are like a barrel of explosives, and you will explode if you touch it. This mission is really a glitch when it is given to you. Behind the War King, a whale lazily emerged and floated. In addition to the whale, there is also a demon with dark cloud hair like a ghost. The appearance of these two demons directly shocked almost everyone present, and there was fear in their eyes. Apostle Whale, Apostle Hungliu. The two apostles with terrifying reputations in the whole sea came at the same time, and they were naturally terrified. Fortunately, they quickly found a savior. Two figures also emerged on their side. One is the famous saint hunter Huaqian Liu. The other was a woman with a ghost mask and a white coat, with a very hot body. Huaqian Liu and the others were familiar with her, and her powerful fighting power could even overpower the Apostle Whale. As for the other woman, many people did not know her because she was wearing a mask. But some smart people have guessed that she was the most mysterious figure among the paladins, whose face was rarely known. God's Hand, Zhou Xi. Of course, although such a title is powerful, its strength is much worse than that of the apostle. But People watched the 3 mechanical balls that had blocked the War King's attack come behind her like swallows returning to their nests. Then they merged with 9 identical mechanical balls and slowly rotated around a large mechanical ball. They understood that this was a real boss.